FIT British Touring Car Championship nears its conclusion as we begin the final of 3 rounds here at Donington Park. Now, the battle for championship supremacy does remain in the balance. However, just 2 weeks ago in Scotland, Tom Ingram really underlined his credentials in an eventful weekend, both on and off the track.
A lot of support, of course, for PMR after dramas of the last week. Just to be here is an amazing effort. Expect the BMWs to rocket away as the lights go out. Now it's a good start by Rainford. De Leon dives up the inside. He gets grass in the front.
Round the outside goes Hill. He set that one up with a wide line in.
It's a win for Jake Hill at Knockhill.
Win number 6 never felt so good, Lou.
Lights out quickly, good start by Jake Hill. I'm coming through, says Ingram, and now he stands on the brakes. He's got the line for the hairpin. He's got the lead. Race 2 at Knockhill is won by Tom Ingram. Tom Ingram victorious the 4th time this season.
You have a small spider on your shoulder, and when I say there, oh my goodness, on you!
Final race of the day, round 21. Jake Hill on the attack. It is Jake Hill up front. He's done it again, a 7th win at Knockhill. We're going to have to rename the place after this.
I love it here. God, Scotland, you're great.
Weekend for Tom Ingram. He secured his 4th victory of the season in race 2 to strengthen his lead at the top of the championship and his chances of becoming a 2-time BTCC champion. Either side of that race, Jake Hill reminded us why he is the defending champion, shaking off illness in the previous round to secure a delightful double in race 1 and 3 up in 5. So in the top of the standings, Tom Ingram's lead over Ash Sutton has stretched to 17 points in what is looking like a 2-man shootout for the title. Dan Camish is the outsider challenger. He secured 2 podiums in Scotland to title his grip of 3rd spot. 14 points ahead of teammate Dan Rowbottom. Jake Hill's double victory a fortnight ago elevates him to 5th position. The remaining top 8 places are made up by Adam Morgan, Tom Chilton and rookie driver Charles Rainford. Well, it's a tight affair in the team's competition, with Napa Racing UK currently holding a slim advantage over Team VERTU. Similarly so in the manufacturers, with Alliances Racing Ford narrowly leading the way. Amongst the independents, Chris Smiley remains top of the driver's standings, holding a 13-point lead over Mikey Doble. And Smiley's Restart Racing are also in a commanding position in the independent teams. It's hotting up in the rookies competition, the Jack Sears Trophy, where it's neck and neck between Darryl De Leon and Charles Rainford. What a season they have both had, which we'll hear more about a little later on in the show. So, in the run-in to the title, it starts here in Leicestershire at Donington Park. 3 touring car races coming up today on this 2.5-mile Grand Prix circuit, one of the most historic courses here in the UK, and it has proved happy hunting ground for title contender Ash Sutton, who secured a double win here back in April, and he's recorded a race victory every year he's visited this Grand Prix circuit. Will there be another twist and tilt in the championship run-in today? Hello and welcome to Donington Park. It is sunny, it's rather blistery, and it's very busy down here in the paddock. I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by Tim Harvey. Tim, we love coming to Donington, particularly at the extended Grand Prix circuit. Couple of pinch points, lots of opportunity for action.
Yeah, very much so. And we're really in the crunch point of the championship now. It's hard to believe that in just 5 weeks' time we'll be crowning our champion. But Donington always provides great racing. We've got the fast-flowing first section of the track. We've got the chicane and 2 hairpins at the end of it, where there's always opportunity to pass, which will be good for Ash Sutton today, as we'll find out, but also provides potential for incident.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we saw so much great racing in Knockhill last time out, but Ash Sutton didn't quite manage to match the points of Tom Ingram. Yes, he got a couple of podiums, but not quite enough. Tom Ingram now extending that lead. What's he got to do this weekend to make sure he stays within reach of that championship title?
Yeah, I mean, Ash was hoping there'd be some drama, some problem for Ingram up at Knockhill, which often happens. It didn't happen. Ingram controlled his 3 races and extended his points lead. But Ash is in a situation now where he's clearly in 2nd place. There's a big gap down to 3rd. He's just got to charge, and Ash with his charging head on is something to behold. So he's going for it.
He knows what he's got to do. And look at this. Look who we've come across here. Jade Edwards, Paul O'Neill, good to see you as always. Jade, I mean, Knockhill just 2 weeks ago, but it really had it all, but one man rose to the top. It was Tom Ingram, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think now he's in that very comfortable mindset of aiming for this championship and knowing that actually he has got the advantage and it's Ash's to take from him, but he's able to now judge when he needs to be a bit feisty, score as many points as possible, and also when to sit back, you know, the race threes of the day or whatever, just to score as many points as possible. But he's driving with a very sensible, calm head on his shoulders at the moment.
And Paul, the fact that he is now 7th in the all-time standings with 37 wins under his belt, it just seems like he's really in control of this season.
Yeah, the swagger that Tom's had particularly this season's been amazing. And what I've got to say is he's beating people like Alamenu, James Thompson, Ivan Muller, proper touring car legends in that winners list. So he's right to have a swagger, and I think this is the year for the swagger for him because he's my man. I can't see him being beaten, I really can't.
Yeah, I caught up with him early in the weekend. He just seems so relaxed, you know, clearly a very experienced head on his shoulders now coming into it, and it counts for so much at this point in the season. Jade, big news though this weekend, One Motorsport no longer continuing to compete this season. Tell us what's the latest.
Yeah, so they obviously missed those 2 rounds as planned in terms of because Steve Dubman was unwell. They've now decided to not finish the season and to step out full time. I think this is to then focus on their programme for 2026. So obviously main factor is we wish Steve very well, but it did mean that there was 2 drivers, one in particular needed another seat. So it's a little bit of change around, but yeah, hopefully they'll be back next year and stronger than ever.
And Josh Cook has managed to secure himself a drive back with Toyota though.
Yes, exactly that. For a driver, you don't want to be out the seat too long. He'd already had the summer break, missed the 2 rounds that One Motorsport missed, and he needs to get back in the seat. There was obviously a situation with James Dorling where he stepped away, which allowed a seat to become available, and it happened very quickly, but it means now Josh is able to finish the year and end the year hopefully on a high, ready to go again in 2026, wherever that may be.
Yeah, but it's still such a change, isn't it, going from one team into another? He's got to readjust to a whole new setup again.
Yeah, I mean, he drove the Toyota last year, but obviously it had the hybrid, it's slightly different, so there's a little bit of getting used to. And also he likes to develop a car into what he needs to drive, so there's a bit of hard work going on. Yesterday wasn't the strongest day for him in terms of car and qualifying pace, but today's a new day and I'm sure he'll be going all guns blazing.
Well, speaking of qualifying, shall we find out how Josh Cook and all the other drivers got on in qualifying with David Addison?
Just when the clever teams thought they'd mastered their tyre choices for the year and kept back some soft tyres for these final 3 events, the good old British weather threw a curveball at them that they could have well done without. There were some spots of rain before the first session began, but they weren't really enough to wet the track. There were, however, the usual track limit dramas, and naturally, some big names dropped out. Gone was Josh Cook, returning to Toyota Gazoo Racing along with teammates Aaron Taylor-Smith and Gordon Shedden. Out also went Charles Rainford and his WSR teammate Aidan Moffat, but the road at this stage was largely dry. As Q2 began though, there was more rain, and a gamble was taken by Ash Sutton to go out on wets. It wasn't wet enough, so he came back in for slicks, but didn't have time to warm them, and so he ended 11th, whereas teammate Dan Rowbottom went the other way by starting on slicks and changing to wets. And that gamble didn't work out either.
You know, disappointing not to be in the quick 6, but you roll the dice and that's what you get.
So both Rowbottom, Sutton and Dan Camish were all gone, along with a grumpy Jake Hill, as Mikey Doble topped Q2. Q3 was wet and got wetter, with the better times set at the beginning. Senna Proctor's Team VERTU Hyundai ended 6th behind Darryl De Leon's BMW and Chris Smiley's Restart Racing Hyundai, and he looked vulnerable in Q1. Third was Mikey Doble, excelling in the Motor Parts Direct with PowerMax Cupra, while championship leader Tom Ingram was 2nd for Team VERTU, as his 1 second of boost per lap made less difference in the wet. But it was Tom Chilton who topped the times, his first pole since Knock Hill in 2011, and he was understandably delighted.
They were tricky conditions, and I had to use all my experience to keep it on the black stuff. So this, I'm actually going to keep, even though it's just a water bottle, because it says pole, I'm keeping it.
But the story didn't end there, as Mikey Doble failed the ride height check and was thus excluded from the session. He'll start at the back, meaning everybody else moves up 1 place on the grid. So Tom Chilton starts on pole position, teammate Tom Ingram with him, and Ingram's championship rival Ash Sutton is going to go from 10th. Now we'll see whether Chilton's allowed to go for a race win or has to play the team game and help Tom Ingram in the BTCC's version of chess. A fascinating day is about to play out.
Well, huge congratulations to Tom Chilton there. Absolutely grinning from ear to ear, buzzing, in fact. You know, his first pole since 2011. And he's changed quite a lot since then, as he kindly reminded us by sharing this wonderful photo of him celebrating that podium, or that pole position, sorry, in 2011. A special moment for him and the team.
Yeah, I think the grin's only got bigger, hasn't it? Or should that be called a gurning? I'm not sure. But yeah, look, Tom's always been really fast. He's enjoying this car this year. He's enjoying the relationship with Barry Plowman, his engineer. And, you know, who wouldn't? It's a great car. We've got 4 Hyundais in the top 5, which is great advantage, obviously, for Tom Ingram if they decide to work together. But yeah, I'm really pleased for Tom Chilton. You know, he loves his racing. He gets a real buzz out of it, and being quickest is always a real bonus.
Yeah, exactly. And Tom Ingram will line up alongside him in P2. But Jade, let's talk a little bit about what went on with Napa Racing. You know, there were changing conditions. They kind of rolled the dice on the tyre strategy. It didn't quite play out. I mean, Ash is going to have a lot of work to do from P10.
Yeah, exactly. I think Ash said online that it was a miscommunication, but also speaking to his engineer, he sort of put the blame on himself as well. So it was just one of those things. They just went with the wrong call at the wrong time. The weather then changed as well. He should have finished this lap on wets, basically, and that would have put him through and been a little bit higher up. But like you said, miscommunication. He didn't. He's now starting further back. But in some ways for Ash, this is good for him. Fire in his belly. This is probably where we're going to see the fiery Ash come out to play today. And we know that you can't do much to keep him back in 10th place. He's going to be moving up straight away in race 1.
Now, at one point, Paul, it was looking so good for Mikey Zobel there. We thought he was going to start from P3, but then he failed the ride height. Huge disappointment. And just at a time when, you know, the team, they just can't catch a break at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. With all the dramas they've had before Knockhill, getting up to Knockhill was amazing, but that ride height, you see the roller has to go under the car. It didn't. I was watching qualifying online and I knew they were in trouble because Adam Weaver, the team principal, wouldn't speak, and Mikey Zobel was sat in the car for a long time, and his interview with Lou was very down in the dumps, and I knew then it wasn't going to be good. But they were trying to say it was accident damage. He'd gone off at the hairpin and scooped a load of gravel and grass up, but yeah, it failed the ride height. Such a shame, because that would have been the Cooper's best ever qualifying result, and it was amazing. He drove it really well. Unfortunate.
Such a shame to be starting down at the back of the grid. Josh Cook is also going to have his work cut out, starting from P18. He's catching up with Lou.
Josh, great news. You're back in the car.
Yeah, good to be back on the grid. Obviously a couple of weekends watching and helping Max, so I'm in the same garage as him now, but yeah, good to be back on the grid.
Well, as you say, you're in the same garage, but it's a garage that you're familiar with anyway, and you know the car, you know the team from last season, so how much of a help is that when you're just jumping in halfway through the year?
Well, it's all come back very, very last minute, obviously literally just this week, so it's been a lot of things. Just to shoehorn me into the car has been difficult enough, because the original car that I drove last year was actually made around me in terms of its seating position, etc. So there's been some modifications to get me into this one. So that's been the focus, obviously, to start with. But it is a very different car. You know, although the regulations have changed slightly, cars are much lighter, and that does change a lot in terms of its roll centres, its balance of the car. So we have got a lot of work to do to try and get it somewhere where I'm comfortable.
You're obviously sitting in the car that James Dorland has been driving up to now. He's stepped aside. It's great that he's still hanging around with the team. Does it feel slightly awkward for you, though, seeing him walking around the garage, or is it? It is what it is.
Yeah, look, it's never nice to pick up a seat from like somebody else's misfortune, you know. And I've been in that position when I started. It's a very difficult sort of paddock to be in commercially to make it all work. It's, you know, it's not easy time. So it's not nice, but again, it's nice that James is around. You know, he's involved in our debriefs, he's involved in the discussions, the feedback, so he is able to draw on the experience that I've got with the car and the team. So at least there are some positives with that.
No doubts whatsoever that you're going to be putting everything into it, but with so little time in the car, what can you be expecting to get out of it this weekend?
I really don't know. Obviously, you know, I'm nowhere near any sort of championship battle, so that's completely out the window. It does give us the opportunity to make some decisions and try some things out that we might normally not have tried. You know, there's always those little setup tweaks and those directions that you've had in your mind that you might find interesting. There might be some lap time there to be gained, but you never want to take the risk. But now we're in the position where really we can venture down those avenues, see if they make a change to the car that we like. But inevitably things go wrong as well. You end up going slower rather than quicker. But yesterday didn't go to plan with qualifying. We had a small issue with the boosting of the car, so the team have been flat out overnight fixing that. They're still on it again now, so hopefully we're all sorted for race 1. But the goal is just to move forward throughout race day and just learn more about the car.
Hope it all goes well.
Thank you.
So let's take a look at the timetable of the day. We have plenty of action to look forward to. Round 22 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship is going to be coming up shortly at 11:30, with the second race kicking off at 2:15, and then of course it's our reverse grid race at 4:55. We'll also be bringing you action from our support series today: the Wera Tools F4 Championship, the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy, and the Porsche Carrera Cup. Right, now it is time for a short break, but when we return, we'll be turning our attention to the Jax's trophy contenders, Dal de Leon and Charles Rainford. They've both enjoyed brilliant breakthrough seasons this year, and we'll be finding out why they've been so quick on track and so quick-footed on the dance floor. Yes, you heard it right, dance floor. Don't miss that one.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it in the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's Marvellous Creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in? Yeah, okay. It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Well, welcome back to Donington Park, where fans are swarming in for what could be a decisive day in the BTCC title run-in. It's also neck and neck in the rookies competition, the Jack Sears Trophy between Darrell de Leon and Charles Rainford. Both have caught the eye this season, becoming first-time winners, and they've been discussing what's still to come with Louise Goodman.
It is a BMW lockout at the front. It is Charles Rainford then on pole position for the first time in British touring cars, and Darrell de Leon with him at the front.
How would you rate your 2025 season?
Remember when we were back here in April and the racing just felt like a baptism of fire. Ever since then, it's one of those things. I've been fairly quick in terms of the one-lap pace, but then you've got to learn how to race. And there's no way, I do a lot of simulator, luckily enough, at home, but you can't prepare yourself for what it's like to race in the British Touring Car Championship.
It's been insightful, I'd say, more than anything. In terms of driver development, the team have helped me so much improve. It's a lot of technique things, but I definitely feel like I'm getting quicker, and I feel like I've been stronger this second half of the year, definitely.
Charles Rainford, a first-time winner in the BTCC.
Pick out your high points so far.
Definitely the Brands Hatch win and the pole position at Knockhill. Other than that, also probably my race 3 at Knockhill was probably the best touring car racing I've done. Very little damage on the car, very little touching with other competitors, and still made my way through the pack on a tricky circuit.
Well, round 5 earlier this year at Brands Hatch was obviously one of the best days of my life. I genuinely think Croft, I was really happy with the podium because it was just nice to have that pace again. Qualifying pace for me this year, I've always been on the back foot, I'd say, but it was nice to have a front row qualifying at Knockhill, and it's just annoying that this guy pipped me by 1300s.
Porsche Carrera Cup was a good stepping stone, especially in terms of the pressure you go into for qualifying. With that series, it very much is a qualifying championship. That's probably where my one-lap pace has been actually okay at times. The quality of this grid, you can't ever underestimate it. Even if you're fighting the mid-pack, the quality and the experience of the driving is just fantastic.
Your racecraft, decision-making, all of it is so important, and when you're fighting for thousands on a quali lap, obviously determines where you start, and if you're on the outside and the inside, the track conditions. There's just so many aspects where you have to get right in order to do well. It's just nice to be able to learn from Jake. He's obviously got a lot of experience, and he's a very good driver because he's the reigning champion.
Look at Rainford round the outside at Surtees.
Him and I had a few little argy-bargies at Brands, and that was great. It was a bit of learning for me, because I've never had teammates before. When I did Porsches, it was a family-run team, and it was just me. To be fighting teammates is a different dynamic for me. I've had to get used to it.
1 point separating you in the Jack Sears Trophy, and Darrell, you're the one who's got the advantage.
It's nice to go for a championship and be in a championship fight, and battling with Charles is probably my biggest rival this year because we're in the same machinery. For me, as long as I can just focus on my own things and do the best I can, that's all I can do.
Presumably you want to beat him, though.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, no, obviously.
Are you the same?
Yeah. I'm obviously was on the back foot, now closed the gap again, so that's nice to me. Obviously not so ideal for Darrell. The ultimate thing is in the car, as long as you're the quicker one, you'll do it, and I think it's going to be the fairest fight, and it's going to be great fun, I think.
Right, we've got one.
Drivers, and they're not just talented drivers on track. Well, one of them is a very talented ballroom dancer, Charles Rainford. Quite unbelievable. He has got all the moves, and he did us a little favour. He attempted to teach Darrell some moves. This is quite phenomenal. I mean, look at that little body roll there.
Yeah,
he really does.
I think we should do a feature on hidden talents of BTCC drivers, and probably start off with Paul and Jade. Well, I'm a concert pianist. Not a lot of people know that, but I am.
I don't know whether you're lying to me.
I'm going to say. Bless Darrell. Yeah, gave it a go. Look, gave it a go.
Bless him. He did a good go. Thank you very much, Darrell, for embarrassing yourself with us. But no, their talents really have just. It's been a real Rookie of the year at the moment, Charles Rainford. I mean, the performances he's had, his win, 2 podiums, his first pole. It's, you know, the results keep coming.
In actual fact, I mean, it really is a dream first year in touring cars. Yes, he had a great grounding in Carrera Cup, but he couldn't have asked for more. The BMW hasn't always been the best car this year, as we know, for technical reasons, but when it has been on form and suited the track, he's really delivered, and he's been a standout performer on the track and a great character off it. So a real boon to the BTCC.
Yeah, and the same for Darrell de Leon as well. He's leading the Jack Sears Trophy at the moment. He's qualified in P4 today, so a real opportunity for him.
Yeah, I mean, Darrell was actually the driver that took over my seat a couple of years ago, and it was a seat that was maybe not quite as competitive as the one he's in now, and I could see his talent was there, but he wasn't being able to really showcase it. So when he signed for WSR, I knew he was going to be one to watch, and he's definitely not let us down on that front. He's just getting better and better, and I think it's going to be a really interesting fight between these two because they're both very respectful but very fast and determined with it.
And then Paul as well. I mean, what lies ahead for us today? We're back on the Grand Prix circuit. I mean, if you look at Ash Sutton, he always brings home the results here, wins here in the last couple of years. Is he the one we need to you know, keep our eyes on? The fact that he's got to carve his way through the field from P10.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's got to do, and what Tim and Jade said before about Ash having to come through from where he is. As a fan, I'm actually quite happy where he's qualified because I know he can only go forward. But it does worry me how fast the Hyundai is, and there's 3 of them up there, and they're all going to be trying to help Tom out, I would think.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Suddenly team strategy becomes a really important time at this crucial point in the championship fight. Tim, look into your weather ball, into the future. There's potential splatterings of rain this afternoon. I know it doesn't seem it because it is gorgeous sunshine right now.
It's a long shot, but I think we're going to see all the 4 Hyundais help Tom Ingram in race 1. He'll probably win. I think Ash Sutton will come through and finish tactical 4th in race 1, which will mean that he'll start on the medium tyre in race 2 and the front 3 will start on the hard. And then in the reverse grid, I want a number 12 drawn out so we have the maximum kick-off for race 3.
Love it. There we go. Let's see if any of that comes through. Right, well, don't go anywhere because after the break we do have all of our British touring car action poised and ready to go, and we'll be joining Louise Goodman live on the grid for some elbows out. See you in a minute.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Hello and welcome to Donington Park. You join us live on the grid ahead of the first British touring car racing of the day. Jade, you can see, I mean, just behind is where Mikey Doble's car should have been had he passed those ride heights at the end of qualifying, but he's going to be right at the back of the grid. He's got his work cut out, but we saw that pace from him from qualifying, so it's looking positive.
Yeah, I think that the struggle that every team has is that rules are rules. If we think about it technically, there is probably no advantage to that ride height infringement, but that is the rule, and therefore he goes to the back of the grid. However, the positives the team and Mikey himself will take is that he had the pace, the outright raw pace, to be P3 on the grid here today. So he'll be moving forward and fighting position every single race, and what they'll be aiming for probably is a reverse grid race 3 win.
Now you can see behind us the 2 drivers that have just lined up, 2 teammates, best of friends, really close off the track. They're going to be working together on the track as well, but obviously a massive moment for Tom Chilton to be on pole position and to maximise the amount of points. But ultimately it's his teammate that's fighting for the championship, and every single point is critical for him. How much they're going to work together?
I think they will work together, but to take a win off of Tom Chilton is harder than maybe we assume initially, because he's so into his racing, he loves it so much, and that success to him means a great deal. So I've no doubt if they absolutely need to do the team call and let Ingram go through, he will, but I don't think he'll give it up too easily. I do think it will come down to the deficit between Tom Ingram and Ash. If Ash doesn't really move forward, then they may allow Chilton to grab the win. However, points are prizes, and Ingram just needs as many as he can get when he can get them.
Yeah, well, it's not long before we find out how this race is all about to unfold, but first, let's go down to Lou, who has found not a driver, but I think a furry friend. Lou.
I have, isn't he gorgeous? This is Dave. Dave is here promoting, funnily enough, a canine charity, but I had to come along and say hello to him. He is the perfect accompaniment to our man on the front row, which is, of course, Tom Chilton, because Tom has always reminded me of an overexcited little puppy anyway, and he absolutely was that yesterday afternoon, having brought this car home in pole position, his first pole position in 11 years. You were absolutely on top of your game yesterday, weren't you? And I know you were really pleased to get the result.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe all these years of experience, Louise, paid off, because yesterday was tricky. You couldn't touch any white lines, any curbs. You had to stay just off the rubber. It was so greasy. And you only get one lap on the wet tyre to get the most out of it. And I just managed to get it right, which was just fantastic. I'm so happy for the team as well.
It was about being on the right tyre at the right time as well, because we saw teams making mistakes being on the wet when they should have been on the dry and vice versa.
Yeah, Napa made big mistakes for sure, and that really hurt them. Hence, they didn't make it into Q3. They could have made the right call and been right up here with us. But you know, this game's hard. You know, even us at the top, we all make mistakes. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. But the boys are just working on the car because I've got a bit of an issue with my clutch at the moment. So we're trying to
sorry, I'm just being bashed on my back by your engineer. So sorry, guys. No, absolutely. You sort the car out. Not good news. Not what we want to hear. Right. Let's go on and let's cross over. We'll walk straight behind and we'll have a word with Chris Smiley, who honestly he was so close to not actually making it through the first qualifying session yesterday, but it was a bit touch and go yesterday, wasn't it? But you pulled it through just at the last minute in the first bit of qualifying and made it all the way through. Good result for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as you say, Q1 was a bit touch and go. Yeah, a few cars to track limits. You just had to keep it clean and make sure you get through. But yeah, the rest of the qualifying worked out really well for us. We played our tyre strategy really well in Q2, Q3 on the wet. Yeah, qualified P3 overall. So yeah, it puts us in a great place to start our day off. On the inside, it's a great place to to start your Sunday off.
Well, you're just one slot down from where you qualified at Alton Park. That ended up with a podium, and that is your minimum aim for this race, I guess. Podium win would be fantastic, but it's going to be tricky with those two accelerates up ahead of you.
Yeah, it's never easy, this championship, especially with these guys at the front. They're all fast. Anyone in the top 10 is extremely quick. But yeah, we're in a great place. Podium's obviously the aim. A little bit better than that. We'll never turn that away.
So talk me through your tactics. Do not just say drive fast, because we had that conversation yesterday. You've got to manage this race carefully, haven't you, in terms of your tyres?
Yeah, for sure. It's a long race, 14 laps around here, 8 laps of boost. We need to be selective in when we use that. It's extremely powerful around here. It makes a massive difference to the race. It makes a big difference to the lap time. So yeah, we want to get a good start, and we want to see how it plays out from there, and we want to see when we're going to use all this boost up, because yeah, I think it's going to make the racing very exciting today.
Good stuff. Look forward to seeing how that goes. So, and as Chris mentioned, he's got a lot of boost, as has Tom Chilton up ahead of him, and there's my camera. Tom Chilton up ahead of him, but Tom Ingram only has 1 second in his VERTU. Sorry, I called it the wrong name earlier on. His team VERTU Hyundai. So this man I'm with now, Daryl DeLeo, also has the full 8 seconds of boost. So Daryl, another great qualifying result. I mean, not quite up there on the front row like you were last time out, but nonetheless, it's a great place to be starting.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how yesterday went. And it's nice to be at this end of the grid, and hopefully we can work from 4th.
So you are the only front-wheel drive car, or by far the highest placed, rear-wheel drive car. How do you play your tyres in versus the other guys around you? Because it takes a little bit longer, although actually, as I say that sun is getting quite hot on my back. That's going to help you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think on the opening laps, I just got to be a bit careful. But hopefully we can have good race pace over the front-wheel drive later on in the race. But again, it's touring cars, you can't predict anything, so we just got to wait and see what happens.
So ideally, you want to be getting up into the podium positions, and having said that, there's always that do I finish P3, do I finish P4 debate going on. Which would you go for, given the chance? I'm thinking the podium.
Yeah, I'd love to get a podium, but of course, yeah, we just have to wait and see what happens in the race, and you honestly can't predict anything, so I'll just I'll wait till the moment comes to decide.
Perfect. Well, I hope that moment comes through and he's actually in a position to make that decision. We are going to be finding out all about that and whatever's happening in race 1 after this short break.
30 races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I got a sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
So it is time to get racing underway here at Donington. It is round 22 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship with commentary from Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks. A lot to look forward to then in this first race of the day, and I guess a lot of it is going to surround the progress that can be made from Ash Sutton as far as the championship's concerned.
Yeah, you know, you can feel the tension down in the pits and the paddock. The season is coming to a crunch. Every race matters. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ash Sutton can do in this race, albeit he doesn't have many laps of boost to do it with.
Not only was it not a great qualifying session for him yesterday, it wasn't a great qualifying session for teammates Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, to a lesser degree Sam Osborne, so he doesn't have quite the same number of people up at the front of the grid to help him, unlike Tom Ingram, who's got Tom Chilton ahead on the grid, but Senna Proctor and Adam Morgan are not that far behind either. So again, the Team VERTU Hyundais have got strength in numbers up near the front of the grid. You've got Chris Smiley starting third, and he's going to be thinking potentially about an outright win, although the independence is in his mind. Talking Hyundais, let's have a word before we go racing with Adam Morgan. 8th on the grid, Adam, so you've got cars all around you. Are you going to be able to have your own race here, or is there an element of helping Tom Ingram as a teammate?
We have to sort of wait and see how it all plays out. You know, the first lap in a touring car race is always pretty eventful, so we'll see where we end up after the first few corners, and then, you know, I want to be looking forward, I want to be moving forward. Obviously, I've got my bit to play, but I'll, you know, I've also got the two Dan Cam and Robo in front of me in the championship who I want to catch, so we'll see what we can do.
And generally it looks like it's been a happier season for you. You're enjoying being back in a front wheel drive car?
Yeah, definitely. I've yeah, really enjoyed working with Accelerate and Draper Tools and being back in front wheel drive. I think the 10 years of the Mercedes A-Class has sort of left its mark on me, and it just feels more normal, so yeah, really enjoying it.
Excellent. Right, let's see how the first corner pans out. Good luck, Adam.
Thank you.
Adam Morgan then, as he says, taking it not a corner at a time, but certainly once you've got turn one out of the way, you know really what state you're going to be in. Anything can happen, as we know, in any touring car race, and it's going to be a very dramatic run to Redgate on lap one. Let's look at the grid then for the first of our three races. Tom Chilton then, first pole since 2011. He's on pole position for the 11th time in his career, 7th in the championship with 7 laps worth of boost to the 1 lap of the championship leader Tom Ingram. He's going to start second. Chris Smiley third, Daryl De Leon fourth. 5th on the grid, Senna Proctor, Dan Camish with 3 laps. Third in the championship, he's going to be 6th ahead of Dan Rowbottom with 4 laps worth of boost. Adam Morgan starting 8th. He's got 6 laps ahead of Dan Lloyd, and Ash Sutton 2nd in the championship. Certainly a man to watch around here. Then you've got Jake Hill. Next up is Gordon Shedden ahead of Dexter Patterson and Aaron Taylor-Smith. After those two, Charles Rainford 15th from Aidan Moffat. Then it's Sam Osborne starting next. Josh Cook coming to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team. He is next ahead of Nicholas Hamilton and Max Buxton. And then Nick Halstead and Mikey Doble are going to round out the grid. Mikey Doble, of course, at the back because he failed the ride height yesterday. Gordon Shedden having his first NGTC touring car race with anything other than a Neil Brown tuned engine, because he and Aaron Taylor-Smith are running the M Sport unit, just by way of comparing and contrasting and helping the development of the MBE Toyota engine. And as you have a look there at who's got what in terms of laps worth of boost, 7 for Chilton, 1 for Ingram, 8 the maximum for Smiley and De Leon and Proctor, 3 for Camish, 4 for Rowbottom, 6 for Morgan, 2 for Sutton, 5 for Hill, everybody else on the 8. Just one slightly sobering thought for Tom Chilton here. His last pole prior to this, as we've been saying, Knock Hill 2011, at which point Daryl De Leon, now 4th on the grid, was aged 6.
And you can tell he hasn't been on pole for a long time. Look how far back he is from the front of the pit box. He's a good 4 feet. He's come forward a bit. Remember, he said he had a clutch problem to Louise. I hope that isn't going to affect his start.
There is Mikey Doble then, arriving at the back of the grid as we get set then for our first race of the day. Round 22 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Of course, there's the race to look for, but there's also the championship situation and how Team VERTU and Napa Racing use their other drivers to help Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton, respectively. Right, we're ready to go racing. Last car will slot into place at the back. A green flag is going to be shown to say that everybody is in position. The drivers will then look towards the lighting gantry. The sun is shining at Donington. Tom Chilton is on pole position. The lights are red. Lights out, good getaway made then by Smiley from third on the grid. Demon start as you would expect from Daryl de Leon, but it's going to be Tom Chilton just ahead on the run down towards Redgate. To the outside line goes Tom Ingram. Is he going to be able to go all the way round the outside to clear his teammate? He's going to try. Up the inside goes Smiley. The road opens up for him, and Chilton is just going to be able to defend as Ingram comes around the outside to secure second. Smiley third as they drop downhill for the first time, and then behind there's a good getaway being made by the Fords as they can start to chip their way up the order. Down to the old hairpin on that one. It's Chilton up front. Camish has made a good start.
Yeah, slightly delay off the line in reaction time. May have been something to do with that clutch from Chilton, but he's managed to hold on. I thought he might let Ingram go through on the outside at turn one, but no, Chilton has stated his intention, at least on lap one, to try and win this race.
Yeah, maybe Team VERTU are waiting to see late race where Ash Sutton gets to, and then they can make a call on how many more points Ingram needs. That's Dan Camish. Look on the inside of Daryl de Leon. You've got Robot up with Ash Sutton, so all the Fords come charging forward. They manage to get past Senna Proctor. Dan Lloyd is in the mix. We've also got drivers on the hard tyre, remember, and the best of those on the grid was Dan Lloyd. Gordon Shedden's on the hard as well as they drop down towards the S's. We'll come to the other drivers on the hards in due course as there Sutton skips across the gravel and blasts down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Look at the gap though that the Team VERTU Hyundais have got on lap one.
Yeah, Sutton was surrounded by cars. It was actually Proctor threw it up the inside into the chicane, which is what forced Sutton to go across the gravel. Sutton and Camish's cars running in the Valvoline blue and white colours, reminiscent of the Ford Mondeos back in 1995.
Adam Morgan then on the back of his teammate Senna Proctor, but over the line at the end of lap one. Chilton and Ingram absolutely toe-to-toe. Look, they're together. Bit of a gap back to Chris Smiley third, and he's leading the independents. In fourth place, it's Camish. Rowbottom is fifth. In sixth place, it's Sutton. Then Senna Proctor seventh. Adam Morgan eighth. Jake Hill is in ninth place. Daryl de Leon's had a bad first lap, hasn't he? He's really fallen back now into 10th place from fourth on the grid.
Yeah, it's almost like he hasn't been able to switch the tyres on the BMW. Despite the sun shining, he just hasn't got the car hooked up initially. Proctor down the inside and cleanly through again on his teammate.
And then Morgan fights back, doesn't he, and retakes the place as he comes up towards Schwann's curve. And in the background as well, the Toyota's going nicely. Aaron Taylor-Smith and Gordon Shedden are not that far behind. So they are looking very promising right now. Josh Cook, of course, switching to Toyota with the announcement that One Motorsport is not going to finish the season. So he's been welcomed back into the Speedworks fold. And the cars come out of Coppice, then down starkly straight towards the S's. Got Chris Smiley there in that third place, ahead of Camish, ahead of Rowbottom, ahead of Sutton. So you can anticipate that Napa would like to get Sutton ahead of those other two Fords.
Yeah, but remember, those two Fords of Camish and Rowbottom are fighting it out over third place in the championship. Yeah. At the moment, Camish is third, but only 14 points ahead of Rowbottom.
And Camish is hanging on to the place on track as well. Sutton closing up all the time. So there's going to be some delicate management of the situation here. Chris Smiley hangs on to third place overall, so it's a 1-2-3 for Hyundais, even though it's 2 for Team VERTU, and then a restart racing car next up. Fourth is Camish, fifth is Rowbottom, sixth is Sutton. In seventh place right now it's Morgan, who, having got back ahead of Proctor, has just edged away a little bit.
Yeah, so do the two Napa Fords of Rowbottom and Camish let Sutton through? We'll have to wait and see. They'll have talked about this scenario prior to the race. They'll have also talked about whether it's important for Sutton to go for maximum points or to try and finish fourth in this race so he can start race 2 on the advantageous medium tyre as against the front three who will have to start on the hard tyre. But maybe Smiley's going to play that game. He might try and drop back as well. You never know.
And in 10th and 11th, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Gordon Shedden, and they are using the Toka engine, don't forget, in the Toyotas. Now Shedden as well is on the hard tyre, and he's doing a good job in 11th place, the best of those on the hard rubber.
Yeah, that will be encouragement for everybody else to show that that tyre is pretty competitive. It's about 0.6 of a second slower than the medium tyre, but in a race situation, that's not too much. It's all about how quickly you can switch the car on as Osborne gets up the inside of Doble. There's 3 abreast there. Remember, Doble started last.
Yeah, Doble trying to push his way forward, isn't he? As the cars come down towards the S's. Mikey Doble, top 3 in terms of time, but then he failed the ride height, and to the back he went. Looking back from Sam Osborne's car, Josh Cook trying to drag something out of the Toyota that he's taken over from James Dorlin. And have a look for third place, because Smiley now has been caught by Dan Rowbottom, who's got ahead of Dan Camish, so that's significant in their battle for third in the championship. Now we'll see what happens for Ash Sutton, because he needs to be getting as far up the order as possible. He needs, if he's going to be behind Ingram, to be giving away as few points as possible, and therefore to help him, Napa Racing need to get him past Camish and past Robo.
Well, Rowbottom was behind Camish on the last lap, so not sure where he passed him, but maybe this is a tactical play. We'll have to wait and see, but Rowbottom looks like he's going for every position, doesn't he? Here we see on the straight. Now, is that Camish moving over or defending? It looks like he let him through very easily. He let him through. I'm not sure quite what the play is there, but maybe it's for him to go after Smiley.
And Rowbottom is going after Smiley, although Camish isn't exactly dropping back, is he? So the possible switch between Camish and Sutton is on the cards now, as Dan Rowbottom then accelerates up towards Coppice. So he's been allowed to go, it seems, past Camish and gain a place. Now he's attacking Smiley, and we'll see what happens for Sutton. The race-leading cars of Chilton and Ingram still in that order, clear for the moment, as down they come towards the S's. And Robo is thinking about where he can make his move against Smiley, who is still leading in that independence part of the race. Big slide there from Aaron Taylor-Smith as Rowbottom gets up the inside of Smiley down to the Melbourne hairpin, and job done. And have a look at Sutton in the background, because he feints the inside, and as Robo goes through and goes wide, Smiley comes back at Rowbottom and retakes the place, although Rowbottom's going to have the inside line for the next hairpin at Goddard, so he should be able to hang on to that third, but Smiley is not giving up without a fight. And have a look behind, because Camish and Sutton are together, and Ingram is into the lead of the race. There's been a switch now between Team Virtue, the game of chess here to get your cars as high up the order for the championship as possible is certainly happening in both squads. That is Sutton thinking about a move on the inside, and he gets ahead of Camish. Job done. He'll have got the message that Ingram is ahead now for the race lead, so Sutton needs as many points, although that looks as though he had to work a bit harder than Rowbottom did.
Yeah, and also Camish was fighting back at him. They were fighting at the Melbourne hairpin and Goddard's, so much so that in actual fact Adam Morgan has caught up to behind them. So I'm not sure what was at play there. It seemed like the team tactics, orders, whatever it was, were costing them track position rather than sorting it out fairly. And Ash Sutton had to get his elbows out and squeeze past Camish on the inside.
On board with Morgan now, you're looking at the back of Camish, so up into third place is Rowbottom. Now if his car is perceived as being the quickest of the Fords for the moment, then perhaps it makes sense to try to release him and see what he can do about getting up with the Team Virtue Hyundais and taking points away from Ingram, but he's got a lot of work to do, because Ingram to Rowbottom is effectively 4 seconds. Morgan on the attack against Camish. Camish will need to protect his teammate now as they come through the S's. Now, Sutton, of course, having got past Camish, is not done yet. There's another place to gain by getting past Smiley, and if he gets past Smiley and closes on Rowbottom, then there's another decision to be made. Smiley locks up at the Melbourne hairpin.
Well, Smiley did a great job, if that was his intention, of allowing the other two teammates, including Tom Ingram, to get away into a nice, comfortable lead. And Chilton has acquiesced that lead position, having gained a point for leading the race. Everyone that leads a lap gains a point. So he's acquiesced to chip to Ingram now, who's really just got to bring this car home, make sure he doesn't exceed track limits too many times. And Morgan's now looking at the outside of Camish.
Chilton also, though, has done the fastest lap of the race, so that's a point that he takes and Ingram does not. Teleton, Ting will want that if he can before the end of the race. We're on lap 6 of 14, and Adam Morgan then makes that run downhill. The Hyundai right on the back of Dan Camish's Ford. Adam not quite able to make a move to the inside. Behind the pair, 8th is Jake Hill, 9th is Senna Proctor, 10th is Aaron Taylor-Smith, and where is Gordon Shedden? He's in 12th place now, but still the best of those on the harder tyre.
Yeah, followed by a phalanx of other cars all on the hard tyre. So that's a separate race to this, really. But Jake Hill's now got on the back of Morgan as well, so he's made good progress. This is still on board with Morgan, looking at the back of Camish's car. Trust me, his view out the window is a little bit better than that camera. That makes it look horrendous, doesn't it? But it's actually a lot better than that.
Now, Tom Ingram, the race leader, has yet to use his 1 lap of boost, and Sutton has yet to use his 2. Dan Rowbottom has used 2 of his 4 laps in trying to get himself into third place and to go after those Hyundais. Now, last time around, both Ingram and Chilton were quicker than Rowbottom. Let's see what pans out on this next lap as Jake Hill here, after those 2 wins at Knock Hill, has sort of come back to earth with a bump. The BMW is just not as quick around here as they were in the hot temperatures of Knock Hill.
Camish hasn't used his boost either. Now the leaders have swapped back again, so Chilton is back in front. So I wonder if that was a just give the extra point to Tom Ingram, or whether indeed this is an effort for Tom Ingram to get the fastest lap by having the tow from the other car. But I fancy that the tyres are probably past their best.
Well, you could see how the switch was done. Tom Ingram allowed Chilton back through. So Tom Chilton race leader. And again, perhaps they're thinking, well, OK, Ash Sutton is not a threat. He's not for the podium yet. They might have to switch again. Now Sutton is looking a bit more menacing as far as Chris Smiley is concerned. The team orders, the chess game here, is going to go on right the way to the end. And what Team Virtue decides to do at the end is rather dependent on how far up the order Ash Sutton gets. Ingram is outscoring him, yes, but by how many points? That's what they're trying to manage. So you've got Rowbottom third. He's not really escaping from Smiley.
No, he's not. But Sutton will absolutely, definitely want to pass Smiley, because fourth is the very worst that he would want to finish, and then they can decide whether he takes the third place or not. This is on board with Jake Hill getting cleanly past Adam Morgan before they get to the braking area at the chicane.
Is Dan Rowbottom not escaping from Chris Smiley because he's trying to delay him and give Sutton a better chance to challenge the Restart Racing Hyundai? Earlier on, Rowbottom looked to have good pace and was pulling away. The gap certainly come down, and now Rowbottom is creating a little bunch. Now, if Sutton can clear Smiley, that makes it easier for another switch to put him ahead of Rowbottom.
Yeah, that would make sense for Rowbottom to hold Smiley up a little bit and give an opportunity to Sutton, but he's not quite, he's got too big a gap, if you like, over Smiley. Makes me think that maybe Rowbottom has got some extra pace, not quite sure, but if he could get past Smiley, and he maybe did that using boost, then certainly Sutton could do.
Okay, so right now Chilton leads, and he has done the fastest lap and got the point for that. Ingram is second, he's got a lap leader point, and then you can see that there are 3 seconds between Ingram and Rowbottom, and there's about 3 inches between Smiley fourth and Ash Sutton fifth, and Ash has yet to use either of his 2 laps of boost. He's trying to do this on racecraft and pure pace out of the Ford, and as they head up towards Schwanzkirby, he's close enough to have a go against Chris Smiley, and there's the gap to the inside line. Sutton goes through, nicely done.
Beautiful pass, perfectly timed as always with Ash Sutton passes. The problem that Sutton has had is that Smiley's got the maximum of 8 laps of boost to use, so unless he can jump him on a lap that he's not using it, which I fancy he's done now, he's been Camish just opening the door with 2 wheels on the grass. That's the difference between using boost and not using boost.
So through he goes then, but a rallycross required as he puts 2 wheels onto the dirt and gets up ahead of Chris Smiley. Smiley still leading in the independence part of the race, which is their main goal. So now let's see what happens between Rowbottom and Sutton. As up front, Chilton and Ingram lead the way. And is it going to be Tom Chilton to win, or is there going to be another switch before the very end? Team Virtue thinking championship, of course, for Tom Ingram, but it's very hard to say to anybody, give up a race win. Camish back on the tail of Sutton. Behind Smiley, it is Hill. Then you've got Adam Morgan running 8th, Senna Proctor 9th. Aaron Taylor-Smith is in 10th place. Smiley leading in the independents. Teammate Dan Lloyd is 2nd. And in the hard tyre battle, Shedden is still ahead, and he's hanging on to that 12th place.
Yeah, doing well, but easier to do when you've only got cars on the same tyre behind you, but because at least he's in the same race as them. Now, I fancy that Chilton is not going to get that fastest lap. They're lapping 3/4 of a second to a second slower than their individual fastest lap, so the front tyres have gone off a little bit, so that fastest lap isn't going to happen even with the tow for Ingram. So it's just a case of now, who do they want to get maximum points?
Now the gap between Rowbottom and Sutton for 3rd is a 1.5 seconds, and Ash was 1,000th of a second quicker than Rowbottom in sector 1 of the lap we're currently working, and it's lap number 9. Sutton through, Camish through, there is the Smiley, Hill, Morgan train, then it's Proctor, behind him is Aaron Taylor-Smith 10th, and Darryl DeLeon then in 11th place, having started 4th on the grid. So something not quite right. As Tim suggested early on, he was struggling, it seemed, to switch on the tyres, but he's never really been able to fight back. So frustration for Darryl DeLeon as Jake Hill now gets a good run out of the S's there. Look in the Laser Beamer, the Laser Tools Racing BMW, to try to go around the outside of Smiley, and he's got his nose in front of the Melbourne hairpin. A little bit of a lock-up, and Smiley gets his elbows out, just hangs on to the place.
But I know that Hill's on the boost this lap, because I saw the light in the rear window flashing, and look at the advantage. Bit of traction advantage off the corner, bit of boost, and Hill's able to get up the inside cleanly this time of Smiley, and Morgan goes through as well with a bit of hip and shoulder onto the grass.
Chris Smiley has used used all of his boost, so all the 8 laps are gone, even though we've still got 5 laps to go. So Chris has gone hard and gone early, if you like, with the use of the boost, and that might come back to bite him now.
Well, yeah, he's obviously used that to hold that position, but hasn't quite got the pace without it. So, yeah, the gap actually at the front has split up. Look at the gap between Rowbottom and Sutton. It's quite a big gap now.
Yeah, it's stretched out by 4/10 as you look at Chilton with Tom Ingram behind. Ting not falling away, is he? So Chilton is leading on the road, and we'll wait and see whether Team Virtue want to switch positions again before the very end. Senna Proctor now comes up to have a go at Chris Smiley. The Restart Racing team has made massive strides this season. Martin Broadhurst working with Chris Smiley on the engineering front, and they'll be discussing the priority, which is to take an independence win and win the independence championship. Yeah, overall results are good. Driving standards flags have been fluttered to many. The most recent Sam Osborne as Proctor closes on Smiley into the S's on this lap 10 of 14.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to watch Hill's pace over the rest of this lap, because he's had a strong first half of the race. BMW traditionally better in the second half of the race. This is quite a hard circuit on the front-wheel drive cars, front wheels. You can tend to get understeer as the race goes on, with such a load on the front wheels for hairpins of turning and accelerating. They wear the fronts. On board, looking into the eyes of Jake Hill, the current champion, and currently in 6th place, closing on Camish. I'll just take a look at the lap times, and on that lap Hill did a 35.5 and a 35.6 for Camish ahead, as Proctor goes up the inside as he's the next one, but overshoots and Smiley cuts back. Nicely done. Don't give the place up easily, Chris, no need to.
Yeah, he's always been a feisty racer, hasn't he, Chris Smiley, as the cars then now plunge downhill once more. So Chilton, Ingram, Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish, Hill, the top 6. Word about Mikey Doble, who is struggling to make progress in the Cupra. 18th he is, so from the back of the grid he's gained a few places, but now he's got a bit stuck behind the cars on the harder tyre and some wide cars there as well. Josh Cook, he's not been able to crack. Mikey had, we thought, made history yesterday by doing the best ever qualifying position for a Cupra in the BTCC, and in the end ended up starting flat last by failing that ride height, but they're working towards a good result now in race 3.
Yeah, a little bit of unfamiliarity maybe with the Cupra for the PowerMax team, but so often we see when cars have to put on wets at the last minute, the circumference of a warm wet is less than of a dry slick, and that lowers the front ride height. They just got caught out.
Looking back from Aaron Taylor-Smith's Toyota here at Darrell De Leon behind. Aaron Taylor-Smith, who is a great character in the paddock, having a good fight with the BMW. And well, it's been a tough season for Aaron. The enthusiasm he brings to the paddock is undimmed, and certainly deserving of a good result. Been a tough season for him, switching to the Toyota squad from the PowerMax Racing. His best race results of the season are 6th, but it's been an up and down sort of a year. Let's see what he can do at Toyota's home track, of course, with the Toyota manufacturing plant in nearby Derby. Leaders go through then to start lap number 12. That means 3 to go. Chilton is now 1.2 seconds up the road, so the switch happened to give Ingram, as we were discussing, the race lead and thus the lap leader point. But it looks as though now Chilton is being allowed to drive his race, isn't it? Because that gap is building. So he's played the team game by offering up a point, but not necessarily a win.
No, and I'm glad that they haven't asked him to give up a win. Any win in the British Touring Car Championship is priceless, no matter how many you've had. And this will be a fantastic result. He's driven beautifully. He was 2/10 quicker than Chilton on the last lap. Look into the pit garage. Marvin Humphreys, team manager, done such a sterling job over the years for the team. Good to see him back in good health and a vital part of the Team Virtue setup.
Absolutely right. Tom Chilton then race leader. Onto the Grand Prix loop he comes, with Tom Ingram chasing on behind. 1.2 seconds the margin at the start of this lap as Darrell De Leon's BMW closes right up here to Aaron Taylor-Smith in the Toyota, and he's looking for a way through on the inside as they come now down towards the Melbourne hairpin, but the Toyota there with good speed coming out of the S is able to stay ahead. De Leon closing up under braking behind them. There's an equivalent battle, Toyota versus BMW, where Gordon Shedden and Charles Rainford, there they are, look, on nose to tail, and they are arguing over the lead of the unofficial class for those on the hard tyre.
They are indeed. Good battle between them. Chilton with 7 laps, just 1 less than the maximum of boost to use, is enjoying using it to stretch his lead at the front. But why wouldn't you? You might as well use it. On that last lap, again, he was quicker than Chilton, but using the boost. Chilton hasn't used his 1 lap of boost, but it's almost irrelevant because he's got such a big back gap back to Dan Rowbottom of 3 seconds.
And there in 4th place is the charging Ash Sutton. Now, if he stays there, of course, he doesn't have to worry about the hard tyre going into the next race. But if he stays there, he doesn't score as many points as he would for 3rd. So, which is the better option? Stay 4th or hope there's a switch between him and Rowbottom for 3rd place?
I personally think he should stay there in 4th. Sacrifice just a few points for the possibility of having a big tyre advantage. Not a big tyre, but enough of an advantage to maybe win race 2.
And therefore take away points from Ingram in that 2nd race later on. So this again will be in the minds of the engineers up and down the pit lane, particularly so now with championship points at play. This is the battle between Josh Cook and Mikey Doble for 17th place, Toyota versus Cupra, and Josh being captain car control coming down the hill in super slow motion there. Right, Camish here under attack from Jake Hill. Jake having chipped his way up into the top 6, so he's gone about this really well over the course of the 12 laps that we have done. It's about to become 13 in the book as Chilton is heading up towards the timing line there. You've got Senna Proctor ahead now of Chris Smiley. So has he gained a place? He has indeed. Comes up towards Goddard's. Last lap.
Last lap, that battle between Hill and Camish could be interesting because on this last lap, Hill has boost available to him and Camish does not. He's used it all up. And here we are on board with Hill. 15 seconds of usage he has, but the gap between them is a little bit of a big one. It's 3/4 of a second.
Downhill comes Hill. We need to be looking at the race-leading Hyundais just in case there's a switch, and keeping an eye also on the 3rd and 4th place Fords just in case. So the field pouring its way down through the Craner curves, and that's Shedden versus Rainford then absolutely together. Gordon Shedden just gets back ahead as they come to the old hairpin. Brilliant battle between these two. These are on the hard tyre, remember, they run as they head up towards Schrott's curve, and Gordon Shedden fends off Charles Rainford. Front-wheel drive Toyota, rear-wheel drive BMW. Tom Chilton is the race leader. Tom Ingram is second. Is it going to stay that way as they come down towards the S's? The gap to the eye looking a little bit less, possibly. Chilton, with 2 corners to go, leads Ingram, and Rowbottom in 3rd place, much quicker than they were on that last lap by about 0.8 of a second. So he's certainly closed on Ingram, but he's going to run out of laps in order to have a go at him. So Chilton heads out of the Melbourne hairpin. It was at this part of the circuit that Ingram gave the lead back to Chilton, and it looks as though Tom Chilton is going to be able to stay ahead then. He was a winner on the national circuit earlier on in the season. It's going to be an 18th win of his career, or is it? Because he slows right down, he flashes the lights, he comes up to the line, and Tom Chilton comes through just ahead of Tom Ingram. He does take the win. The gap at the flag, 0.6 of a second. Tom Chilton wins from Tom Ingram. Dan Rowbottom is 3rd ahead of Ash Sutton. Then it's Camish from Hill. Morgan comes over the line 7th. 8th is going to be Proctor. Chris Smiley 9th to win the independents, and Aaron Taylor Smith in 10th. But that, for a moment, got us worried that Chilton was backing off to let Ingram go through, but he was going for the photo finish, I think.
Last place battle between Nick Hamilton here on the inside. Is he going to hold on to it? Looks like he will over Buxton, and he just gets across the line in front.
He does indeed. So it's 20th for Nick Hamilton, 21st for Max Buxton, and Nick Halstead's behind them in 22nd spot. Well, that is really impressive teamwork, isn't it, between the 2 Toms at Team Virtue and the Hyundais, being able to make sure that, if you like, the quicker driver won, the deserving race winner won, but helping Tom Ingram as much as possible for the championship. The only thing that got away, in a sense, was the fastest lap.
Yeah, it was a virtuoso performance, I would say, by the 2 Toms at the front there, and Ingram will be very happy with the 2nd place, and so is the Chilton family, obviously. But yeah, great drive by Tom Chilton. He thoroughly deserved that win, and I'm really pleased for him.
Absolutely, yeah, great drive, and see how the teammates work together. So, Chilton, Ingram, Rowbottom, the top 3. Round 22 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, won by Tom Chilton. Tom Ingram taking 2nd place. Dan Rowbottom across the line 3rd, and Ash Sutton 4th. So the gap widens between Ingram and Sutton in the championship. Dan Camish 5th ahead of Jake Hill. Adam Morgan 7th ahead of Senna Proctor. Chris Smiley 9th to win the independence contest, and 10th Aaron Taylor Smith. 11th, Daryl De Leon ahead of Gordon Shedden, and then Charles Rainford 13th. The last scorers being Dan Lloyd and Aidan Moffat. Out of the points, Sam Osborne and Mikey Doble, who got ahead of Josh Cook on the last lap. Dexter Patterson was 19th, and Nick Hamilton fended off Max Buxton. Nick Halstead coming over the line in 22nd spot. So good drives by Toms Chilton and Ingram, and for Tom Ingram, happy that he has outscored Ash Sutton. So perhaps therefore that swayed the decision that they didn't need to switch places at the end, because Ingram was going to be clear of Sutton anyway, and therefore stretch the margin in the championship. And Sutton therefore 4th, doesn't have to think hard tire for race 2. This is how we look in the championship. 22 points the margin between Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton now. But just look at the gap they've got over Dan Camish in 3rd. He's 10 clear of Dan Rowbottom 4th. Then it's Jake Hill. Tom Chilton is 6th now. Adam Morgan 7th from Charles Rainford. Senna Proctor with his part season is 9th, and Chris Smiley rounds out the top 10. So the drivers will make their way down through the technical checks, which are less of a heart-in-mouth moment in the dry than in the wet. Tom Chilton's car goes over the weighbridge. The ride height will be checked. Then the car is going to be rolled forward. And it's back to you, Alan Gow, overseeing all of this, of course. Down in the pit lane, Tom Chilton's car will be released down to the team. And through the same process will come Tom Ingram and then Dan Rowbottom. And presumably Chris Smiley is the independent winner as well. But teamwork played out brilliantly there.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I am looking forward to race 2. Ash Sutton has got nothing to lose. He's on the softer medium tyre to the hard ones. He'll have an advantage at the start. He will be really keen to get through. It's going to be a firecracker. Can't wait for race 2.
So a winner here at the start of the season, a winner on the Grand Prix circuit a few months later. Tom Chilton, it is, who wins race 1 of the day, 18th career victory. The last win was at Donington, so it's a circuit that's been kind to him, and he's absolutely delighted with that, isn't he? Fantastic stuff. Tom Chilton wins the first race of the day, and he'll tell us all about it at length, believe me, after the break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Well, the race got off to a nice clean start with Tom Chilton holding the lead in the opening lap. From further back, Ash Sutton charged through the field from P10, putting in an impressive drive to finish P4. Meanwhile, Tom Ingram delivered a superb performance, securing his 2nd win of the season, with his teammate Ingram finishing 2nd. Let's go down to our winners of our first race with Lou.
Thank you, Nikki. And Tom, if your excitement level was 12 out of 10 after the pole yesterday, where is it after that win?
Oh, you know, I always describe things, it's like having a win. Whenever I talk, that was the win. 2nd one this year for me, personally, and it feels as good as the first one. The first one maybe back in 2004 in the British Touring Cars, my first win on this, and all these years on, it still feels just as good. And it was so nice that me and Tom could qualify front row and finish on the front. We've obviously this weekend got the perfect setup on the car. It's working really well, and me and Tom had some nice fun and games out there too.
You ticked all of the boxes because you got the fastest lap, obviously the laps for being in the lead, but you weren't in the lead the whole time, so there was a little bit of team tactics going on as well.
Oops. I was supposed to give the fastest lap to Tom. So, oops, sorry Tom, that was supposed to be your point. I clearly drove a little bit too quick. But yeah, I'm happy to give him the point. We figured it out. I spoke on the radio and said, look, last corner, let's swap. And then he had a couple of laps in front, and then I was looking behind going, we're doing quite well here, aren't we? And then pushed on in front, and I think Barry was getting nervous about the nappers closing in, so he said, start saying, you have got lots of laps of Toca Turbo Boost, try and use it. So I started using it to then pull out at the end. So it was fantastic. From lights till the finish, it was perfect.
We had the conversation before the race about what the tactics were going to be, because obviously there's always that, are they going to switch and give t'other Tom, the championship leader, the win? We did wonder as you were coming down to the line, but that was it. Did you think about it?
I backed out because I wanted Team VERTU to be across the line together, so it looked good for a photo finish. I was thinking about that, yeah. the ever showman I am.
Oh, good stuff. Congratulations. Well done on that one. Right, let's join the little chat that's obviously going on over here, and with Thomas, as we're calling you now, Thomas number 2, obviously. Thomas #1, your illustrious teammate, having won the race. Nonetheless, I mean, a great result for you. We were just talking about the tactics, so obviously you got the point for leading the race. A lot of other teams would have made that swap. Are you quite happy with the fact that you didn't swap at the end and take the victory from Tom?
Yeah, fine. You can't take a win off someone. I think seconds and thirds, I think we all look at slightly different. Look, it's an amazing championship to be in, and we absolutely love being part of it. So when you've got wins, you don't want to give away wins. And we agreed it right at the start. You know, seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths, that sort of stuff, we're okay with switching. But sort of Tom was right, and he's very right in saying we all remember the winners, don't we? We all remember how many race wins you took that year or whatever like that. So we did what we could to sort of try and bump the point situation up. But no, I'm absolutely fine. There was obviously watching a little bit of the race going on behind. Ash was never going to go any further than fourth, so he's got the favourable tyre for this next race. They're the tactics that are being played. We're trying to squeak a point there and a point there. They're guaranteeing themselves a win in this next race. So it's just what you have to do. With the tyre situation and the tyre strategy over the course of the year, we've seen it this year that the soft to a hard is too much. A medium to a hard and a medium to a soft might be okay. We'll see Ash win this next race. We've got to make sure we're as good as best of the rest. And then let's see where we are come race 3, whatever the weather may be, whatever the weather's going to be for race 2, it's going to be one of those.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because we are predicted to have rain later on today. I would imagine you're now going to be doing an absolute rain dance to negate that advantage that Ash is going to have with the softer of the two compounds on his car.
Well, yes and no. It depends if it needs to be wet for race 2 and race 3. Otherwise, we're going to be on that. Well, you know, we'll all be a hard tyre race. So I mean, it'll be what it'll be. We can only control the controller, as I've said to you no end of times, and you'll be getting sick of me saying that. And people probably want to punch me in the face every time I say it. They probably want to punch me in the face just before I've said it. But anyway, so I think they're just the tactics we've got to play. But as a Team VERTU 1-2 at Donington, having qualified 1-2, very, very good start. Really, really nice start. Let's see what goes on for the rest of the day.
Good stuff, well done. And let's bring in our P3 finisher. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Great result for you. I mean, from P7 on the grid, P3, you were quick.
Yeah, we were racing. The car was great. Didn't really want to finish third, if I'm honest. And I was trying to give it to Ash over the radio. I was like, come on, take it. But the strategy works best for him to stay there. But yeah, we'll take a podium, first one of the day. We need to take the points where we can. There's a chance of rain for race 2. If that happens, that'd be great. And if it doesn't, we'll just have to race as hard as we can.
I mean, it was all about strategy for you guys, for the Team VERTU guys. But you, nonetheless, you've got to make the strategy work. What was the situation with you and Dan Cam? Because he seemed to give you that place, but you looked like you got the pace anyway. Was that the conversation that was being had?
I don't think he gave it me. He was making it quite hard at times. We had a little bit of a, ta-ta-ta in a couple of places. Nothing bad. I don't think there's anything for me and Dan to do other than to help Ash achieve the most amount of points ultimately. And I'm still in a race with Dan Cam for P3 in the championship. So, that side of things, we're both gloves off. But then if we have to help Ash, we've got to play the game.
Well, and what are your thoughts looking ahead to the next race? Because obviously you're now going to be on the more less favourable tyre.
Yeah, if we can hang on to a reverse grid spot, that would be great. But obviously we're going to be one of 3 on hard. I don't suspect anyone will go hard for race 2 by choice. So we can just pray for a bit of rain.
Right, we will see you out there later. In the meantime, let's go back to Nikki.
Lovely stuff. Thank you so much, Lou. I mean, wow, what a race. What a result for Tom Chilton there on absolutely flying form. It really was a superb race for him from lights to finish.
Yeah, it was. It was amazing. You know what? I was just talking to you off air, Nikki. Tom Ingram is a fantastic driver, and he has just gone up, in my estimation, massively, because that would have been so easy to switch.
Yeah.
And give him the extra points. He explained it very well on interview there. But as a driver, me and Jade, we would have been like, can you do me a favour, mate, and get out of the way? But Tom Chilton, you would want in your corner every day of the week. Brilliant.
Huge amount of sportsmanship there and support for each other. And obviously, Tom Ingram didn't want to take that win away from Tom Chilton.
No, I think because of the confidence that Ingram has at the moment in his own car and his own championship campaign, he was okay to give Chilton the win because he earned it in his own right, but they didn't call for that team order because Chilton earned that win in his own right, and rightfully so, and Ingram probably saw that and thought, do you know what, he's quick enough, he's done the job, he helps me when he can, and Ash isn't right on my back bumper, so let's carry on as we are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's talk a bit about Napa Racing there, because they were playing a bit of game of chess during the course of that race. I mean, Sutton, he really did work hard, moved up from P10 to finish in 4th.
Yeah, it's something that we expect, doesn't it? You know, gets the moves done. But the one thing that did surprise me was how much Dan Camish defended from Sutton, and they had a proper set too. Look at this.
The way that Ash had to go to the inside on the exit means he was fully expecting a switchback from Dan Cam, which is a totally different dynamic that we saw at Knock Hill.
Yeah, exactly that. But also great moves like we know Ash can pull off. But yeah, for me, the talking point is the two different ways of operating between the teams. Really interesting.
Yeah,
but
do you think there's going to be some interesting chats in the garage between those two?
I don't think so, no, because the team will have control of what really goes on because they're professional drivers. The team pay them.
Do they?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
the
they
team
like
is
to think
definitely
they
always
do.
in control of two drivers.
It's a professional team, and if you don't do what the team say, then that's it. So I am interested to see, but again, I think it's great because Ash now in this next race with these 3 hard tyres for the top 3, this is going to be proper hard at it.
Yeah, and Tom Ingram has just put himself in a great position now. He leads ahead of Ash Sutton by 22 points, which is a great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It's gone. It couldn't have gone any better for him. The only thing could have been, obviously, that Ash didn't climb as high as he did. But this second race will be pivotal. I think this will be pivotal. We all expect Ash to win from 4th on the softer of the tyre, so the medium tyre against the 3 in front on hards. Pivotal now. So let's see what happens. Will they try and push him back? Tom Chilton's up there with Tom Ingram. Yeah. He's going to help him out.
And then Dan Rowbottom sneaking in a podium as well, his 7th podium of the season. Nice result for him.
Yeah, he was quick for a lot of yesterday as well. I think he was fastest in FP1, and you know, he's a very determined, focused driver, and he wants to score as many points as he can. He said to me on Friday that he's in this battle for 3rd that he doesn't really want because he wants to win the championship, but equally for his team, for his sponsors, for everyone around him, he'll want to be as high up in the championship as possible. So yes, he'll be playing the team game, but the deficit between him and Ash was about 5 or so seconds, so it wasn't worth the switch around. But yeah, he'll be happy with that result.
All right, well, let's go down to Louise for some more driver interviews.
So, Adam, thought we'd have a catch-up after the frustration of yesterday. Let's just talk about that first of all. I mean, such an amazing drive from Mikey in a car that he's only just jumped into. How frustrating was that?
Very. I don't know what else you can say, really. I mean, everybody worked so hard, and Mikey did a great job during the day in qualifying, and the roller went under both sides, but not quite in the middle. Rules are rules. Not one that I think is a particularly good one, obviously, but it is what it is.
We were sort of joking in the back of the truck yesterday afternoon about the fact that you started a race, I can't remember when it was, with Senna Proctor from P27, I think it was, and then Senna went on to win. So that was Mikey's task today. It's easy to say it, but a lot more difficult to do it. How was it for him in that first race?
Yeah, it is difficult. I mean, you can't get past all of those cars, certainly up to first, without something going our way, like some rain. So we're doing some rain dances in the back of the truck and hoping that comes out for race 2 or race 3 at some point today.
Generally speaking, how have things been for the team, you know, in the last couple of weeks? I mean, it's still a scramble, I would imagine, to get everything up and running as you would like it. You're still very much kind of working in a tricky manner.
Yeah, the boys and girls back at base are absolutely flat out. I mean, over the bank holiday weekend, they had 1 day off, and a lot of the other days they were working well past midnight trying to get these cars where we want them to be. It's the downside of being competitive. We don't want to just come here and kind of take part. We want to actually be in the race, and we're not there yet.
Best of luck for the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll be going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. They really are going in the right direction. I mean, you know, let's not forget they had that huge fire. Things don't happen overnight. This is going to be a really long journey ahead of them to get themselves back to where they were.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, they're a fantastic team. They've got great people. Boys and girls work so hard. I think one thing that Jade will back me up with is that they are such hard workers and a fantastic team. They've been given a car that's never, let's be honest, done that well. They needed some rain. It's shown how quick Doble and the team are. But yeah, they got through out with the roller because it wouldn't go underneath. The ride height failed. It's a shame. That car will only get better and better. Is there enough time for a really amazing result? I'm not too sure unless it rains.
Do you think they can turn it around at all today?
I think it speaks for itself where Adam's sort of body language there and the way he was being interviewed, it was a little bit sombre. He knows he needs rain, and although we had a lot of rain overnight, we can see now that we're basking in sunshine. So it's unlikely to happen, but they do hold that hope that, you know, at Silverstone or Brands when we're later in the year, likelihood is it's going to be cold, it's going to be damp, and it will go in their favour. But for now, they're probably just getting through the day.
Yeah, indeed. Well, good luck to them anyway. Chin up and all that. It is now time for some F4 action. Let's go to Phil Glue and Richard John Neal.
good morning to everybody from Donington Park as we embark on our BTCC race day. The support event's getting underway with our second race of the weekend for the 2025 Wera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. That's the exciting bit, isn't it? The fact that this is very much the ladder to Formula One. Looks like some early problems there off the back of the field. You want them kind of on the green flag lap, if at all. We'll come back to that. Here's how they line up, with Arjen Kraling on pole position, the top 12 from qualifying reverse for this. 11th in qualifying was Ethan Jeff Hall. Jimmy Pazik on row 2 with Adam Al-Azhari. So it's an all Argenti front row, an all Rodin second row. Then things get a little bit more mixed up with August Raber and Thomas Behrman on row 3. We're back to team specific for row 4. It's an all Fortec row with Henry Jocelyn ahead of Ari Bansal. Then it's Fionn McLaughlin and Martin Molnar on row 5. Tommy Harfield is on row 6 with Dries van Langendonk. Alexander Savinkov next from Cole Hewitts, and Chase Fernandez and Rowan Campbell-Pilling are on row 8. Row 9, Yuhao Fu and Joseph Smith. And then Theo Palmer with Tom Ingram Hill, Henry Mercier and Guy Ulbaj on row 11, Xavier Avramidis and Peter Orzechowski, followed by Charlie Edge. A very good morning to everybody from Donington Park as we embark on our BTCC race day. The support event's getting underway with our second race of the weekend for the 2025 Wera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. That's the exciting bit, isn't it? The fact that this is very much the ladder to Formula One. Looks like some early problems there off the back of the field. You want them kind of on the green flag lap, if at all. We'll come back to that. Here's how they line up, with Arjen Kraling on pole position, the top 12 from qualifying reverse for this. 11th in qualifying was Ethan Jeff Hall. Jimmy Pazik on row 2 with Adam Al-Azhari. So it's an all Argenti front row, an all Rodin second row. Then things get a little bit more mixed up with August Raber and Thomas Behrman on row 3. We're back to team specific for row 4. It's an all Fortec row with Henry Jocelyn ahead of Ari Bansal. Then it's Fionn McLaughlin and Martin Molnar on row 5. Tommy Harfield is on row 6 with Dries van Langendonk. Alexander Savinkov next from Cole Hewitts, and Chase Fernandez and Rowan Campbell-Pilling are on row 8. Row 9, Yuhao Fu and Joseph Smith. And then Theo Palmer with Tom Ingram Hill, Henry Mercier and Guy Ulbaj on row 11, Xavier Avramidis and Peter Orzechowski, followed by Charlie Edge. Some new names, Phil, for us to wrestle with over the course of...
Some complicated ones. So Dries van Langendonk, who actually turned 15 yesterday. He put it on pole on his debut. I mean, that is impressive.
Yeah, he was his second quickest lap, which determines the first race of the weekend, was P2.
Yeah.
So very quick. Former OK Junior World Karting Cup winner.
Yeah.
But, of course, we have to concern ourselves with the championship battle, and we're on board for this meeting very briefly there with Martin Molnar, the man second in the championship. I've got to say, after yesterday's race, especially after yesterday's race, beginning to look like the possibility of Martin taking is slipping away a little bit.
It is a little bit, yes. It's a bit of a shame because we wanted that fight. They obviously took each other out at Knock Hill, and then they finished next to each other as they finished the race yesterday. But that was again McLaughlin that took the second place, and obviously Molnar was third. Is that right? Second and third, were they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, and McLaughlin getting up into second position past Molnar on the penultimate lap. No. So he probably didn't have to do that, but the racer in him set a benchmark. For us, it was obviously exciting watching those two at the top of the championship going head-to-head. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we've got a bit of a damp circuit this morning, so we are going to see some action, I'm sure. Now, you've got the two Argenti cars on the front row. They're all trying to find a spot that's less damp. But unfortunately, you've only got one area to put the car. As we can see Peter there in the blue car coming up at the back of the field, who's with the CDR team. You've also got Charlie Edge there as well with CDR, but you've got CDR first winner in race 1 of the weekend. Let's see if the Argenti boys can take the win in race 2 of the weekend.
Let's see if they can. The relative newcomer, Ian Kraling, in the green car on pole position for this one, qualified 12th yesterday, doing a good job betting himself into the championship. He joined at the Zandvoort round when he turned 15 years away. Away go, gets away well, but it's a great start from the inside of row 2 by Jimmy Pezik, who looked pretty confident yesterday as they go down to Redgate for the first time. No stallers as we had yesterday, so it's a good clean run into Redgate for the first time. Kraling is down in second position at the moment, Phil.
Yes, and I think Ethan Jeff all dropped to fourth, so that was a terrible start for him, but they were both on the wettest part of the circuit. But a great start from Pezik in the roading car, who's got the lead. You've also got another roading car in third, so yeah, Argenti didn't quite get that right, unfortunately, with that damp start, with the red lights were on for ages for the start of that race. So it's yeah, maybe that caught them out slightly.
Starter's prerogative, of course, isn't it? The official starter, that is, able to do that. You never quite know when it's going to get underway, but yeah, good start by Jimmy P in the 93. He'll take a reverse grid win at the moment, but at the start of the year we were tipping him to take the outright honours. We're on board with Molnar, looking ahead at Dries van Langendonk, the newcomer that you rightly mentioned, celebrated his 15th birthday with a pole and second in qualifying. Didn't celebrate getting off the line, he stalled, a little bit of nerves. I think with a similar thing we saw to Thomas Bierman when he had the
So all having a big moment through the chicane. There's a damp patch just on the apex, the second apex. Unfortunately, that was one of the high-tech cars that managed to just go over the sausage curve and launch it off the circuit. But you also saw Fernandez, who had a big snap of oversteer, but no problems for the leader right now, Pezik, who's managed to, he's the first one to all these conditions. So every time he gets to each corner, he's the one that's got to suss out to see where the grip is.
He is, and in fact, there we go, the 15 car making the move on our camera car. That's Dries van Langendonk. Mighty impressive. I mean, this is his first car weekend, isn't it? Lots of karting. Done a bit of testing, to be fair, and has been up at the top in testing, so that counts for a great deal.
It does, but no, it doesn't count for racing and actually qualifying at a race weekend. I mean, it's quite amazing that he couldn't actually race a car until yesterday. So the fact that it was his birthday on the day that he's racing, he managed to do the test. As you can see, the Argenti cars running side by side there as you're going up the hill to Coppice. That's Raber who's got the better of him there.
It is, yeah, with Ethan Jeff Hall slipping down. I was kind of going to put money on Ethan maybe getting his first win. He had his best result of P2 at the Grand Prix meeting, the non-championship round, but obviously getting a bit frustrated.
Yeah, it does look a bit that way. He's not quite got up the line, so that's sort of ruffled his feathers a little bit. So let's see if he can sort of try and refocus and get back on terms with his teammate. Oh, as he doesn't do that, he has a big moment, and now you've got Bansal, I think it is, all over the back of him. So now he's having an absolute nightmare of a race, especially when he was so quick in testing and qualifying. He had a lot of his laps disallowed. I think there was a few issues with the track limits yesterday, and I think they've scrapped a lot of them now.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, standard. We'll talk about that more later.
Don't mention the track limits.
Back on board with Molnar as he's trying to get back past Lang van den Donk. And look how close he is. He's running to his rear wheel with his front left. Make sure they have no contact with the other, because the thing is, Langendonk there has managed to get in the toe there, so he didn't get past, so he managed to get a slipstream, so it just pulled him along a little bit, so Molnar couldn't get by.
Yeah, absolutely right. Got Tommy Harfield, yesterday's race winner, in front of them as well. Pezik still leading. Alazari is in P2. Ian Kraling. It's going to be good for Ian here in a reverse grid race to maybe experience the opportunity to get an outright podium, and that's the beauty of these reverse grid races. I make no apologies for saying that. Let's have a look at the car in front of Martin Molnar. Full start.
Yeah, Jocelyn has got a false start. That didn't actually look that bad to me, but yeah, Molnar, he had a lot of revs there. Didn't quite get off the line as nicely as he should have done. But yeah, much better start for Langendonk there, because he actually stalled whilst in second place on the grid yesterday. So it was a real shame for him, but he gets to start on pole for the last race of the weekend.
We're used to seeing that livery as one of the McLaren development drivers. I'm not sure whether that is the car that Ella Lloyd normally races, but obviously similar livery, which helps us out. Ella Racing in Formula Academy this weekend. Look at Pezik, he's checked out and gone here ahead of his teammate Alazari. So the two roading guys from row 2 on the grid doing a super job here of getting away. Kraling in third place, Raver is fourth, then it's Ethan Jeff Hall. Thomas Behrman in 6th place, Ari Bansal 7th. It's interesting to watch that jump start by Henry Jocelyn. I was talking to James Gornall, the Fortec team manager, yesterday, and he said, "Oh, by the way, Henry's sorted his starts out now." That's ironic for you, isn't it?
Oh dear, Tiggy, you should not have said that. Oh, big moment there for Raber. Yeah, he's just managed to hit those sausage curbs, which apparently I think they've dropped the track limits through there now. It's just the ones with sensors. So
where the sensors are working, I gather.
Yeah, well, that's the question. As you can see, Bansal and Jocelyn here are fighting for position, just like Raber and Jeff Hall, as Jeff Hall just runs a little bit wide there. So you've got the two Argentis and the two Fortex fighting hard with Beerman in the middle.
We have, yeah, and then we've got Henry Jocelyn, Tommy Harfield 9th, Van Langendonk is 10th place ahead of Finn McLaughlin, being the championship leader. I was trying to work out yesterday whether McLaughlin can win the rookie championship in this race or not.
Yeah.
So if you'll indulge me, I know you'll have done the sums already, Phil.
Never. Always leave that to you, Richard.
What does he need? I reckon, by my maths, this has got to be ratified, of course, in the official results and everything else. Phil needs 6.5 points over Thomas Beerman in this one, but Beerman's ahead of him. So at the moment, the rookie championship likely to be sewn up in race 3, but not in this one, unless Beerman retires.
I tell you what, Langendonk is giving it a real... I think there's a bit of a puncture there. It looks like he's got a puncture. As you can see, McLaughlin got past both of them, but Langendonk just clipped Harfield's rear right there. And it's giving a puncture. That is a nightmare because it's such a long lap.
Yeah, just totally the wrong point on the track for that to happen. I mean, you don't want it to happen anyway, but that's a shame for Tommy Harfield.
Yeah, especially when he's just given up the Challenge Cup, which he would have easily won, to carry on the season. And
yeah,
the fact
but that's paid dividends, isn't
absolutely,
it, this weekend? Yeah.
Especially with that win. But as you can see on board with Molnar here, so you might be able to see that incident in front. You can see Langendonk has just gone round the outside there and just tried to keep it in as they've just clipped the front wing on the rear right. So, yeah, bit of a shame for Harfield there. I want to be looking at Al-Azhari. He was catching Pasiq quite quickly. He's actually dropped off a little bit now. He's a second and a half behind. But, yeah, Pasiq's now come back with the fastest lap. As you can see, Beerman down the inside of Crailing.
Yeah, both with the rookie insignia. Beerman on his first full season, but did the tail end of last year. As we go back to Adam Al-Azhari, won 2 races, one at Silverstone, of course, and was fastest lap. But as you said, Pasiq getting that back and pulling away, so it's looking a relatively comfortable road in 1-2. And Jimmy Pasiq will be very happy here to get back. Pasiq kind of not the forgotten man of the championship, but still 3rd in the standings. But he's away down. Well, he's not away down. He's only 20 points behind Molnar at the moment, Pasiq. So we can't write him off yet.
Yeah, no, exactly. And Harfield's only about 20-odd points behind him as well. So yeah, Harfield's still got a chance. Unfortunately, with that puncture, he's going to be losing a lot of points. But let's see on board now with Molnar as he's trying to chase down the new boy, Dries van Langendonk. But he's not quite close enough to make a move yet, but it all gets very tight and close. At the head-on contact, McLaughlin takes out one of the Fortec cars. That's Jocelyn he's just wiped out. So, yeah, it was a late move. It's very damp on the inside, but that gives Molnar a chance. And you've got Fernandez off as well, stuck on the wet grass. You've got to be very careful on the throttle as you're trying to get off the wet grass. But, yeah, not sure exactly what happened to Fernandez, but we saw exactly what happened to Jocelyn.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, Fernandez was he behind this? Let's have a look at Molnar.
He's got damage front wing, and he's going to need to make sure he doesn't have any contact with Molnar and that's allowed Langendonk back through past Molnar. So, yeah, it was quite clever stuff there from McLaughlin. Who had damage front wing, made it very difficult for Molnar to pass, and that's allowed another car through. So, smart thinking from McLaughlin.
Yeah, McLaughlin 8th place, just in the points because the reverse grid race is the top 8 as opposed to the top 10. His move.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a late move. He actually didn't do any damage until after the contact. So, and then you can see another bit of contact with Fernandez.
Back with Martin Molnar. So down in 10th place, out of the points significantly.
Now we've got black and orange flag for this car, Molnar. Now I'm not sure why. I can see actually his front wing has come loose, so he's been given the black and orange, he's going to have to do something about that, although there is only less than 2 minutes left, so not sure what's going to happen there. Someone just ran a little bit wide coming out of the chicane. As you can see now, the battle is getting... Oh, we're going a little bit wide there for Rayber. He's locked up, gone straight on. Behrman's going to get a run now, coming down the start-finish straight.
Let's see how much Behrman can make up at that loss of momentum, but the answer is not too much at the moment as they come down into Redgate. Has a little jink, has a look, he's got Bansal right behind him as well, and Rayber, I think, has got away with that, Phil.
He has, yes. He, like I said, he was pushing quite hard at the start. I'm not sure whether he just braked a little bit late there, but someone just ran a little bit wider. Again, one of the high-tech cars. Abramedes has just run through the gravel slightly. Molnar's had to come in because of that flag is coming for a new front wing, so that has really helped McLaughlin, who also has been in for a front wing. So yeah, these guys seem to just do whatever each other do. So they were both out at Knockhill. They're both coming for a front wing here at Donington.
They're matching each other, aren't they, at the minute?
This is not what we need for the viewers at home. They want to see a closer battle with the championship going all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the definitive thing was yesterday with McLaughlin passing Molnar with 2 laps to go. That was an outright fight between the pair of them. We're going to see it again in race 3, but significantly, they're not going to be on the front of the grid. We're going to have the young Belgian, the 15-year-old Belgian, on pole position. And he'll have been pleased there he is back of shot. He'll have been pleased to have had that start right in the pack. Yeah. And that'll take the pressure off a little bit after the stall yesterday.
Exactly, yeah.
For Dries.
Now, Bansal, who Dries is chasing, has actually got a 5-second penalty for track limits. So Bansal is going to drop down the order. So that's going to bring Langendonk up into 6th place.
I wonder if we'll see him. Will he go Europe, or will he come into the championship next year, just do a couple of rounds with us this year? That's an exciting prospect. I'm already excited about next year and the drivers that could come back.
Yeah.
And I know there's actually a deal being done, I think, today in the paddock for a driver to move up from junior racing into F4 for next year. But of course, before we get to next season, we do look forward to that. We look forward to the run-in to the flag for this year, and it's Jimmy Pazik who is and I'll tell you what, Al-Azhari is going to have a go for this.
Yeah, it looked like it. I thought maybe there was going to be some team orders, but no, he did show his nose going up into Coppice, into McLean, sorry. And we've got 46 and 2, number 2 as well, who
Joseph
is Smith. Yeah, he's also got a 5-second penalty. So yeah, a few people are going to make some positions here. It's Mercier as well. He's up in 10th place. He started right down in 21st, I think it was.
Yeah, he was way down, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. So, 21st up to 10th. What a great drive from the Argenti driver, the American driver who lives in Spain, has come over to England to race for Argenti. As this is the final lap now, this is going to be a 1-2 for Rodin.
Yeah, they'll be very, very pleased with that. Jimmy Pazik heading towards the 4th win of the year. A little bit of a lock-up as he goes into Goddard's for the last time. Allows Al-Azhari to get closer, but the 18-year-old Australian takes the checkered flag from his teammate, Adam Al-Azhari. Ethan Jeff Hall is 3rd and completes the podium. Another podium for Jeff Hall. He will get there with the win in the end. Rayber in 4th. Thomas Behrman next up from Dries van Langendonk, who came through, Phil, from 12th on the grid into 6th, so he gets 6th place points for overtakes, plus the championship points as well. Ian Kraling, good character building stuff for him in 7th, and 8th place going to Ari Bansal. Here's how they finish round 23 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship here at Donington. Jimmy Pazik takes the 4th win of the campaign. Adam Al-Azhari next to me for Jeff Hall and August Rayber. Thomas Behrman from Dries van Langendonk in 6th. And Ian Kraling completing the rookie podium. Behrman, Langendonk and Kraling 1, 2 and 3 in rookies. Ari Bansal in 8th from Alexander Savinkov. Then it was Henry Mercier completing our top 10. Yuhao Fu next up from Tom Ingram Hill. Then it was Theo Palmer and Xavier Avramidis. Charlie Edge in 15th from Guy Olbaj. Then Joseph Smith and Chase Fernandez 18th. Peter Orzakowski 19th from Martin Molnar. Down in 20th and out of the points. Cole Hewitson was next up from Henry Jocelyn. Finn McLaughlin after his stop, 23rd. Rowan Campbell-Pilling, a dismal race for him again, sadly. And Tommy Harfield, who had that puncture, completing our runners.
that was a great drive in the end, because actually the pressure was on towards the end. We'll talk about the final corner in a second, but generally across the piece, you must be really, really chuffed with that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We've got a really good start, starting P3 and then going into P1 by T1. So that was super cool, which just enabled me to be able to control the race from lap 1. And then, yeah, just do what I really wanted to do, which was just set consistent lap times, manage the gap to behind, and that's what we did.
Well, the lunch break continues here at Donington, but after the break, we will be bringing you the best of the rest of the action from this morning, including those lovely minis. But before we do, my favourite part of the show. It is time for our quiz question from David Addison.
As Josh Cook returns to the Toyota fold this weekend, who was the last driver to win in a Toyota on the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington, and when? The answer after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing. So I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I'll go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in? Yeah, okay. It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness. Wait, square brake. Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing? Wait. You're off.
Thing just... It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Before the break, I asked who was the last driver to win on the Grand Prix circuit here in a Toyota, and when. And the answer was 2023, and the driver, Rory Butcher. Well done to those of you that got it right.
So now it's time to bring you all that action from the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy with Richard John Neal.
Welcome back to Donington Park, and our first glimpse of the minis in action here. A little bit of a damp track, which has been dried up a little bit by the earlier race today for the British F4 Championship, but we're looking forward to this one, a reverse grid race based on the result of race 1 of the weekend with the top 10 positions. That's what was drawn by the race winner yesterday, Olivier Algieri, starts back in 10th place. So this one could be a little bit of a bun fight. We've got a nice onboard for you. This is Alfie Garford, the junior graduate this year, 16 years of age, from Stamford in Lincolnshire. Nearest circuit for him, Cadwell Park, which is not somewhere the Mini Championship goes. And that could be debated, couldn't it? Cadwell, a lovely track. People say, oh, every time you go to Cadwell, people say, oh, you can't overtake on it, but you can. And people frequently do. So Alfie moving up from Fiesta Juniors, and it's worked out quite well for us, because in the reverse grid he's starting on the 2nd row in the Wera Tools car, so we look forward to seeing what he can do from there. So pole position, P10 in race 1, therefore pole position in race 2 of the weekend to Luca Marinoni Osborne. Alex Keynes is alongside. Our onboard with Alfie Garford on row 2, Henry Foote next to him, followed by Louis Capozzoli and Josh Wilby. Gabe Fairbrother is on row 4 with Reese Hurd. Then it's Ashley Gregory, 2nd yesterday, alongside round 1 winner Olivier Algieri. James Sherrington for Westbourne on row 6 with Leo Purchase next up. Ronnie Smith and Paul Manning on row 7th, followed by the Richardson brothers, Cameron and Murray. Monroe Renard on row 9 with Simon Sweetland, and the grid completed by Louis Fleet. With Luca Marinoni Osborne on pole position in the 81 car, the 21-year-old from Wokingham in Berkshire gets off the line well, as I think indeed does the entire field. It's Alex Keynes in green slotting into 2nd position. Henry Foote in purple on the outside of row 2, trying to dice with Garford. They were both in the Junior Championship Fiestas last year, and Henry Foote goes up into 3rd place, side by side for the lead as the championship leader. Alex Keynes challenges hard as they come down through Redgate into the Craner curves for the first time. They're still side by side for the lead. Henry Foote is keen to get up and challenge as well. Henry having his best result of the season yesterday, and here they come. It's 3 for the lead as they go down to the old hairpin for the first time. Garford is next up. Louis Capozzoli returning to the championship. He's in grey, is in 4th place. Issues there, sadly, for Murray Richardson, the Mobley-based teenager, 17 years of age. And it's still side by side for the half a lap, side by side for the lead. Henry Foote next up. Alfie Garford is there. Here we go, on board with Garford in 4th place, looking at Henry Foote. Foote will try and usurp the championship leader here as they go uphill into the double apex corner here. Have they sorted themselves out front? 2nd, 3rd and 4th have, as we look at Henry Foote, the youngster from just outside Truro in Cornwall, probably the furthest travelling driver in the championship. And here we come, Marinoni Osborne coming under pressure from Alex Keynes, who looks down what normally would be the inside if we're racing on the national circuit. I think they've all had the memo about track limits. The first part of the chicane, I understand, is monitored. The second is not. So it's Marinoni Osborne the leader, Alex Keynes in 2nd. Couple of dives going on a little bit further back, and that's Algieri coming up from 10th on the grid. Algieri is up into 5th place. Incredible stuff from Algieri. He had notionally a hat-trick last time out at Croft in the Caterham meeting. This is the run from Garford. We've got Gabe Fairbrother gone up ahead of them as well as they go across the line. Plenty going on here. And now it's Alex Keynes up front. Keynes leads. Marinoni Osborne second. Gabe Fairbrother now up to third. Henry Foot's going to go for a sweep and maybe go for the outside line at Redgate. Can't quite do it and turns in. I thought he was going to go round for a minute, but it was quite a sharp turn in from Henry Foot. Very busy between all of them behind at the moment with Louis Cappozzoli on the outside. This kind of emulates what we saw yesterday. The front runners kind of got away, sorted themselves out as Algieri now goes on the inside run. Algieri past Cappozzoli. Now, replay of the first lap. Redgate first corner. Oh dear, that was the problem, wasn't it, for Murray Richardson in the number 8 car. Now, 3 wheels on his wagon for Simon Sweetland, who started 18th, has had an issue with his car. We didn't see him go off, but that, I would say, is going to necessitate a safety car. So Sweetland, one of the, what would have been the directors category for the slightly older drivers, but at the moment they're still racing. And Algieri, who's come up from 10th, has had his progress halted at the moment, but he's going to dive up the inside. Algieri looking at Gabe Fairbrother. They go side by side, and the Team Westbourne man pops it down the inside. Henry Foot's going to try and follow suit as well in the purple-fronted race car consultants prepared machine. Can't quite get the momentum to do it. So it's Keynes, Marinoni Osborne second, Fairbrother now down to 4th with Algieri in 3rd. And Algieri here, his aim for the meeting, as of course every driver's is going to be, is going to take a hat-trick, and particularly after the judicials that saw him have his 3rd win at Croft taken away from him. Still very fraught between these. Fairbrother not finished either as they go through Melbourne, very slightly uphill into the final corner on the lap they will go. Algieri still with the fastest lap, and Alex Keynes has got a little bit of breathing space at the moment, mainly because they're squabbling over second. Algieri braving it out on the outside here. Is he going to be able to hold this, or is he going to get squeezed onto the dirt? He does, and he's going to recover. A little bit of rally crossing for the 38 car, and he loses momentum. So Marinoni Osborne, Alfie Garford giving the signal. Now behind him is Cappozzoli and Sherrington in different teams, so he wants to crack on. Does Alfie Garford, and the man I was kind of tipping for a potential win in this one has dropped back down the order. The Wera Tools car not looking overly happy at this stage of this one with 13 minutes on the clock. As Fairbrother and Algieri still very much at it and working hard here. This is those two battling there to give you the perspective. The lead group there, 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Cappozzoli getting involved again, and Garford gets into the side of Henry Foot. Let's hope Henry doesn't get any damage, or any of them get any damage for that matter. Garford over the grass. Now, is this going to be is he going to be able to control the car for a controlled rejoin? Certainly giving some entertainment in the car, but probably for the wrong reasons. And I think he has. Alfie Garford has rejoined. And we'll have a look. Everyone comes out of that relatively unscathed. So here's what was happening. Henry Foot in front. Okay, so Cappozzoli goes wide. Garford, yeah, just unavoidable that, and winds up on the grass. Now we'll have another look at the cars. Yeah, 3 cars into one corner very often doesn't work, particularly when you've got one coming back on. Gregory in the 22 car, second yesterday to Algieri, and has matched him pace-wise fairly well in this one, and will be delighted to have had fastest lap. That's now with Josh Wilby, as Alex Keynes and Gabe Fairbrother. Algieri at the moment, he's not getting away. He did develop a gap yesterday. Keynes is looking as if he might be able to re-challenge for the lead. Now, is he going to be aided or abetted by Gabe Fairbrother in 3rd place, the number 11 driver, the 19-year-old from Chester? Keynes takes a wide run there, trying to gain a bit of momentum. A little bit too far there, rumbles the curbs a little bit. That might lose him that additional momentum to try and challenge Algieri. Now, 2nd and 3rd engage. That could let Algieri off the hook and start to get away. Fastest lap, as we said, with Josh Wilby now in 6th place, number 95. How very evenly matched these cars are, but our top 3 giving us a very, very good battle here. 4th place is Ashley Gregory trying to close in on the lead group. Ashley probably would have been hoping for Simon Sweetland to have instigated the safety car, but we didn't get that. Whether that car recovered or not, or was deemed to be in a safe position, I don't know. But it's the lead trio, then Ashley Gregory trying to break clear of the group behind them, and Algieri, who's done all the work to come through the field, but is struggling to get away from second and third. It's Keens in second. Are they going to keep it all together and then have a bun fight on the last lap? They might do, as Fairbrother has a look down the inside. Is he going to try and go through? He's got the inside run here. That will convert to the outside at Goddard's as they come out of the Melbourne loop. They're still side by side, but Keens will know, racecraft-wise, that he's got the racing line into Goddard's and he reclaims the position. Now, I said if they engaged, it would let Algieri off the hook, and that is exactly what's happened here. Algieri, look at the gap that he's got. Those two cars battle on two corners, and the gap, as the safety car is scrambled now, the gap goes out to 9/10 of a second. It was nothing before, 9/10, but all that is negated because Scott Stringfellow, and it's Osborne off. Luca Marinoni Osborne, who's gone off. We thought that might have been a delayed one for Simon Sweetland, but Luca Marinoni Osborne in the 81 car, another of the Westbourne drivers. We've got Westbourne leading and a Westbourne car in the gravel at the moment. Are we going to see what happened? Marinoni Osborne, the second car in the group we're looking at the moment on camera. Was there a little bit of contact? Maybe. I think there probably was. It was with Ashley Gregory. That one will go to the clerk's office. So as ever, Mini drivers form an orderly queue outside the Mini Transporter in the paddock after the race. On my stat sheet, I always write the Mini results in pencil because inevitably you get them changed around. Ashley Gregory, yeah, I'm not going to call that one. We've only got 1 minute 38 on the clock, so I think they're going to go on to the last lap here. The lap times for qualifying, 1:53. So it's going to be a one-lap dash, and Algieri is in the box seat, but he's got an eager pack behind him. It's going to be key to see whether Fairbrother and Keens engage in battle at the moment. It looks like Josh Wilby is going to be getting involved in the battle, but Algieri did the restart well, goes across the line onto the final lap of the race. So Algieri looking to make it 2 out of 2 here. The man from Llandudno is the race leader. Alex Keens in second, Henry Foote making a move. So these two that were involved in that incident earlier on, and Henry Foote renewing their battle from Fiesta Juniors last year. Garford gets forced out a little bit wide as they go out of Redgate, and Henry Foote goes through and up into 9th place. More points for Henry, but Algieri is out front and reclaimed fastest lap as Louis Fleet now goes past Fleet up into 10th place, ahead of Alfie Garford as well. Now, the battle for second has ignited, and Gabe Fairbrother here wants the points. He wants to beat Algieri. He's not going to do that in this race, but he wants P2. Coming up in the mix as well is Josh Wilby, who had fastest lap earlier. We've seen fastest lap traded so many times. Wilby up into 3rd place. Algieri here, well, let off the hook in the later stages of the race, but did all the work in the early stages, coming up from 10th on the grid. So he leads it. Second position. What's happened to Keens? He's down in 4th. Second position now is Fairbrother, will be in 3rd. Keens next up. Ashley Gregory side by side with Ronnie Smith, who's come through well in the 96 car. And then Leo Purchase had an absolutely sensational race and come up into 7th, Leo Purchase, which is great as they go down towards the hairpin for the last time. So Algieri here looking for a 6th win. Is it going to be enough to close him up in the championship? He's 30-odd points behind, so I'd say probably not going to take the championship lead here, but he's going to get ever so much closer to Alex Keens, who's back in 4th place. Keens in green looking to try and get 3rd place back, but Algieri round the Goddard's hairpin for the last time. Will we see a change for 3rd? Remains to be seen as Algieri comes across the line. The Westbourne boys are on the pit wall, and they are delighted as Algieri makes it 2 out of 2 here at Donington Park. Fairbrother 2nd, Josh Wilby 3rd, Alex Keens 4th, from Ronnie Smith in 5th, Ashley Gregory 6th, Leo Purchase 7th, and James Sherrington completing our top 8. A good race from the Minis. I think, to be absolutely fair, Algieri mastered the restart, and the battle behind him was all about championship points, which allowed him to get away. Who's to say he wouldn't have done anyway? He'd got the 10th of a second lead when the safety car came out. But this youngster battled his way through. He's only 19, from Llandudno, as we mentioned, and 3 pole positions this year for Algieri, part of the Meron Motorsport Group, which is the management team run by Tommy Watson, who raced with us in Minis last year, and he takes the win. Round 14 of the championship, and another win for Olivier Algieri from Gabe Fairbrother, and Josh Wilby completing the podium. Alex Keane's the championship leader, 4th from Ronnie Smith and Ashley Gregory. Leo Purchase 7th from James Sherrington. Henry Foote in 9th ahead of Alfie Garford. 11th was Louis Fleet from Monroe Renard. Then it was Murray Richardson with his brother Cameron in 14th. Luca Marinoni Osborne 15th from Louis Capozzoli. Simon Sweetland, Paul Manning and Reese Hurd all having issues in the race, very sadly.
Congratulations, these wins are coming thick and fast, including now 2 this weekend. You're going to take some stopping, it seems. What's the secret?
I don't know, to be honest. We've been obviously getting a little bit better all year. I'm finding our feet with the car. Obviously, it'll be my first full year in the championship. But now that we're starting to get there, we're starting to pick up the wins, and the racecraft's coming along really nicely.
So after all that action, it is time for a short break. But when we return, we'll be with the fans in the autograph sessions, getting up close and personal to those drivers with Paul and Lou.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number 1 mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps. That's more than enough. Okay. I don't really. Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Nice weather, big crowd, should be a lot of fun.
That's what the Sunday series is all about.
Get to the bucket! Still in front is Nannino Niati. The Shetland pony race and future riding stars. And away they go!
Luna Larson and Alex Larkspur getting up to deprive Neville.
A new presenter for ITV Racing.
It's Bergerac in control.
Get in the photo, Angie. We could do with a bit of glamour. We don't want Tom in it too much.
Oh, we've had a lot of fun.
This is what it's all about. It's great, I think.
Next weekend, do join Ollie Bell for the final event of the Sunday series. The team will travel to York, where the winner of the Jorvik Shield will be crowned. That's next Saturday at 2:15 on ITV4. And there'll be more racing coming up in September with the St Leger Festival. 4 days of top-class action from Doncaster, including the final classic of the season. And that all begins on Thursday, the 11th of September, 1 p.m. on ITV1 and STV. Now, the beauty of the lunch break is it gives all the fans that have come here to support their favourite drivers the opportunity to meet them in the autograph sessions and maybe squeeze in a cheeky selfie or two. Let's go down to Louise and Paul.
Well, it's the lunch break here at Donington Park, so as always, drivers out for some autograph sessions. So we thought we'd come down, say hello. We're going to start with the Team Toyota local race. You dive on in and have a chat with Flash.
All right, thanks for that. Gordon Shedden. Good to see you, mate. We're just having a little chat off camera, and it's good to be alive, isn't it? You seem very happy for someone who's not where you really should be.
Yeah, I mean the margins are close. I think the result in that race, we finished the top runner on the hard tyre, and there's still this delta, this deficit between the medium and the hard. So again, we're, as we lack this ultimate pace, we're always having to play the alternate strategy. So we could do with a bit of weather, we could do with all sorts happening as the day goes on, and again looking for race 3 and being on the right tyre on the right part of the grid.
So race 3, like back in the day when you were in the estate car and won it on the last lap.
That was a good day, that, wasn't it? I would take a repeat of that 100%. But yeah, there's great memories around Donington. It's really busy today, great atmosphere, and I do think the weather's going to play a bit of a part in it as the afternoon goes on. And yeah. So here we go.
Nice one. Have a good one, mate.
Dark clouds rolling in, actually, so you might get your wet weather later on. Aaron got cold. He's gone to get his coat, but you're warm enough now.
Yeah, it's Baltic out here. That's what I would say. And I wanted to come and look good for you, Louise. So I was like, I should go get my jacket so I don't look like I'm a slouch. So
you're looking fantastic. I'm particularly loving the little hairy chest here.
Oh, a little monkey like that.
Burt Reynolds.
I'm not cool enough to have a hairy chest. I don't know if you know me. I'm a square. So I'm sorry for that.
How's it going with you? Settling in? All good?
Yeah, really good. Thank you. Difficult race 1 on the hard, but now we've got that out of the way. There's 2 mediums to come, so hopefully the rain stays away, but we'll see.
Good stuff. You've still got half a mouthful, haven't you? They're trying to eat their lunch at the same time as they're signing autographs. Now, signing autographs, having photographs taken, Paul and I have an appointment with a stag party they asked if they could do a picture with us. So, okay, we're in. You ready?
Jeez.
How cool is this?
Who's actually taking the picture?
Oh, there's no one taking a picture?
Okay. Our floor manager, Gavin, will take a picture. Here we go.
Gavin will take it. There is someone taking a picture.
Cheese. Cheese, please, Louise. Right,
Who's getting
out of here.
Me.
Who's the stag?
Amazing. Well, you look amazing. You look very familiar, actually. Thank you very much. Anyway, enough of that. No, you didn't. No. Anyway, let's go.
I'm sure your bride is going to be wearing something probably a little less pink and a little more. Anyway, enough of that. It looks,
Lou, there seems to be
fabulous princess.
There seems to be a lot of stag do's and things these days. It's quite a nice.
I think it's really lovely.
It?
You've got everything from babes in arms to stag do's to hen parties to everything comes on to Troy Carrera. Here's a man I just want to grab a quick word with, who was looking So strong out there in race one. Did you go early on the boost? Because you ran out, didn't you?
No, we had an issue with the engine. And we were a bit of a mobile roadblocker, if I'm being honest. We were really struggling in the straights. The guys are having a look down. We're like 4 or 5k down from where we were yesterday in FP1. So yeah, a bit disappointing, you know. And at the start, we had an issue with the start procedure as well. There's something happened with the software and the start. So yeah, a bit frustrating. But hey, 2 more races to go. We should be able to get ourselves back up towards the front again, with some of the cars at the front having the hard tyre now. So yeah, bit of a frustrating start today, but still good independent points.
Hope so. That's good. Do you want to dive in with Daniel? Quick word?
I don't think we have time, actually.
Oh, we're out of time.
Have we?
Quick
Come
word
on,
with
then.
Daniel.
Let's go and see my man, Dan. CP30, how are you doing?
I'm all right, you?
I'm not too bad. Listen, mate, like I've always said on interviews, it seems to be an ongoing issue of just trying to keep going. But you're here again, trying to keep everyone happy. Big sponsors are happy. I know Nigel Turvey and people who are looking after you are made up with what you're doing.
Yeah, everyone's been mega. Like we said before, the fans have done it for me, got those partners on board, so thank you to everyone who's done that. And we've been quick this weekend, got caught out a little bit with the rain yesterday. Mega quick at the start of that race, got roughed up a bit, but we've got the medium tyre for the rest of the day. So we're trying to capitalise on race 3. So yeah, should be good.
Defo, it's the car to have, so we'll see how you get on, mate.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Absolutely love it. I mean, what a vibe. That is why we love touring cars, right? Best fans, best access. Now, after the break, we have plenty more live racing action coming up. And next, it's the F4s.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTV as well. So really enjoying it in the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number 1 mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything, it'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps. That's more than enough. Okay. I don't really. Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
So race action is set to get back underway here at Donington, and it's the first of our live support races with the Wera Tools F4 Championship. Ready and poised up in the commentary box, we hope, are Phil Glue and Richard John Neal. Good afternoon, gents. How's it going up there?
Good afternoon. Yeah, very well indeed. Thank you very much. We move from the big match to the big race, Phil. The effervescent world of F4 bubbling away. More stories this weekend than a Croydon office block planning application.
Absolutely, yeah. I can't wait to see what the McLaren driver can do from pole. We turned 15 yesterday, and he's starting on pole on his debut. So let's see if Langendonk can get his pole position turned into a win. It will be tricky because he did actually stall yesterday, starting P2. So we'll see if we can maybe get a better start from him today. But also big news is obviously the CDR driver of Harfield. CDR and Harfield getting their first win of the whole championship, in fact, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely mega job. And we'll come to all that and build on it a little bit more as we get into our race, assuming we have time to do that. Let's have a look at how they line up, though, for round 24 of the championship. Dries van Langendonk on pole position with Tommy Harfield for Chris Dittman racing alongside. Martin Molnar and Ari Bansal are on row 2. Henry Jocelyn and Thomas Behrman completing our 3rd row. Next up, August Raber and Adam Alazari. Then it's Fiona McLaughlin, the championship leader, next to Jimmy Pazik. He's 3rd in the title chase at the moment. Ethan Jeff Hall is next from Ian Kraling. For Argenti, Alexander Savinkov. Our first look at him on the BTCC package, but he was at the Grand Prix meeting. Alongside him, Cole Hewitson, then Chase Fernandez and Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Yu Hao Fu and Joseph Smith, who joined us for the first time last time at Knockhill. Theo Palmer at Tom Ingram Hill, row 10. Henry Mercier and Guy Albage on row 11, followed by Xavier Avramidis and Peter Orzakowski. And Charlie Edge for Chris Dittman completing our grid. It is an absolutely mega field. We've got onboard coverage with the man currently 2nd in the championship, Martin Molnar. Didn't score in race 2, so the gap remains at 44 points, 44.5 points between himself and Fiona McLaughlin. There is Charlie Edge for CDR. He's in the Challenge Trophy, so does the 7 nominated rounds over the course of the season. He will be back at Silverstone. I don't think he's doing Brands. That's the one that he's missing. And talking of Challenge Trophy, when we go back to the front of the grid, and
Tommy Harfield, who is at the front of the grid, as you mentioned, Phil. I'm going to have to come back to it because we're very much under starters' orders. Hopefully we'll have some time to talk about who's done what and where as the lighting sequence is complete. So it's the 15-year-old Belgian, Dries van Langendonk, who does get it off the line this time, but into the lead and looking for a second career win is Tommy Harfield. Van Langendonk is coming under pressure and is passed by Martin Molnar, who goes up into P2.
Yeah, Langendonk obviously didn't want to stall again, so he's obviously been a little bit more cautious. But yeah, look at Harfield, he was away, wasn't he there? Absolute lightning start for Harfield, who got his first win yesterday, and yeah, looking like he's already ready for a second win already.
Yeah, this is how he started yesterday's race, and it was maybe a little bit less benefit yesterday because the cars did manage to slot past Van Langendonk very quickly at the start. We had one of those heart-stopping moments where he was, you know, when a front row car stalls in single-seaters, you just worry that everyone's going to get past. Thankfully they did, as Thomas Behrman now starts to have a look at Ari Bansal. So Behrman in the number 7 car, the Silver 7, looking down the inside of the rapid young Indian driver, doubling up in the GB4 Championship. Right behind them as well is Adam Al-Azhari, the Rodin Motorsport driver. Had a good run in race number 1, but it's Harfield the leader. In second position, Martin Molnar. This virtually a repeat of yesterday.
It certainly is, yeah. Al-Azhari getting a great run there on the two of them. Then he managed to get a good run on Behrman through the chicane, because Behrman had to sort of try and take a different line as he was battling with Bansal. But yeah, let's see if Molnar can turn his look around and get some results, because he needs some points now to take this to McLaughlin.
And this is a good opportunity for him to do it, because Finn McLaughlin got to judge to have caused an incident in race 2, the partial reverse, and that gave him a grid penalty. It puts him down in 11th place. Now, in terms of the overall championship, he's going to be out of the points in 11th, but rookie-wise he will be. Could potentially wrap up the rookie championship here. I know our friends from TSL will be over the rookie points for us and maybe let us know how he's comparing with Thomas Behrman as we get a side-by-side down through the Craners.
Yeah, Raver's got a good run there on Al-Azhari. Managed to get on the inside, but then was on the outside going into Old Haircombe, but managed to have the run to get in front. So Al-Azhari's now trying to attack him as they go up the run, up the hill, the run into McLean's. Can he then get on the switch back to Poppis? This is allowing Jocelyn back into this. Jocelyn actually had a bit of a bad start. He started further up the grid, but has dropped back. Look at him trying to go on the outside of Al-Azhari, taking his front wing off, and a puncture for Al-Azhari.
Yeah, in the gravel, that is going to be an early safety car, unless I'm much mistaken. And yeah, a shame for him as Harfield continues to lead. Look at the gravel already all over the track, which is going to perhaps cause a few problems.
Big shunt there from a high-tech car of Abramedes as it went over the top of a car in front. Not sure who it was. Yeah, that's taking his front wing off as well. This is carnage in race 3 for the F4 Championship.
Yeah, probably are going to need a safety car to slow it down. The officials will be trying to work out if they need to, and they'll try and do that very quickly. There is Adam, he's okay, which of course is the good news. Great work from the marshals recovering the detritus from that. And it's Harfield that leads them down across the line. No safety car this time, so they're going to have to respond to very heavily waved yellow flags. And of course the yellow electronic signage that the drivers get as Finn McLaughlin makes a move here and looks to make his way past the number 19 car of Alexander Savinkov, the Ukrainian driver.
He should have known that he had damage on the front end of his car. He really should have come in the pits, because he'd taken his front wing off early on in the lap with Al-Azhari, and he's obviously going to have very little front grip.
He got the control back by the time he got to the track, which was the thing I was worried about.
Yeah.
And if it had been wet grass, he wouldn't have done, but he did do that. Let's come back to Harfield. Chris Dittman Racing, their first win in F4, extremely well earned. You know, not in a reverse grid race fast enough. I'll come back to that. Here's the start.
Molnar didn't make a very good start either. It was actually both the pole sitter and Molnar. So Langendonk and Molnar made a really bad start, but Molnar's slightly better one than Langendonk, and actually managed to get in front of him into turn 1 around the outside. But absolute lightning start from Harfield, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely great start from him, and the youngster who was part of the Challenge Cup, so nominated his 7 rounds as the first 7 events of the season.
That's Mercier that's just run through the gravel on lap 1, and then this is a replay of the very, very slight contact. You can see straight away the rear left deflated as the front wing of Jocelyn pierced the sidewall.
Well, we see that a lot in the meetings. It's like popping balloons, isn't it, really? If you get that close, it is a shame for the drivers concerned. And Al-Azhari was I thought actually beginning to have a decent run in the championship. Certainly did in the reverse grid race earlier on in the day. So Harfield's still out front. I'll go back to the point that making about our race leader. Is he okay? Has he got a wrist injury there?
He didn't hit the wall too hard. That's Ingram Hill, isn't it? He's also got rear suspension failure by the looks of it. He's either had some contact with someone or something's failed, so he's had to pull off the track. So not a great first few laps for Vortec, is it? With Jocelyn having the front wing damage with Al-Azari, and now Ingram Hill out of the race too.
Got Banster in fourth, so we'll see whether he can make it up into third place by the end of the race.
So yeah, we're still racing. Obviously, a few yellow flags are out there, but it's quite good not to have a safety car for a change. So another 19 minutes left. Let's see if we can do the rest of this race without a safety car.
There's a slight hint of cynicism there.
I don't mind it, but sometimes we have them too often. But this is good.
Harfield doesn't want it, does he? With a
definitely not
9/10 of a second lead.
Saying that though, Molnar has caught a lot this lap on Harfield, so Molnar really needs this more than anything.
Yeah,
he has to try and help his championship, especially with McLaughlin down in 9th at the minute. So McLaughlin has actually made up a few places. Oh no, he started 9th, he must have dropped to 11th, and he's now back to 9th. So yeah, he did qualify 4th.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about Molnar. He needs this. This is what happened yesterday. He closed in, couldn't quite. We're going to have another replay.
That was over Fernandez. So Fernandez has lost his rear wing, and yeah, that's number 2 of Smith, who's run up the back of him. You can just see he got on the throttle because he thought everyone else was, and he's driven over the back of Fernandez. So yeah, that's
good for the parts business, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, lots of front and rear wings flying everywhere.
There's a big market for that.
Let's see what Molnar's doing on his fastest lap of the race. He's chasing down, he's in the tow, he's going up the hill, up to McLean's. He's trying to get it in nice and early over the inside curve. Careful not to run too wide on the exit curve, so you don't want to get track limits. It's a blind right-hander of Coppis here. You've just got to send it in, use the hill to slow you, roll off the brakes as quick as possible, and send as much speed as you can without hitting that bollard on the inside. Now we've got the chicane, so we've got to go over the brow, and then we've got to brake down to 3rd and carry as much speed over these curves without doing too much track limits. Those yellow bricks that we call them on the inside really try and stop the drivers from cutting corners too much. And then you've got the final 2 corners of the hairpins, which are pretty good corners because they're good for overtaking. So let's see if Molnar can try and get a little bit closer. He's pretty good on the brakes. Let's see if he can try and throw one down the inside of Harfield. You can see how much he closes there on the brakes. He's got to get the exit though. Harfield's focusing very much on getting exits, but this is also bringing Langendonk into the race as well, isn't it?
It is. It's a similar story to yesterday's race for Molnar because he was hounded by McLaughlin throughout the race, and Fiat managed to nip past him on the penultimate lap as they were on the Grand Prix loop. And for me, that was kind of whether it becomes a defining moment in the championship, but it's what you want to see. You want to see the top drivers in the championship racing each other, and we did. It was Fiat that came out on top in that battle. So he could have sat back. He's got a 40-odd point lead in the championship at the moment, but he didn't. He went for the move, and that kind of draws a little bit of a line under where he is in the championship. But equally, we've seen a couple of little mistakes as well. Obviously from all drivers over the season, but Fiat's had a couple this weekend.
Yeah, but it is his first year as well. We've got to remember that he is a rookie. McLaughlin's come from winning karts races to now winning F4 races, so fair play to him. As we see one of the CDR goes go around the outside of the XL.
Charlie Edge, look at that, round past New Halfu.
Absolute brilliant move from Charlie Edge there. Now that's also brought Palmer into this mix as well, and also further back we've got Peter, isn't it? Peter in the blue car. Blue Peter car.
Blue Peter, I thought you'd be too young to remember that.
I was on it.
Was you really? Have you still got the badge?
Oh yeah.
We'll have to have a concam with the badges, the twin badges. That'll be
We just saw Molnar trying to get down the inside into that hairpin that we were talking about earlier. He's very good on the brakes here, isn't he? He's not as good as Harfield through that corner, because Harfield manages always to get the exit, so he can't have a run into the braking zone of T1. But let's watch again. This lap, I feel like Molnar is going to be making a move.
Yeah, Martin Molnar trying to close up on CDI. Wonderful to see Chris Tipman racing at the front end. And we raised the question in race 2 this morning about whether there is another single-seater level championship. A single-seater championship at this level with as many teams where every team has won a race in the season. I'm pretty sure there isn't, and that's a mark of where this championship is at right now.
Absolutely, yeah, so competitive. It's absolutely brilliant to see CDR get the win, that they've been so well deserved for so long. But Harfield doing an amazing job. They've waited all this time for a win, and it looks like they're going to get 2 in one weekend. It's Incredible stuff.
There might be curtains for him after this, because I know they've really scrimped and saved to get him on the grid this weekend. They've opted out of the Challenge Cup, so this is the 8th event. You have to do 7 for the Challenge Cup, so he's knocked himself out of the lead position in that championship. He could have come away with championship silverware, but instead he's opted out of that. He's come in here and he's had a win, and he's leading this one as well.
And that's put Ella Lloyd in the lead of the Challenge Cup, isn't it?
It has, yeah.
They're doing only 7 rounds there. All the girls are away doing F1 Academy this weekend at Zandvoort, supporting F1, so there's a few missing, but we still have 25 cars on the grid, so it's impressive.
Mega job from
fill all the
MSUK.
seats.
MSUK and the F4 Championship, what a fantastic job they have done week in, week out over the last few seasons. It's a brilliant championship, and it has. I was chatting to, there's Harry Banter, I was chatting to his dad earlier on. His dad said, you know, he started in arrive and drive karting in India. He could have raced in India, but he said, son, the only place you've got to go is to the UK. Go to Europe, go to the UK and race F4 there.
Yeah, it's been a thing for many years that you need to come to the UK to earn your stripes, and obviously with the difficulty of a lot of these circuits, it really does help these young drivers start their careers and moving on into the next steps of the ladder, which is F3 for a lot of these guys. Obviously then to go into F2 and then F1, but yeah, some of these circuits, they're tricky tracks for these young lads to learn.
Some drivers actually say, do you know what, I don't want to be going to Croft and Knock Hill. But the majority of youngsters that you talk to and their parents say, this is all about learning, regardless of the type of track. This is all about learning.
Exactly, yeah. As you can see, a move going down the inside there into McLean's, and they're now trying to get the switch back. But yeah, great battle here.
Savinkov
going on with Yeah, Hewitson, he had a good qualifying, didn't he?
If you look at his results over the course of the season, I think I alluded to this at Knock Hill, he's gradually climbing up the order. I would love to see the South African youngster back for next year, lose his rookie status, get in the mix for the...
no.
Oh, he has.
You did not need to do that. That was... that's a silly mistake to get a track limits. That's a 5-second penalty. He now really needs to get the lead and pull away from Harfield.
Yeah, that's gonna put a knock in the championship points as well, isn't it?
Yeah, real shame for him. But let's see if we are going to get a bit closer now. Molnar is definitely closer to Harfield, but let's see the actual track limits that he did, or the final one that he did. Well, no, he didn't do a track limits there. The guy in front did. But this is the big story of this weekend.
They're signing you up as an official, mate, when you finish commentating.
Thank you. This is the big story of the weekend, actually. There was a lot of track limits, well, there's one, going on all weekend, and the pole lap was being looked at, and they're saying that that was track limits, and then other people said that they got track limits, but they got the laps were allowed, and basically it's been a real mess this weekend. I don't know whether the sensors are not working or something's gone wrong, but yeah, it's really affected qualifying to a certain extent for a lot of drivers, and it is definitely affecting a lot of the race results. So yeah, we do need to make sure that we've got everything working going forward, because there's a lot of money being spent in this championship, and there's another one there, another 5-second penalty, and it's all been ruined by small mistakes like this, and whether it's the drivers doing it in the first place or whether it's the actual technology that is failing, it needs to be right, it needs to be put right.
Whatever happens though, we've got a race on our hands here, because Molnar wants to get in front, and you know, from the viewers, at least it's not a drive-through, which you can't get back. He can argue the track limits afterwards, but it also means we get to watch the race between him. Now the question is the team, will CDR tell Tommy Harfield that the second place car's got a penalty, and that takes the pressure off him a little bit?
It does, yeah. It's if he goes through, he knows that he's just got to stay within 5 seconds of him. So, but Molnar's going to be wanting to be pushing hard here to get this position and then try and pull away. But yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, it looked like Molnar did run wide, but there's a sensor. I'll try and show you on this shot here as you come down the hill into Old Hairpin. Just look on the green bit on the left. There's like a little strip just there, gone. He didn't run over that, so that's not a track limits. So that's the argument. Is, you know, you've got to go over the sensor for it to take a photo of your car, and if you miss it, then you've not done the track limits.
It's like speed cameras, isn't it, on the motorway? It's generally indefensible, isn't it? If they've got the picture, then you're stuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you can't pass it on to somebody else.
No, you can. I don't suggest you should, no.
Definitely shouldn't in most circumstances. So Martin Molnar trying to close up then on Tommy Harfield up front. Tommy looking for a second career win in one meeting. Are CDR going to be able to do it? They're very capable of it. It's been wonderful to watch their progress this year. And the team, the celebrations last night, absolutely mega. They look so much more. And Molnar has a look. Now remember, the gap is accentuated by the camera, isn't it? So he was closer than the camera probably alludes to there.
Yeah, no, I think he was looking for me. I thought he might have been defending, but Dries in the McLaren coloured car behind is a bit further back than that, so he definitely wasn't defending. He was maybe trying to make Harfield make a mistake, maybe look in his mirrors for a split second, have a lock up, and then maybe he could have got through. But yeah, I think he's going to have to be wiser than that. So he needs to really sort of focus on getting exits to try and then outbrake him into the next corner. You've always got to plan so far ahead. You can't just sort of think, well, I'm going to try and do it at this next corner. You've got to make sure that you're planning for maybe into the chicane or the next heavy braking zone into one of the hairpins, and that's like 4 corners away from where you are now. So it's very much a game of planning ahead.
I'm just trying to work out the rookie points, Phil, at the moment, and I think there are 3 points as it stands in the rookie race between Behrman and McLaughlin. It's 133 points, so yeah, by my reckoning, and my maths was wrong in race number 1. Remember, same score as James Caroline. Yeah. That's why I'm going to blame that. 130 points left on the table for the rookies after this race. So, by my reckoning, maybe title by half a point, but all subject to confirmation and official ratification.
Yeah. We'll obviously look at that later on. But Molnar's going to go for another move there. It's all a bit half-hearted there, so he does need to really sort of think about whether he's going to go for a really late lunge and just make sure that he throws it down the inside fully. And a little lock-up is okay. You just got to be in control of your car as you go down the inside and on the exit. And that's how Molnar got a penalty at Knockhill, because they said he was slightly out of control on the exit, which is what made the contact between him and McLaughlin and took them both out of the race.
So what's your thinking here? Obviously, Molnar's got to get in front, but if you're Tommy Harfield, I'm guessing with the third place car not that far behind, you don't really want to be dropping down to third.
You don't, no. You don't want to be...
He wants to get 2 first past the flags this weekend.
Exactly. You don't want to be dropping back at all. You just want to focus on winning this race. So at the minute, Harfield's got this covered. He can see that Molnar's sort of half tempting to go down the inside, but it's not a proper lunge. So as soon as he gets a little bit closer, I think that's when you'll see Harfield starting to defend. Oh, good, another time penalty.
Harry Bansal.
Bansal now in 4th place. That's 2nd, 4th and 10th. All got 5-second penalties. That's going to make move a lot of people up the grid. And yeah, it's a real shame for Bansal, because he was having a really good race. So yeah, what a disaster for Forte. They really did deserve more.
I think the drivers should all get together and say, what we'll do, we'll all do track limits for the first 2 laps, and then we'll just crack on with it. They're all over 5-second penalties, all the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They may as well. Molnar's going for the inside this time. Is he going to make it a bit too late? It's going to be contact. He's gone over the top of his wheel. He's taken him out of the race. It's too half-hearted. He needs to go for the lunge. He can't just place the car down the inside and expect the car not to turn in on him.
Do you know what really... Tommy Harfield cannot get that back. Penalty for anybody. Does not get that position back for Harfield. I'm gutted for him.
Yeah, it was great to have that on-board camera to see that move. And we saw it for a few laps now, that he was sort of showing his nose, but not really, and that was just, he wasn't committed. He's got to go for the move, and he's caught his front left wheel on the rear right of Harfield, and that's a real shame for CDR. Harfield did not deserve that.
But they'll take away... out. Yeah,
he's had a spin.
Now, has he been passed by McLaughlin? That's going to be key in terms of, we said it was half a point anyway, that might just underline the rookie. Here's a replay, he locked up, he knew he was in the wrong there, he's going to be in the clerk's office.
Yeah, and that's now put the pole sitter back in the lead of the race. As we see a replay, he's gone down the inside, it's just not there. He's not got down the inside, and it's real clumsy. I feel sorry for the pair of them, but you know, especially Harfield, we can see again with the onboard, he has got a slipstream there. You can see Harfield's half thinking about defending, but he's not there. He needs to get the front left up against the wing mirror at least.
Harfield tried to get it round the corner, didn't he? It just wasn't. And what it means is that we've got, you can hear the reaction from the crowd from our camera there. We've got Van Langendonk, now the 15 years old and 1 day, in lead position, unaffected by penalties, that is, as well. Here he is.
That is impressive, isn't it? Like, he literally turned 15 yesterday as he goes for his first car qualifying session. and he puts it on pole.
Yeah, mega job from him, wasn't it? And would love to have seen him involved in the race. Bansal second time penalty, Molnar third time penalty. So August Raber, I think potentially second, depending on how far he is behind. And Jimmy Pazik again in the points here. Pazik could be up near a podium here again.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, no, he needs to keep getting these points. He obviously had the win in race 2 of the weekend. So yeah, he was the one to watch at the start of the year. Obviously with his experience of doing the British Championship a couple of years ago. He also did it in Australia as well.
Yeah,
I think.
he's reigning Aussie F4 champ.
Yeah. So we were expecting him to be fighting for the championship, which, as long as he keeps getting the points, we could still be up there. Pazik is in third.
Well, particularly, I was going to come to judicials, Phil. What's going to be the judicial decision potentially for Molnar, with obviously the 5-second penalty for the track limits, but he's going to get a penalty for the contact on Harfield as well. So is that going to be a DQ? Is it going to be another 10 seconds, or
be another 5? I would have thought, maybe a bit more. But yeah, it could be worse. It could be a penalty going into the next round. But yeah, let's see. That's going to be something for the teams that are going to be fighting over straight after this race, to be honest. He's going for a move on the Fortec car, but that's how you do it. You send it down the inside, and you don't sort of...
Bansal left the door open.
He did, yeah, of course he did, yeah, but you know, you've got to be committed on these moves. You can't sort of, and you can see Bansal coming back there, big lock up there. You need to tuck back in behind Molnar now and get the slipstream, but yeah, much better move from Molnar.
He'll be happy you said that. He'll be very, very grateful.
Yeah, I don't want to be too harsh, but you know,
no, absolutely
messy.
Right. It's nice to see that clean bit of racing, isn't it? And Molnar up into provisional P2, but with the time penalty to be added on at the end. But it's Van Langendonk who is our leader for road. Here's the pass again. Let's go with Molnar.
To be fair, he's a little bit closer than he was on Harfield, but he's still got the toe. But he's gone for the move. He's committed to the brakes.
Yeah.
He's actually not locked up either that time. But he made the apex before the other car, and that's why the move
I said Bansal left the door open, he saw him, he knew that was done, didn't he? So that was a respectful response from Bansal there.
Exactly. So there's Charlie, Edge, and is that Fu that's fighting for 16th and 17th position?
Fu fighting, see what you did there. Very good. Was that unintentional?
It was actually, yeah.
Very good, yeah.
At least you picked up on it.
So yeah, Yuhao Fu, he's again a driver making some good progress. So Edge immediately ahead of him, and we're hearing, is he spitting and spotting out there?
Oh, that's going to make it exciting, isn't it? With nearly 2.5 minutes left on the clock, we might get a little bit of rain and spice things up even more.
I think Mr. Gow's called in the clouds for the touring car race, hasn't he? Quite very possibly. So that might be what's happening. Time penalty, car number 23.
That is Palmer. So Palmer in the XL car has also got a penalty. So 1, 2, 3, 4 penalties now, and there's going to be plenty more after the race, I'm sure, for some of the incidents.
The only time you see more penalties is Man United in the Carabao Cup.
I don't know. What about the penalties in the Man U and Grimsby Town
That's
game?
The one. That's the one.
Yeah. That was amazing.
Not want to rub it in for him.
I was born in Grimsby, you know, but I actually support Man U.
Well, you don't live in Manchester, so that's understandable. Anyway, back to the racing. So Van Langendonk, the leader, creating a little bit of history. There's so many stories, great stories in F4 this weekend. What a weekend it has been. So we're going to leave the battle with Charlie Edge and go back to our leader. 15 years of age, yes, though. Remind you of this story. The Rodin McLaren car. Normally we see those colours with Ella Lloyd, who, as Phil mentioned, is away racing F1 Academy this weekend. But either way, still at the front of the field.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Ella Lloyd, I think did she ever win in...
I haven't had a chance to catch up yet, I know Nina Gateman did in the reverse race, another F4 alumni.
Yeah, maybe she was on pole, but yeah, the McLaren car is flying at the minute, but McLaren have backed this young Carter, and they've definitely backed the right one, haven't they? Because he is absolutely lightning with a pole, and it looks like he's going to get his first win on his debut. So we're going to see, obviously, one more lap after this, and see if we can have a Dutch win for Langendonk.
Yeah, he's done very, very well indeed. There's been a lot of talk about, he's done a lot of testing, this, that and the other, but you were saying to me earlier on that probably hasn't done as much testing because you guys know the industry, you know who's out, you know the youngsters that are getting the attention, but maybe hasn't had as much testing as some people have been saying.
Yeah, I think he's done enough to obviously get up to speed.
Well, you have to, yeah, of course.
But yeah, I'm not sure whether he's done as much as some people think. You know, there's other drivers that have done more, but you know, he's been concentrating on his karting career, and that's what he's made sure that he's focused on, and then he can obviously do a bit of testing in between kart races and get up to speed in an F4 car.
Well, McLaughlin is ahead of Behrman, so it's going to be rookie title to Field McLaughlin. I know that's not his ultimate aim, but he'll be pleased to wrap that up as the clock ticks down to 0 here. Confirmation of the last lap, and it is Dries van Langendonk, the young Belgian. Remember that name, remember where you heard it first, the F4 British Championships.
Belgian, not Dutch,
Belgian,
sorry,
yeah.
that's my bad.
It's chocolate. Belgian chocolate. Yeah. I'll tell you what a performance, and people will remember this weekend where he's come in at the age of 15, the youngest age that you can race British F4, certified by FIA to make your way up the racing ladder. He's only got the one turn to complete, and he comes across the grid lines and will head down towards the checkered flag, buzzes the wall and grabs a win on his first weekend in the championship. Bit of history written there. Molnar, we think he's 5 seconds clear and will stay on the podium. So Molnar second across the line. August Reber is third. So Molnar second, Reber in third place from Ari Bansal. Ethan Jeff Hall fifth. Jimmy Pazzi wrapping up the top 6. And seventh, we think, wrapping up the rookie championship is Fionn McLaughlin.
Yeah, that's a little bit of luck there for McLaughlin not to have to go to the next race fighting for the rookie championship. But yeah, great effort from him all year, but he's really going to be wanting to focus on the main championship.
Yeah, that is it. And we don't want to devalue the rookie. It's very important for the rookies, and the likes of Cole Hewitson, Thomas Behrman, very much their rookie year, and will be able to, we hope, come back and do a little bit more. But that race, big shame, of course, for Tommy Harfield in that one. Did Tommy get going again? Yeah, he did. He finished in 10th. Tommy Harfield got in the points after all that.
Wow, that's impressive. He's not going to be happy with that result, but at least he came away with some points. He definitely deserved a lot more, especially
and reputation fully intact.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But there's going to be a lot of talks in the clerk's office after this race, so yeah, I hope you're all ready for some change of results. But we've got 10 seconds of the track limit, so he's going to be dropped down all the way down to 9th. So that's put Raber in second, Jeff Hall in third. So that's a second and third for Argenti. Yeah, it's moved McLaughlin up to 5th.
Extends the overall championship lead there, McLaughlin.
He's done it again here. Yeah, you couldn't quite see the sensor there, but there is a black line that we'd have seen on the track, on the green, sorry, that he's obviously crossed. But yeah, it's an FIA championship. It should really run FIA rules, in my opinion, but that's a conversation for another day.
Here's the result, round 24 of the VERTU F4 British Championship here at Donington. And a bit of history. Dries van Langendonk, the 15-year-old Belgian, takes the win. August Reber second, with Ethan Jeff Hall completing the podium from Jimmy Pazzi. Second in the rookies, and provisionally, I think, claiming the rookie title is Fionn McLaughlin from Cole Hewitson, who completes another podium in the rookies. Well done, Cole. Rowan Campbell-Pilling seventh. Good drive from Rowan through the field there. 8th place goes to Tommy Harfield from Martin Molnar and Arjen Krailing, wrapping up our top 10. Ari Bansal is 11th from Xavier Avramides. Alexander Savinkov, 13th from Henry Mercier. Guy Olbaj next from Charlie Edge, who came from the very back of the grid into 16th. Peter Orzechowski ahead of Theo Palmer. Yuhao Fu, 19th. Thomas Behrman ultimately recovering for 20th. The other runners, Henry Jocelyn, Tom Ingram Hill had issues earlier on, along with Josie Smith, Chase Fernandez and Adam Al-Azhari. As you can see from the shot here, it looks like the rain is starting to disappear. We've got blue skies up ahead as they make their way down. Yeah, there 10-second penalties being shown to those drivers. A nice greeting for them as they come in. They probably do. Rub a bit of salt into the wound for them.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the championship standings then. 2 events to go. Fionn McLaughlin, 45 points clear now of Jimmy Pazzi, who goes up into P2. Martin Molnar down to 3rd. Tommy Harfield is 4th. August Reber 5th from Henry Jocelyn. Al-Azhari 7th from Behrman. Then it's Jeff Hall in 9th and Rowan Campbell-Pilling in 10th. Rookies, 151 points with 130 remaining. Field McLaughlin provisional champion. Thomas Behrman second from Cole Hewitson, Theo Palmer and Xavier Avramidez. Challenge Cup, Ari Bansal takes over at the top ahead of Ella Lloyd. That's going to be exciting as we go to the last couple of rounds. Charlie Edge is in third. Good effort from Charlie, particularly in that race. Elba Larson next from Ian Kraling. Goodness me, what a super weekend of F4 racing we have had. And there is your young winner, Dries van Langendonk. Grab yourselves a sticky bun and a cup of splosh. We'll have a word with the youngster in a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
Thing just...
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
So in the F4s, all eyes were on poleman Dries van Langendonk, his first race weekend at just 15 years old. Racing got underway, but Mona and Harfield came together. Plenty of wheel-to-wheel action, but it was eyes forward for Van Langendonk with a lights-to-flag victory. Let's hear from our winners with Luke.
Thank you, Nikki. And Teresa, what a birthday weekend. You could not have given yourself a better present, could you, than to get this victory on your debut?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I saved my luck for today instead of yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, made a little mistake at the start. But, yeah, I mean, got a bit lucky at Melbourne Loop. But all race, we were quite strong, struggling a bit at the beginning, but we came on a lot at the end. They just made contact as we were coming back. So, I mean, yeah, just great for everything. And thanks to the team for, yeah, couldn't do this without them. So
I don't know, yesterday wasn't that bad. You got yourself on the pole position, and it was through starting at the front that you were kind of in a position to get this result.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was still really good because at the end we still got really good racecraft at the end and good comeback after the stall. And also the pole position was really nice birthday gift. So yeah, and a nice watch as well. So yeah, grateful.
Obviously, you dropped back a little bit at the start, but how did you feel when you kind of saw the incident happening ahead of you and the road opened up, really, just for you to drive on through and take the win, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Martin trying sometimes, and I thought they were going to have a scrap. So, I mean, yeah, I was just hanging back and waiting and, yeah, seeing if they were going to do anything and sparing my tyres for the end. So, yeah, I mean, relieved.
Relieved, well done. It's an absolutely fantastic result. Hang around a little bit because I want to have a little bit of chat with you about the McLaren programme as well. But let's dive in and talk to August. I mean, that was one of those races. We saw all sorts of people having issues with track limits. It's all about having a clean race and keeping the car where it should be, really, and that's what's resulted in this P2 for you.
Yeah, for sure. It was a race where it wasn't the most exciting, but those races are always one of the toughest mentally, just putting in the laps and things, but just had to keep it clean. I learned from my mistakes at round one where I got my win taken off me for track limits, so you know that paid off today where we inherited 2 places because of it.
Well, you say not the most exciting race. Does that kind of bother you? Do you want the excitement in the race, or would you take the results over an exciting race any time?
No, I think it's good to have a mix of both. I think for me, race 1 was very exciting, a lot of overtakes, but crashes also happen that way, so it's good to have both. But this is, you know, really where you see the mentally strong drivers come through and the fastest ones as well.
What are you learning in these kind of situations then?
Well, I mean, to be honest, from a driver's point of view, there was quite a lot going on. Also a bit of rain there in the final few laps I saw in my visor, but you know, you just have to learn to not drive in your mirrors and look forward because, you know, crashes can happen and there's always opportunities.
And again, you were somebody who was, you know, what could you see of the crashes going on ahead of you?
so I didn't.
Were you able to see anything of the incident ahead of you? Or?
I didn't see quite at the hairpin. I saw one of the cars turned around, but I didn't see what happened. No, it was a bit too far in front.
Okay, right, let's dive in and have a word with our P3 finisher, Ethan. And I mean, similar situation to August. You just kept it clean, and as a result of that, you're here on the podium.
Yeah, we had a good start. Started 11th actually. It's probably been one of my best starts this year. Managed to make a place up into turn 1, so we just kind of got past Finn at turn 1 and then made another move into the last corner on the first lap. Got up to 5th on the road, just avoided the carnage and getting past people, just being in the right place at the right time. And then obviously 2 people in front got penalties, so just capitalising on their mistakes, and yeah, it brings us here. So it's a mega race and I'm just over the moon with the result.
So a little bit more exciting than August then, because he was just telling me he had quite a boring race. Yours sounds like it was a lot more fun than he was.
Yeah, possibly. I think he started a little bit higher up, so you know we had a little bit of like a comeback to be back where we are. So and then we got up to the back of August with about 5 minutes in, and then obviously it's just so hard to follow around here. So just managed to stay put and not lose any places. We actually had a warning like 5 minutes in, so it was just about trying not to do track limits again. So I think we managed that really well. And the pace was mega. You know, we used our best set of tyres in race 1 and race 2, so the pace on them tyres then was just phenomenal. So yeah, can't thank the team enough for doing a great job with the car.
Well done, good stuff, congratulations. And I'm just going to go back and grab a final quick word with Dries, because Dries is yet another driver, and we've seen various others, Ella Lloyd being a classic example of another driver who's on the McLaren development programme at the moment. You're relatively new to the programme, been with them just over a year. What difference does it make for you being associated with the Formula One team?
Yeah, I mean, development as well. Just McLaren are really good at that. Also, I've got Warren Hughes with me at the tracks most of the time. So yeah, his advice is really valuable to me. Also, Alessandro, the director, his advice is also really valuable to me, and just yeah, it develops me very well as a driver.
So, and as you say, it's a proper involvement. I think sometimes, you know, associations can be a bit more of a sticker than an actual, you know, being embedded with the team. But you spent time down at the factory in Woking, didn't you? And have a lot of input from them.
Yeah, also just having meetings at the factory or just doing physical tests helps me a lot. Just being in shape for the races, and yeah, I've never really had a problem with that since I've been at McLaren. So yeah, extremely grateful to them.
So have you had any word from the team out in Zandvoort yet? They're in your home country.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the best weather there, but yeah, I think I'm going to speak to them very soon, but not yet after the race. So
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of congratulations coming your way. Congratulations. Well, as Dries is saying, it's bad weather over in Zandvoort. We're wondering exactly what the weather is going to be doing here, because there are some clouds overhead, and we've got the second touring car race coming up. That's going to be after this break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say that they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
The sun is shining at Donington. Lights out, good getaway made then by Smiley from third on the grid. Demon start as you would expect from Darrell to Leon, but it's going to be Tom Chilton just ahead on the run down towards Redgate. Rowbottom gets up the inside of Smiley down to the Melbourne hairpin. There's the gap to the inside line. Sutton goes through, nicely done. Tom Chilton comes through just ahead of Tom Ingram. He does take the win. The gap at the flag, 6/10 of a second. Tom Chilton wins from Tom Ingram.
Hello and welcome back to the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We are here at Donington Park ahead of round 23, and this is how the grid is lining up. Tom Chilton on pole position with his teammate at Team VERTU, Tom Ingram in P2. Then it's the Napa Racing boys just behind, Dan Rowbottom and Ashley Sutton. Jade, I mean, pole positions for Tom Chilton are like buses at the moment, aren't they? He waits 14 years, then he gets 2 in one day. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he obviously got the qualifying pole position yesterday, but then he wins race 1 and then starts on pole for race 2. But obviously, there's this tyre compound. They're now on the harder compound, and I think the first driver on the softer is Ashley Sutton. So again, keeping that championship heat very alive.
So how are we going to see the team strategies play out here? You know, how much support is Chilton going to give Ingram? Tom Chilton's had his win this morning. Now is it his time to play the team game?
I think so, yeah. That win this morning would have meant a huge, great deal to him. There's a great photo going on behind us. Yeah, it would have made a great deal to him, but now it's all about the championship. And because they're on the harder compound, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tom Chilton fall into line with Ingram. They probably know they're not going to win because of that harder compound, but it's about survival for Tom. Tom Ingram, and Chilton will be helping Ingram score as many points as possible and probably playing rear gunner.
Right, well, let's find out how the drivers are doing ahead of the race. Let's go down to Lou on the grid.
Thank you, Nikki. I think there are a lot of eyes going skyward at the moment because, as you can see, there is rain in the air. There are wet tyres on the side of the grid. I've been trying to work out which way the wind is blowing to see whether that rain is coming towards us or whether it's going to miss us. But this could get interesting. It could get spicy. So let's dive in and grab a word with Ash. He had a great race one after a pretty frustrating qualifying session. I was Dan Robo, when I spoke to him after race one, he said he offered you P3, but funnily enough, you weren't interested.
Funny enough, I wasn't, to be fair. I declined on that offer. I purposely slowed down the last couple of laps to ensure that he didn't want to swap positions. So, yeah, it just put us in a slightly better position now. Obviously, with the weather the way it is, it's very hit and miss. The last thing you want to be is on a hard tyre in these conditions. So, hopefully, we've made the right call.
What is your thinking for this race? I mean, the guys up ahead of you on the harder tyre, you've clearly got an advantage. How quickly do you need to make the most, or how quickly do you think we will be seeing you getting past them?
Going up against the Hyundais is tough, full stop. So, I mean, I want to get it done as soon as possible. The first couple of laps would be ideal. Obviously, we've got a couple of laps in terms of hybrid more than those guys to use, but ideally I want to do it without that. So, let's get it done before the rain comes and we'll see how we get on then.
Cool. I think it's going to be also interesting to keep an eye out for the man behind him, Jake Hill, as well, because I think he's going to be quick in this race. I'm going to go and grab a word with Jake in a minute, but first of all, let's go over to Paul. He's further down the grid, and I think he's with Josh Cook.
Yes, thank you, Lou. I am with Josh Cook. Josh, bit different than media day when you were the quickest man alive around here. It was the shorter circuit, obviously, but you're a specialist at Donington, aren't you?
I've had good success here in the past. Yeah, I got my first win here, my first pole position here, so it has been kind to me previously. But we are having a difficult day today.
What is it? What is it about the difficultness? What's holding you back, mate? Because I expect you to make big progress.
So obviously this all came together very last minute, as we know. Obviously I did well in this car at this circuit last year on pole position as well. So the car has changed a bit. The weight distribution's changed. That moves the centre of gravity. We have to adjust things like boring stuff like roll centres and dampers and roll bars and all sorts to get it back into the window. But we've had a couple of little issues along the way, just little hiccups. You know, I struggled with achieving boost in qualifying. So the guys did a really good job to get all that sorted. But then race one, we just had a little bit of an issue with the handling of the car. Couldn't quite put our finger on it. I think we found something which was quite nice, because you know what these things are like, it's difficult. And it seems a bit just, you know, us all getting to learn to work together again as a team. Bit of miscommunication amongst us. This is going to happen. This is what happens when it's thrown together last minute. So I think we made a good step in the right direction. Hopefully we've solved most of the issues that we got, and then I can try and go forward.
Top man. Well, I've got my money on you, mate, to make some progress forward. So have a good one.
Thank you.
Top man. Back to you, Lou.
Got your money on Josh earlier on. You said you had your money on this man, Jake Hill, who is sitting, as I said earlier on, just behind Ash Sutton on the grid. Absolutely fuming Jake was yesterday. If you were watching the F4 race earlier on, you would have heard Gluey talking about track limits, and that was something that made Jake somewhat angry yesterday. But today is all about the fight back, isn't it? And so far you're fighting back pretty well.
Today's been great, Lou. You know, I've really enjoyed race one a lot. You know, it was really good racing throughout. No real contact with anyone, which was cool, and just had fun, to be honest with you. It was good for crack.
What's going on down at the front of your car? Tyres off, the guys doing a bit of work down there?
Yeah, we're just preparing for the rain, to be honest with you. When you can see a bit better of what's actually coming in the distance, you can see the rain cloud has touched down and it's not far away. I'm sure you guys have seen it on the camera as well. So we'd rather make a small adjust to the car now rather than lose time in the pit lane if it's a mid tyre stop.
Stuff. Right, well, I will let your guys get on with that. I'll let you get your head down. We're going to head off for a break. And when we come back, is it going to be a wet one? Is it going to stay dry? We'll find out.
VECs, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
The grid is set for round 23 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Is this race going to swing towards Team VERTU or Napa Racing? Let's find out, shall we, with your commentary A-team guiding you through all the action, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks. The other big question in all of this is whether it's going to be dry or wet. It is, as we say up north, looking a bit black over Bill's mothers. The leaden skies are getting ever darker. The teams are getting ever more nervous as to whether they can go through the race distance of 14 laps on slicks. You've heard Jake Hill touch on the fact that there might need to be a mid-race pit stop, should it rain. Others might try and brave it out to the end. So it's a real step into the unknown. It's another element to the fascination of this year's championship. Right then, formation lap underway. Grid based on the result of race 1. Tom Chilton it is who is on pole position. Tom Ingram with him at the front, and Dan Rowbottom is going to start third, and they are the only 3 drivers on the hard tyre. Ash Sutton really with the race in his lap here, the first of those on the softer tyre, the medium tyre. He's 4th ahead of Dan Camish, and then Jake Hill starting 6th on the grid. 7th is where you find Adam Morgan. His teammate Senna Proctor is alongside on row 5. Chris Smiley, who was complaining of lack of straight line speed in race 1, and Aaron Taylor-Smith rounding out the top 10 on the grid ahead of Darrell De Leon and Gordon Shedden next. Row 7, Charles Rainford and Dan Lloyd, who's got rid of that hard tyre. He lines up next ahead of Aidan Moffat and then Sam Osborne. For the 9th row, you find Mikey Doble and Josh Cook. The 10th row of the grid, Dexter Patterson and his teammate Nick Hamilton, with Max Buxton and Nick Halstead rounding out the grid. So the cars working their way up through Coppice. We know that harder tyre is not going to be quite as quick. So is this going to be an easy romp home for Ash Sutton?
No, it won't be an easy romp home like the like of which when we've had the hard and the soft tyre, because the differential between the medium and the hard is not as great. But it's certainly a technical advantage, if you like, for Sutton and everyone else. The fact that everyone else is also on the medium will be annoying, if you like, for Ingram, because he'd have liked a few more cars on the same tyre as him. Not to have the advantage. This weather forecast does look like it's coming in from the sort of Redgate turn 1 end. Here's the boost available to the cars on the grid.
And it is going to be lapped based on the way they cross the line. So 1 lap for the race winner Tom Chilton, 2 to Tom Ingram, 3 to Dan Rowbottom, all the way up to 7 for 7th placed Adam Morgan. Everybody else then has 8, which is the maximum. If it does start to rain, of course, there's no guarantee it's going to be a consistent track surface to begin with. If it's wet at Redgate and the Craner curves, it could still be dry for a lap or so over at McLean's.
Yeah, we just saw a shot of it there on board with Jake Hill, the dark clouds coming, but they're moving very, very slowly, aren't they? So it could depend very much on the choice of when and if you do stop, and how effective the pit crews are.
And if and when it arrives, and of course, were the race to be longer because of a safety car, it could be wet towards the end rather than where the race would have finished naturally. However, all of this is speculation. What we do know we're going to have is another fascinating race, and you're riding with Jake Hill as he slots into place 6th on the grid. 14 laps, race 2 on the full Grand Prix circuit here at Donington. The Grand Prix extension added on in 1985 when Formula 3000 first came to Donington. And FISA, then the sporting arm of the FIA, said that tracks needed to be 2.5 miles in length, and the easiest way and the quickest way of achieving that at Donington was to use the spare land, put the 2 hairpins in this Grand Prix extension, and the Grand Prix circuit, of course, then was used for the European Grand Prix for Formula 1 cars in 1993. And as the field now turns its way up towards the grid, we have for last place on that grid Nick Halstead. So round 23 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is ready to go. 14 laps are on the board. It is Toms, Chilton and Ingram at the front of the grid. 4th is Ash Sutton, who needs to outscore Ingram in this race. Lights go red, engine notes rise, the lights are out now, and away they go with a good getaway by Sutton, easily able to jump up alongside Rowbottom on the way down towards Redgate. He's trying to get past Ingram as well if he can do it in one move, but it's going to be Chilton, Ingram 1st and 2nd. Sutton is up to 3rd ahead of Rowbottom. Then you've got Camish in 5th, and it looks like Morgan might well be 6th as they drop through Hollywood for the first time, down through the Craner curves. Good getaway by Chilton. Now, for how long can those 2 Hyundais on the harder tyre fend off Sutton? Not for long, may well be the answer.
Well, Ingram's blocking massively. You can see the lack of grip from the back of that Hyundai, and look how everybody else is all over the back of him. This is a dangerous ploy by Ingram to block, because he could end up getting turned around, but of course Sutton knows that on the medium tyre he's got an advantage on lap 1.
And also, of course, Ingram is trying. Oh, drama in the background. We've got one of the WSR BMWs off. We've got Senna Proctor off. That looks like Sam Osborne off the road as well. It's either Rainford or Moffat. We'll check in a moment as the cars come into view. So there's Sam Osborne trying to rejoin. Chilton's building a lead. And the further up the road he can get, the less likely it's going to be for Sutton to get past, depending on how long Ingram can block him for. But look, you've got the other three surviving. Napa falls altogether. Safety car called. Jake Hill gets roughed up and gets squeezed out over the curb. And as he rejoins, it looks like Charles Rainford behind him, so I fear it's Aidan Moffat that's off the road. But either way, safety car with cars off the road over at McLean's. And there is Senna Proctor, and he is in the gravel. Now, safety car makes the race longer, doesn't it? Could the rain arrive in time?
Rain could arrive. It also gives the hard-tired front three the chance to get more heat into their tyres. I mean, in actual fact, Chilton and Ingram looked like they got some temperature in their tyres, even three-quarters way around that first lap. I expected potentially them to get out-braked into the chicane, but it didn't happen. Here's the start from Osborne, one of those that we know was involved in that incident up at McLean's. He's going down the outside as everybody queues up on the inside defending their line. That's the right thing to do. Gordon Shedden slots into the middle of the group. Off the corner, all is fine. Remember, these guys all on the medium tyre, so there's a lot of bunching up in front of them, as if you remember, Ingram was very loose down the Craner curves and he's backing everybody up. Shedden going round the outside, that's a neat manoeuvre, but Osborne gets a good run at coming off the corner, going back up the hill. It's all about to kick off. Someone was on the grass on the right, through goes Aidan Moffat, and Proctor got on the grass, slammed into Moffat and took on, almost in avoiding action, I think Osborne went off.
I think you're right. Here we go again, look. So there's a sideways Toyota, but Proctor goes off the road ahead. He comes across, and Osborne is a victim as well. But yeah, he drills Moffat, doesn't he?
Yeah, he drills Moffat, and sort of, it was almost in synchronised symmetry that Osborne went off. Maybe made the same mistake, I'm not sure. But remember, that right rear is the coldest tyre on the car. So when you lean on it on lap one, especially when the conditions are a little bit cooler, you can let go.
So safety car is deployed. Senna Proctor's car trying to be removed then as the field comes down the hill. Our 13th appearance this season of the safety car, and it's Chilton, Ingram, Sutton, Rowbottom, Camish, Morgan, De Leon, Smiley, Shedden, Taylor Smith, the top 10.
This is on board with Jake Hill in the rear-wheel drive BMW, but the start's actually very even, aren't they? He doesn't have an advantage on this one. In fact, he gets out-dragged by Adam Morgan on the run down to turn one. Tries to go around the outside. Further ahead, you've got Sutton furiously trying to get past Ingram. Watch how they all bunch up when they go down the Craner curves. They all queue up, braking quite heavily down the Craners. And look, Ingram's on the inside. They're all round him. Jake Hill goes to the outside, can't keep the momentum up. Morgan gets back across. Oh, there was some little bit of a contact there, wasn't there? As through goes Smiley, De Leon, and Aaron Taylor-Smith. See what happens now further up. They're ahead of the instant behind with Senna Proctor. But he's also getting passed by Gordon Shedden on the outside as they come up to McLean's. Trying to open the door against Taylor Smith as they come down. Now, it'll be interesting to see where the safety car boards come out. He gets, remember, I think he got forced out wide, didn't he, across the right-hand side. There's no room to turn in, bit of contact on the left, and he has to go around the outside and loses another couple of places. And then the safety car is out and he has to slow down. So a lap one that just didn't fall into Jake Hill's way at all, did it? No. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Dan Lloyd and Josh Cook, those two that went through coming out of the S's. Josh Cook 18th on the grid and 12th at the end of the opening lap. So he did make progress, although some of it, of course, was to do with what went on here at McLean. So safety car on track, Tom Chilton, the race leader. So much for that gap that he built up on the first lap.
Yeah, he had a great first lap. This is Aaron Taylor-Smith on board the camera on the side of the car. Be interesting if it was on the other side, actually. That's where all the action's kicking off. But he had an interesting first lap. There's Jake Hill, couple of rows ahead, who we were on board with on the last play. And there's Senna Proctor just in front. So we're going to have a bird's eye view of what happened to Senna Proctor in the start of that shunt. Down the Craner curves, big lift. Darryl De Leon on the right-hand side in the BMW has gone through. Remember, he's gets taken out. Oh, no, it was Moffat got taken out in the BMW. So watch ahead. Senna Proctor going round the last bit of the left. He's gone out. And through goes Aaron Taylor-Smith.
That's Chris Smiley ahead, defending for all he's worth. Taylor-Smith finds half a gap on the inside, but elects not to force the issue going into Coppice. And then this the run down towards the S's. Taylor-Smith was involved in that fight with Jake Hill, who's on the other side of the car. Taylor-Smith turns through. That's Gordon Shedden dive bombing him. No wonder Hill got roughed up because they were 3 wide briefly.
Yeah, Aaron Taylor-Smith couldn't turn in because Shedden arrived, didn't he, at his door, and that pushed out Jake Hill. But now the rain has arrived. Look at it on the windscreen. The brollies are going up. That's on board with Adam Morgan. Now, will somebody choose to make a tactical pit stop while the cars are under safety car, therefore not lapping as fast?
Well, the safety car is in this lap, so that opportunity is ebbing away anyway. Is it heavy rain? Is it rain all the way around? I don't think we've got that much where we are on the start and finish line, if any, because I can't see an umbrella up here. But clearly around Redgate and, of course, the Melbourne hairpin, because they're roughly on the same line, then it is starting to rain, and this is going to be another challenge for the drivers because they've got to get heat back into the tyres. It's wet at certain parts, but dry elsewhere.
Yes, well, they know where the rain's coming from, and like you say, it'll be the Melbourne hairpin and Redgate, which is the first couple of corners that they see it. But it could be a little venture into the unknown when they arrive at Redgate on lap 1. I don't think it's too heavy yet, but it soon will be.
And it's going to be Tom Chilton, the pioneer. He's the first one to arrive there as the race leader. This is Adam Morgan's view. The rain for the moment largely being blown away by the air pressure as he comes down the straight. But Chilton's put the wiper on. Right, teams are getting the wets ready then. That's Napa Racing, for example. What are Team VERTU going to do? You've got Chilton, you've got Ingram in second place. The spots of rain are getting more and more.
Remember, they cannot accelerate until they get to the acceleration point, which is coming up right now. As they come up to the line, they all accelerate at the same time, so a very tight restart.
And Ingram looks as though he's on his toes a little bit better than Chilton, so Tom Ingram would quite like to hit the front if he can. And Chilton lets him go, and there's contact behind Sutton, got turned round. That was Rowbottom, I think, that clipped the back of him, and Sutton all of a sudden gets embroiled with Chilton. Cars come flooding past, and Ash Sutton suddenly got sideways. It looked as though, as they all tried to assess the grip level, there was a tap in the back, and Sutton's come off worst.
Well, remember, Rowbottom was on the hard tyre. There's a bit of dampness on the track, and he just locked it up. So that was a real disaster, not what Sutton needed at all, and now they're outfing the gravel.
That's Sutton off again. He's taking Taylor-Smith with him. All of a sudden, Ash Sutton's race that we thought he was a shoe-in to win, he's going from bad to worse. It's Dan Camish now up into second spot. So you've got Ingram in the race lead. It's Camish in second. In third is Morgan. Fourth is Darrell de Leon. And it's a very, very different order indeed from that we had when the race restarted. There is Chilton. There is Hill. There's Rowbottom all pouring through. Jake Hill now starting to make progress. Chilton struggling on that hard tyre as the cars drop down towards the S's. But all of a sudden, Dan Camish is Napa Racing UK's best shot here at taking points away from Ingram and taking a second win of the season.
Well, we've seen Dan Camish win races in tricky conditions before. He's got a really good feel for this sort of condition. So the rain hasn't come down any heavier now, but it just caught them out, didn't it, on that first lap?
Did indeed. So that's going to be an interesting, love to be a fly on the wall in the Napa Racing truck at the end of this, wouldn't you? Interesting conversation to be had. Right, it is Ingram in the lead. Let's have a look then. This is the replay of the restart. The contact's already been made, but Sutton sideways. It was a good save, and it rather badly delayed Chilton as well. But then there was more to come for Ash at the foot of the hill.
It was a huge save. That car was almost going in backwards. Watch, Rowbottom locks up, tags the back, then there's another little tap out. In fact, Sutton caught the back of Chilton's car, or Ingram's car, sorry, and that almost made the spin even worse.
So right now, it is Tom Ingram leading Dan Camish. Adam Morgan is third, yet to win this year. Fourth, Darrell de Leon. In fifth place, Chris Smiley, ahead of Dan Lloyd, ahead of Gordon Shedden. So the Restart Racing Hyundais, ahead of two of the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK fleet, where you've got Shedden then going through ahead of Josh Cook. But Dan Camish's move for the race lead. He's getting closer and closer and closer. Here he comes. Then he has a look at the inside into Coppice. There was just about a gap, but Tom Ingram is certainly not giving up here. But Camish on the better tyre is going to be able to clear him. Coming on to Starkey Straight. Ingram is still fighting, but Camish will have the job done by the end of the straight. Ingram is right there. They're desperately trying to fight back, but Dan Cam leads.
Well, Spencer Aldridge, Tom Ingram's engineer, will have told him that Sutton's had a problem. He'll tell tell him that Sutton is well down the field, so it'd be pretty daft of Ingram to fight with Sutton's teammate, wouldn't it?
Well, indeed, and the championship margin increases, as you see, to 37 points if things stay as they are. This also helps Camish in his battle with Rowbottom to be third in the title race.
Yeah, well, much as we thought it was going to be, this race was there for Ash Sutton. It's his teammate that Dan Camish that's in the pound seat.
So now, have a look at Adam Morgan. He's third, and he's on the medium tyre, the quicker tyre than that is being used by Tom Ingram ahead of him. But dare Adam get past?
I don't think he will at the moment, because he's not under pressure from behind from Daryl De Leon. If De Leon catches up and starts putting up the pressure, he may have to, or he may have to defend, but this is on board with Adam Morgan. You can see the rain has abated. There's not much on the screen, just the odd spot, so the drivers will be probably pretty happy with that. Not being on a showery track on slicks is never fun.
Morgan has done the fastest lap of the race. Now Ingram second, not falling away markedly, as Max Buxton has just pitted, incidentally, but turning now up through McLean's as we get a replay of Jake Hill. That's Josh Cook getting up the inside, and Hill trying to fight back coming off the corner. Virtually side by side over the line. Hill with the inside going down to Redgate, and he's got the job done. So back up into 8th place goes Jake Hill. That's Max Buxton's car in the pit lane, and another unhappy day for him, sadly, as, look, 3 for the lead. Camish ahead of Ingram, who's not falling away.
No, Ingram's doing a great job on the hard tyres. We've seen him do all year, actually. But down the inside goes Morgan, using the extra grip. He's run a little bit wide, but he's got the place cleanly through, and Ingram not fighting him.
So now Adam Morgan looking for his first victory for Team VERTU in a Hyundai. Sets off in pursuit of Dan Camish. In 4th in the background, you've got Daryl De Leon, race winner at Brands Hatch earlier on in the season. So they head up now towards the timing line. Camish will go through in the lead of the race with Morgan and Ingram together for second, and the gap between the top two is 0.8 of a second. Dan Camish has had his dramas in the past at Donington. Remember a huge accident that put him out for the rest of the weekend. Remember the famous fire that he had? Well, he's also gone very well around here, and this is one of those races right now for which he is in the pound seat. So Camish looking to try and control the pace up front, but Morgan on the mission. He's there in second place behind him. You're on board with Jake Hill, 8th. That's Dan Lloyd up the road ahead.
Good speed down the craners from Jake Hill. He's got those tyres working well on the BMW. Up the front, though, Camish, the car looking well balanced, and the gap going out to second.
Absolutely, he's getting away, isn't he? Although Morgan will have lost a fraction of time by having to overtake. And Sutton, in the meantime, is chipping his way back up into 11th place. So that means the championship gap, 33 points. We're certainly not done yet, and Ash Sutton pushing forward all the time. That's Rowbottom, his recovery now puts him 13th at the expense there. Look of Chilton.
Well, this is Camish's 200th British Touring Car race. That's gone fast, hasn't it? So what a way to mark out the double centenary than with a win if he can do it.
Absolutely right. As Sutton, in the meantime, goes through, and he's under attack from Aaron Taylor-Smith. 11th and 12th they run. Heading now down towards the braking zone. Taylor-Smith lines up to have a go. Sutton does not want to be overtaken, and he is overtaken. Taylor-Smith goes by, takes points off the man who is second in the championship. That's bad news for Sutton.
He's clearly got some damage to the car. I think it's the car is not as he would like, because that wouldn't normally be the pace of Sutton. He hasn't made much progress at all since that incident, and now back to 12th place.
Yeah, he had gained a few, but as you say, now losing that spot. The leaders go by. Camish to Morgan, 9/10. Aaron Taylor-Smith, by the way, fastest lap of the race. Now, that Toyota, along with Gordon Shedden, is running the Toka engine, and it looks like it's been a useful move for the weekend. Lots of data being brought back, as well as good pace.
Yeah, very much so. A case of evaluating the M Sport Toka engine against the Neil Brown engine that they have been using before deciding on a direction on which to go.
So on board with Jake Hill, chasing after Dan Lloyd. That's Camish, that's Morgan, that's Ingram, and that's De Leon in 4th place. Small gap back to Chris Smiley, the leader of the Independence contest, from Dan Lloyd, 2nd. And then for 3rd in the Independence, Mikey Doble down in 15th place. 12th at the moment is Ash Sutton. That could be pole for the reverse grid race, you never know.
Oh, he doesn't ever need it. Just as a measure of how well Ingram's doing, though, the only one on the hard tyre, obviously there are 3 of them, the only one in the top 12, because Rowbottom and Chilton are down in 13th and 14th.
Although time lost, wasn't there, in that kerfuffle at Redgate a few laps back. That cost them a bit of ground, but right, they've got away. As Hill now makes his move to get past Dan Lloyd, side by side, down they come towards the Melbourne hairpin, and Jake Hill does go through nicely on the inside, gains the place.
Yeah, and they'll have good traction off the corner as well to maintain it. There you see, looking out the back of Hill's car, clearly a good drive off the corner. There's 3 places here where the BMW gets that lovely drive off the chicane and off the 2 hairpins. That's why it's always been a good BMW circuit in the past. Not as good as a Croft or a Knockhill, but it's nevertheless all brands, but a good circuit for them.
Chris Smiley rounding Redgate with Gordon Shedden tucked up behind him in 6th place. Gordon Shedden also using the M Sport engine. And good to say, it's given the Corollas a real lease of life this weekend. Both he and Aaron Taylor-Smith well up the order in both this and race 1. Gordon has been a race winner this year, but that was on a reverse grid race. But here, he's up the front on pure pace.
Definitely, and hold his own very well. Max Buxton, I think, has retired, hasn't he, in the pits? He certainly made a pit stop.
Now, in 4th place, Daryl De Leon is getting a little bit nearer to the back of Tom Ingram's car. We've got driving standards flags being offered to Adam Morgan, Gordon Shedden, Tom Ingram and Dan Lloyd, so they need to be careful about exceeding track limits.
Yes, another infringement, and they could be incurring a time penalty.
I would get Tim to talk about track limits, but I'm going away in November. Through the yeses they come then, so Tom Ingram fending off Daryl De Leon. Down towards the Melbourne hairpin they go, and while that little battle rages on, Smiley and Shedden 5th and 6th are not that far behind. Adam Morgan, though, not quite able to do anything about Dan Camish. Dan is building that gap, and importantly, not only is he taking points away from Ingram, which might ultimately help Sutton, he's also taking points away from Dan Rowbottom in his battle for 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, we'll save that track limits discussion for the Porsche Carrera Cup race, shall we, David?
I can barely wait.
Hill alongside, making good progress alongside Shedden, and now into 6th place.
Still Taylor-Smith with the fastest lap of the race to his credit, as there, through on the inside line, goes Gordon Shedden to get himself back ahead of Jake Hill. Hill was up into 6th over the line, and he's still fighting then round the outside of Hollingwood. That's brave, and it works. Jake Hill goes by. Very nice move.
Yep, 2 champions, remember, fighting amongst themselves. Some class driving between the 2 of them there.
And they have got behind them Dan Lloyd and then Josh Cook, 9th from 18th on the grid. I know there's been quite a lot going on in this race, certainly early on, but it's been a good drive by Josh, as you would anticipate. Very, very rapid driver, and there's still more wins and a championship or 2 or 3 in Josh if he's in the right team at the right time. Through Copies they turn.
Well, Josh Cook, if you remember on the grid, said they thought they may have found something in the car. That usually means they found an issue that was perhaps performance related in race 1 that he's hoping was giving more performance in race 2. Certainly looks that way.
Does indeed. Now, Tom Ingram's last lap in 3rd was his fastest of the race. Not the fastest, but a personal best lap. So Tom Ingram, there he is, still pushing as he's tucked up behind Adam Morgan. Now, given how close those 2 are, as long as they're not in jeopardy from Daryl De Leon, you can anticipate a switch of pace before the end.
Yeah, but this is still a remarkably good drive by Tom Ingram on the hard tyre. And providing it doesn't rain, he will be on the medium back again for race 3.
He's going to be competitive no matter where he starts. So we've still got, with the extension to the race after the safety car, 6 laps to go. But as long as Ingram doesn't lose that place to De Leon, then you can anticipate a switch for team orders and more points for Ingram before the checkered flag comes out. The progress of Rowbottom on the hard tyre was always going to be hard after his dramas, and he's 13th, and Sutton is 12th. So, okay, he did lose that place, but he's not lost anymore. You're on board now with Aaron Taylor-Smith, who has fallen back behind Josh Cook, even though Aaron did do that fastest lap early on in the race.
Yeah, the fastest laps now, they're a little way off their best times. It's about a second away, such as the deterioration in the tyres here from the start of the race. It's a normal sort of degradation that you'd expect on the Donington Grand Prix circuit, which is hard on tyres. But interestingly, Camish is not getting away.
Yeah, just over a second last time, Camish to Morgan. Max Buxton back in the race, and I think he's going to be lapped shortly as the cars now wriggle their way out of the S's. Down they go towards the Melbourne hairpin. So you've got Camish in the lead, still Morgan ahead of Ingram, and Ingram has dropped De Leon this time, has he not? The next queue of cars, Smiley, Hill, then Shedden, who locks up, Lloyd behind him. Then you've got Cook, Taylor-Smith and Rainford, so another big battle pack going on there as the field paws its way once more up towards Goddard, which is the next left onto the pit straight. Rainford versus Taylor-Smith. Aaron's still one of the great characters of the paddock, and he's having to defend from Charles Rainford, race winner at Brands early on in the year. Leader goes by. Camish to Morgan this time. He's still hovering around the second mark, and Rainford loses it coming out of Goddard, spins towards pit in, and Charles Rainford is going to be able to rejoin, but he will hemorrhage places.
Yeah, just getting on the gas a little bit too hard. People think these cars are easy to drive, but there's no traction control or ABS, and he was tightening his line and trying to get on the power at the same time, and around she went. I just got a little touch as well. He actually accelerated and just clipped the back of the car, which pushed the nose of the car in towards the pit lane and exaggerated the spin.
So poor old Charles Rainford across the line in 19th place. Leader goes up towards Coppice. Then we're on lap 13 of 17. Camish leading the way. We're talking about him not necessarily getting away from Adam Morgan, but he doesn't need to. As long as he wins by 1,000th of a second, a win is a win is a win. So Camish leads the way. And he's got Max Buxton further up the road to negotiate. Good little battle in the background. Smiley versus Hill potentially hidden behind the graphic for the moment. Here they come. Jake Hill, you're on board with him, looking for a way round as they drop towards the S's. But for the moment, Chris Smiley fending him off. And Chris with a car that looks quicker naturally than it did in race 1.
Yeah, but look at the speed off the chicane of that BMW. Just puts the power down and leaps forward. As I said, the 3 places where the BMW really has an advantage. And Jake is using it to good effect. He's made many passes into the Melbourne hairpin due to the prowess and speed of the BMW off the chicane.
Now the race leaders coming across the line, and as they do so, we have now got 4 laps to go. Camish has got 4 laps worth of boost. Morgan's got 3, Ingram's got 2, De Leon has got 2, Jake Hill's only got 1 lap left, Gordon Shedden goes through with 4 laps of boost, Dan Lloyd has got the full 4, Taylor Smith has 4, and so does Ash Sutton.
Yeah, so a lot of those cancelling each other out because they'll be able to use them all together on the same lap. But certainly of the front group, Camish is in the pound seat because he's the only one that has it for every single lap. So he'll be able to make that lead more comfortable.
Dan Camish started 5th, remember. It's been a really good drive, as you would anticipate, from a man that came oh so close to winning the championship a few years back. And having made his name perhaps in Formula Ford and then Carrera Cup, he's been a mighty touring car racer ever since he came into the BTCC, as Dan Camish, and he leads here by a reduced margin last time though, 0.6 of a second, but he's still clear in the lead as you look at Jake Hill accelerating out of Coppice. Now behind him is the Smiley, Shedden, Lloyd battle, with Smiley and Lloyd, remember, the top 2 in the independence contest within the race. Down to the S's, Hill turns through the left and right.
Yeah, good drive by Hill. Certainly showed that the BMW has got some pace this weekend. Probably ruining his qualifying a little bit because it wasn't the best day yesterday due to the conditions.
Tom Chilton, by the way, race 1 winner, pole position for this, down in 16th on that harder tyre, and after the dramas at Redgate a few laps back on that restart. That's Max Buxton getting out of the way, letting the quicker cars lap him as he comes up towards the timing line, but they'll have been on the radio, the team, saying, you've got the leaders behind, get out of the way, don't impede. Jake Hill with a big lock-up at McLean's there.
Yeah, he was able to get off the brakes quickly and still make the apex, so no damage done to that tyre on the left front.
The race leaders then are onto lap number 15 in 17. Race elongated because of the safety car here. And as they drop down the hill once more, that is Ash Sutton, still desperately trying to force a way forward. He's now running in 11th place. Taylor Smith is the target. Here they come down towards the right-hander of the old hairpin. Aidan Moffat, by the way, is on his last warning for track limit. And Sutton is still desperately trying to gain another place and therefore more points. And around the outside he goes. And look at this. This is over at McLean's. The heavens have opened and off the road goes Jake Hill. Off the road has gone Camish, off the road has gone to Leon, off the road has gone Ingram, off the road has gone Morgan. Camish gets it back on just in the nick of time, but there are cars everywhere, and it looks as though Gordon Shedden's up into 2nd place, make that 4th in fairness. No, Morgan's round the outside. Safety car called. Safety car is called.
Oh my goodness, that part of the track was completely dry on the last lap. It was completely dry. It has arrived all in one lap. Look, and it's not just up there, it's all around the circuit. Rain is falling in the pit lane. It's going to be all the way around the track.
So, as the cars then tiptoe their way through the S's, Dan Camish did get himself back on in time, but I can only assume the safety car really is because it's just not safe to have them on slicks in the wet like this. I'm not sure anybody got stuck in the gravel. There you've got Gordon Shedden and Adam Morgan still battling until they get towards the safety car conditions. Right, let's check the order, because with so many cars having been off the racetrack, Ian Watson, as the clerk of the course now, has to make a call on what to do in terms of carrying on with the race. Here's the replay. They come streaming up towards McLean's. Jake Hill just can't get the car to slow and to turn, but he's not the only one, because as the camera turns, look at everybody else going through the gravel. Massive moment there for Dan Lloyd behind him, and others are just trying to get themselves back towards the tarmac. Here it is from another angle.
Well, this is the leader, Camish, coming in. He was the first one, the crash test dummy, if you like, and followed off the road by Ingram, Morgan, and everybody else. A bit further back, everyone's had a bit more warning.
Yeah.
But look on board, look, out the back, no rain. Get round the corners, the track is suddenly wet. You can see it on the lines on the track. Whoa! And they all did a fantastic job of actually saving it. Look, no one actually hit the barrier.
So that was Jake Hill going through the gravel. Dan Camish then, the pioneer, the first one to find just how little grip there was. He was nearly on runway 3 at East Midlands. He was that far off the road. Into the pit lane has come Nick Hamilton and Nick Halstead. Now, a roll of the dice for tyres is all well and good, but then there aren't going to be that many more laps, even if we go back racing.
No, I don't think there'll be enough, and well, we'll see. They're rolling the dice because at the back they've got nothing to lose.
I just wonder whether we're going to finish behind the safety car. You can elongate it by 3. Well, we've had those 3.
Exactly, so that will run its course. But I mean, we just review the order. Camish still in the lead from the remarkable Gordon Shedden up to second. Adam Morgan third, Smiley fourth. Ingram was the loser out of that, going from second down to 5th, wasn't he? De Leon 6th. Sutton did improve. He's up to 9th.
Yes, he was the winner out of all of that. You're absolutely right. The other car that was in the mix, I think, was Max Buxton, a lap down. So he stayed out of trouble and therefore slightly tricked us when we looked on board from Shedden's car. So Ingram to Sutton in the championship, 27 points as it stands. The safety car turning its way now through the Melbourne hairpin, and it stopped raining over with us. Yeah. So that just completely teases the drivers yet further, doesn't it? And of course, it teases people in race control as to what to do next. But this is going to be the end of lap 16. We're going to go on to the last lap of the race.
Yeah, the safety car, it would be absolutely carnage if the safety car came in and released them in these conditions. But it looks like we're going to finish, as you say. This is on board with Morgan as he came into that slippery bit. Just the drive, you have to absolutely teeter on the pedals, trying not to put any loading into the car and just save it. That was Shedden sliding through. He played that absolutely beautifully.
Background, you've got Nick Hamilton rejoining after a pit stop, but we're on the last lap and we know what the order is, because even if the safety car peels in, it's only for the sort of ceremonial run to the flag. So Dan Camish is going to win, and Adam Morgan is going to finish in 2nd place yet again, with Gordon Shedden in 3rd. They have reversed those places last time around.
I think they were still racing when the safety car came out. The safety of our boards came out, so they've just reordered those positions. But Camish is going to win his 15th British Touring Car race in his 200th race.
He is indeed, and Adam Morgan's going to have a 4th, 2nd place of the season, and Gordon Shedden will be on the podium, and as we've been saying, running with that choker engine this weekend. That is going to be a boost for the team, and to Gordon, who's had a tough season, no question about it. But Dan Camish then brings the field round behind the safety car out of Coppice, making the run now down towards the S's, and yeah, as you say, win number 15 beckons. Ollie Collins, one of the 2 team managers at Napa Racing UK, looks on. The 2nd win of the season for Dan. As we were saying during the race, he has had some bad luck, very bad luck at Donington over the years, but he's had some good fortune. And this wasn't fortune, this was a good drive.
Really good drive, but mixed fortunes in the Napa Racing UK camp, as it was teammate Dan Rowbottom that actually took out Sutton, wasn't it? So there's going to be mixed emotions down there. But I don't blame Rowbottom. He was on the hard tyre, the track was a little bit down, and he just locked up. It was one of those things.
Do you think we'd be invited to the debrief? I'd love to go and listen, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So here they come. Now, of course, the only other thing we need to worry about in all of this with the mixed conditions is ride height at the end of the race. But for now, let's just call it as it is on the road.
It'll be fine because they're still on the slick tyres.
Yeah, that's true. Dan Camish comes through to take the race win. Then behind the safety car, Adam Morgan is going to be 2nd. Gordon Shedden is going to be 3rd. Chris Smiley 4th to win the Independents. Tom Ingram 5th. Could have been a lot worse on that hard tyre. 6th to Daryl De Leon. Josh Cook 7th from 18th. Excellent effort ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, who got the fastest lap. Ash Sutton 9th. And Jake Hill actually was one of the big losers of the rain and the gravel because he fell to 10th.
Yeah, he did, but the last two, 11th and 12th, are Lloyd and Moffat, who are in with a chance of the reverse grid.
And that was Aidan Moffat, who was off the road on the first lap at McLean's.
Yes.
Funny how it all rebuilds, isn't it? Yeah. So the reverse grid draw is going to be a fascinating one. And there, Dan Camish, race winner. And as Tim said, his 15th career victory. Great drive, that. And even though he went off the road, inevitably, as so many did with the rain coming out of nowhere over at McLean's, he was also the first one to get back on. The car didn't get stuck. He didn't hit the tyre barrier. So although the car was off the road, he was able to very adeptly bring it back on, as was the remainder of the pack behind. Some big, big moments behind Dan Lloyd's, I think, was the biggest slide of all, but he managed to hang on to it. So Dan Camish, race winner. He's going to have a lot to say when he gets out of the car. He might have a deep breath first, but there'll be a lot to say after a lively race. And that, from a driver's point of view, presumably is sort of hell on wheels with the conditions coming out of nowhere like that.
Absolute worst case scenario. You went round that corner last lap and it was absolutely fine, and you arrive and the rain hits your windscreen. You see the track is wet, but it's too late. Here's the result of round 23.
Dan Camish, winner of race 2 at Donington from Adam Morgan, and Gordon Shedden third. Fourth to win the independents as well, Chris Smiley ahead of Tom Ingram and then Daryl De Leon. Seventh, Josh Cook up from 18th on the grid ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, then Ash Sutton recovering for 9th. Jake Hill dropping to 10th at the end. In 11th place, Dan Lloyd, Aidan Moffat 12th, and Dan Rowbottom 13th from Sam Osborne, who was in the gravel, remember, on lap 1. Mikey Doble, the last scorer, 15th. Tom Chilton from pole to 16th, ahead of Dexter Patterson. The spinner, Charles Rainford. Nick Halstead was 19th. Max Buxton had a pit stop and was 20th, and Nick Hamilton 21st. We lost Senna Proctor, of course, on the opening lap of the race with quite a bit of front damage. So, another fascinating race, helped in no small part because of the conditions. And for the championship, Tom Ingram now is 27 points ahead of Ash Sutton. We've still got 7 races to go, mind you. Third is Dan Camish, and he's pulling away a bit now from Dan Rowbottom. Jake Hill is 5th, ahead of Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton, with 8th, 9th, 10th, Charles Rainford, Chris Smiley, and Daryl De Leon. So the drivers making their way down the pit lane, and sighs of relief, I think, from a few of the teams. But with all that rain, damage levels could have been a lot worse. But thankfully, that huge gravel trap at McLean's doing what it was required to do, slow cars down, but nobody got as far as the barrier, and nobody took anybody else off with them. So although there were lots of cars off the road, they all got back on pretty much undamaged. For the winner's board, Dan Camish it is, who arrives on the scene. He's going to be joined by Adam Morgan and Gordon Shedden. So you've got Ford, Hyundai and Toyota. 3 different teams, 3 different manufacturers then within the top 3 places, and Dan Camish goes through the processes of unplugging everything, clambering out of the car, and very happy he is too, and quite right so. Great drive by Dan Camish, and there's very much a spring in his step, and Dan Camish reflecting the livery for the weekend. He'll go and congratulate the team, and we'll hear from him after the break.
Races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How was the season season gone so far? Obviously, you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously, you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid. But how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experience.
So it was Tom Chilton on pole position, which was a great start for him, but then a big moment for Senna Proctor put him into the grass and the gravel. At the restart, it was bad luck for Sutton, who dropped to 9th, but Camish managed to take the lead. Then later on in the race, lap 15, the heavens opened, which caught everyone out. Camish, Ingram, Morgan, but Camish managed to recover and bring home his second win of the season for him and Napa Racing.
Thank you, Nikki. What a race. What a way to celebrate your 200th BTCC race.
200 starts. There was a time where I didn't think I'd get one. So, yeah, proud of that. What a win. You know, why does it always rain just at the last minute around here for me? The last year when I won here, same thing happened. You kind of got it under control, thinking I'm just going to bring this one home. And then the heavens just, I mean, my God. I mean, I knew the lap before the clouds were getting darker, but I thought when it comes, it'll give me a bit of warning. It was like a switch. As I went around the left towards McLean's, it just hit me like a ton of bricks, like the most torrential rain you've ever seen. And I was a passenger. Thankfully, everyone else was too. Difficult race at the end. I'm glad it finished in the safety car. I mean, don't get me wrong, we all would have paddled round just about, but it would have been dangerous. You know, I don't think anyone pitted for wet, so it was good. It was good to get the win. Boy, do we deserve it after what's been an up and down, year. But yeah, proud of that one. It's mega. To win with Valvoline in this livery is incredibly special, and on my 200th race. So yeah, this one's great. So hope the fans enjoyed it. Thanks for coming out. Been a great crowd. I'm absolutely spent. Psychologically beaten up after that one, but yeah, let's see what we can do in the next one. A bit harder on the hard, but I've had a really good day so far.
I think everyone is coming back after that race with their eyes slightly out on stalks. I mean, it got everybody's attention, didn't it? Even the restart was quite tricky, and I mean that's where you managed to kind of make up a bit of, put yourself in the position to take the victory.
Yeah, I did. A nice job, a nice race from my side, but ultimately, yeah, it's very difficult out there. Driving these cars on the edge is one thing. Driving them in a pack with 20-odd other nutters is another thing. Driving them in torrential rain on slicks is like a whole different ball game again. So, yeah, those kind of conditions really make it or break it for you as a driver. You kind of hope that's when you earn your money, so to speak. So no, difficult conditions, but for me it's been a good race. Obviously, I saw what unfolded in front of me, which really helped me out. So I don't know what's gone on there, but hopefully for the teams and manufacturers we haven't lost too much, because we are in a very close battle with a Hyundai and Accelerate. So let's see what the rest of the day brings, and then on to Silverstone.
Right, I'll let you go and see Nikki to make the reverse grid draw, and let's bring in Adam. I mean, a great result for you. That's your 4th P2 of the season.
I know, I'm desperate for a win, but
he was just that bit too far ahead, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think we were both on the radio. My team to me and their team to Dan to say Adam's got this many laps of boost and Dan's got this. So Dan just sort of matched what I was doing. So the gap sort of stayed the same all the way through. So it was going to be tricky to catch Dan. He's very, very quick. But yeah, what happened at Coppice is just ridiculous. I've never known a track just change so fast. And just happy to get through the gravel and rejoin and somehow end up where we went off. So it was an interesting race.
How much of that is luck and how much of that is judgment?
I was quite lucky. I had about 5 car lengths behind Dan, and I could see him sort of going wide, and I thought, okay, I'll slow up a little bit here, but I got there and I had no control. You were just like driving on ice, and I thought, right, just keep it straight. I'm not going to get to the barriers, so just if I keep it pinned and rejoin, and then we'll sort it out from there. That was the idea. And then I think Gordon missed the safety car message, so he came past me, and I was on the radio kicking off, and also it was crazy. But yeah, another podium. So massive thank you to Accelerate, Draper Tools, Sicily Commercials. It's yeah, another one for the trophy cabinet.
Well done, congratulations, well done. And let's bring in Gordon, who, I mean, talk about turning around today. That was quite something, wasn't it?
That was a bit wild, wasn't it? That'll go down as one of the most random last racing laps, I think, in touring car history. You know, it was, I don't know how to describe it. It was bone dry until we all got to the braking point at McLean's, and it was like a wall of water. It was just bizarre. And the sky wasn't even that dark. It didn't look like it was going to be, you know, anything more than a few little spots. But geez, you know, I'm lucky I survived. I had everything going on, trying to find wipers and heated screens and brake balance. But yeah, on the podium, absolutely delighted. It's didn't expect that at the start of the race.
Bit of confusion in terms of was it P2, P3, you're having to give the position back to Adam, but quite frankly, you'll take wherever you were on the podium after, given particularly where you started the day.
Yeah, I think, you know, I thought it was okay, but there's mixed messages, and it's how quickly you get the message. And then, you know, the call came through. I said, just check it, and like, if it is, it is. I'll give it back. And they were like, well, we're not sure, but we think it's probably the right thing to do. I was like, look, I'm using some of my 9 lives in this race as it is without losing any more in the steward's office after.
Great result for Toyota at their home event. So
absolutely brilliant, yeah. Thank
Good stuff. Right, let's go over to Nikki now for the reverse control.
Lovely stuff. Well, Dan, the joy of winning race 2 is that you get this moment, the famous fishbowl moment, which I know you haven't done for a while. Are you feeling lucky? Do you play bingo?
I don't play bingo. Maybe I should start. It has been a long time. I can't remember the last time I've done this. I'm sure someone out there will know that stat. But yeah, should we give it a go?
Right, well, let's start the reverse grid ceremony and tell us, what number are you going to pick? Oh, he's done a spin. Okay, we'll soon find out what you're going to pick. Show us the number. Show the camera clearly. Number 8.
Number 8.
Aaron Taylor-Smith is now on pole position. Yeah, how does that make you feel?
Well, hopefully he buys me a drink later, doesn't he? But let's see. No, yeah, that's a good ball. It's a good ball for me. Ultimately, I'm on the harder tyre now, but I think a lot of us will be. So let's see what comes. You know, I've sort of shot my shot. I've had a win. Really pleased with that. It's been a sensible day so far. I've got to take the pain now with the hard. But as long as others do it with me, starting from 8th, I've still got a chance of some sensible points, and ultimately that's what I need.
Yeah, well, currently Ash Sutton is 9th, so if you'd picked the 9th, you could have put him on pole.
Yeah, didn't know that. I'll get that in the year, but ultimately that's why they're sealed, and that's why we do this in a fishbowl. So, yeah, unfortunately that's sometimes the way it goes.
So how are you going to attack this 3rd race? Hopefully the heavens won't open again and give you some real challenges on track.
Yeah, I hope the sun comes out, you know, scorches the track to about 30 odd degrees and gives me a load of grip on a hard, because that's what we need. So yeah, hopefully it's a nice dry day, you know, for the people here that have come through the gate. Hopefully the fans can dry off this afternoon. And yeah, you know, we'll go away, try and make the car that little bit better, maybe a few tweaks for the hard tyre. It's a bit more durable. And maybe we can come away, like I say, with some nice points. I think the chance of a podium in the next one will be very, very tough, but the chance of picking up some more points and moving forward onto Silverstone, we got a good chance of that.
Lovely stuff. Jade, well, come and join us. We'll have a bit of a grilling. What did you make of Dan's race? Do a bit of analysis while he's here.
I actually...
Are you as stressed as me?
I felt for them, but because I'm now not in it any longer, it was the most exciting thing in the world. I thought you'd got away with it initially because it looked like from our perspective that it was Jake, the first car that went off, and then they like panned out and you're well off. Yeah, but I did just ask if you had clenched in that moment. You said you still haven't relaxed yet, so yeah, exciting. I thought classic touring cars.
It was exactly, but it was a brilliant recovery from all of you. It really was. Dan, we're going to send you on your way because I know you've got a busy time before the final race of the day. It was a cracking moment for him. But let's just recap some of the action because it was a very busy race, Jade.
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously that action on sort of lap 1 or lap 2 when they all sort of concertina together. Rowbottom and Sutton came together, which I'd imagine is a very awkward situation at the Napa team now. We can just see it on TV. He won't have done it on purpose. He's just hit the brakes, locked up ever so slightly into Ash, the tiniest of touches, but it just caused this drama. The race then settled down a little bit, nice amount of action throughout, and then that rain. It came from absolutely nowhere, but that is classic touring cars, and we absolutely love to see it.
I mean, the rain was absolutely crazy. It was an amazing recovery from all of them. Unfortunately, though, you know, Ash Sutton missing out. He had a great start, moved up into P3, but unfortunately he's dropped down to P9. Not the weekend for him at the moment.
No, and that's what they say about to win a championship, you need a little bit of luck as well. And that's exactly it. Ash is doing as much as he possibly can to get the results he needs, but Lady Luck is just nipping him back all the time. And how, you know, Tom Ingram just came out in the lead after all of that mayhem. I bet he was sort of giggling in his crash helmet, but it's one of those things, you know, it's how championships are won and lost. Yes, they both got great cars underneath them, but equally a little bit of lady luck always plays a part.
So how do you think the third race of the day is going to play out?
I actually want more rain, but I love it when it's halfway through a race. Like I said, because I'm not in it anymore, it makes it super exciting. But race threes are always really, really good in British touring cars. We're just seeing Camish there. Honestly, as a driver, he'll be looking forward, trying to get back on track, looking behind to see who's capitalising. Fully excited, but I think we're going to see more of this in race 3. You know, it's really getting tight at the wire now, and everyone's fighting for every single point possible.
I think that's one of my favourite camera shots I've seen. It's just a cascade of drivers, isn't it? One after the other after the other. But you know, as we've mentioned, a brilliant recovery and potentially a mixed afternoon of weather. So it is time to go racing once again. It is, of course, the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. So let's head to our commentators, Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Nikki. We're hoping that we don't look like rallycross, didn't it, the touring cars? I'm hoping we don't get... Sorry, I interrupted your food there, Paul. I hope we don't get rallycross in the minis. They're out on slicks, but they have got 2 green flag laps to reconnoitre the circuit.
It's like a different day, isn't it? But that was proper Will Gollop-esque, wasn't it?
It was. I remember him.
Oh,
Whitstable Will.
Used to love all that. It was mega. Really, really cool.
It was. So minis have had an interesting weekend thus far. There is a little bit of a wet line, and we've got time to have a bit of build-up and have a look at the grid first of all. So here's how they go. Olivier Algieri is on pole with Cam Richardson alongside, Luca Marinoni Osborne on row 2, and Ashley Gregory alongside. Then it's Gabe Fairbrother and Reese Hurd completing our top 6. 7th on the grid is Alfie Garford with our onboard camera. Ronnie Smith next up from Alex Keynes, the championship leader. And 10th on the grid, Josh Wilby, followed by James Sherrington and Henry Foote. Louis Fleet next up from Leo Purchase. Murray Richardson on row 8 with the returning Louis Capozzoli. Paul Manning on row 9 ahead of Simon Sweetland. And completing the grid is Monroe Renard. Monroe having issues in qualifying, overheating. The session was actually stopped halfway because they were being naughty with track limits. A bit of Cam Richardson's car falling off there, off the back. So it either wasn't secured or he's bashed with a curb somewhere along the line. If you know the name, thinking, OK, this is Mini Coopers as opposed to our regular 7-event JCWs, Cam Richardson is doing a limited campaign in this as well as the JCW. So it's nice to see Cam there. And he qualified, well, best ever, I think, qualifying for Cam Richardson. Little reminder of where we are championship-wise. Alex Keynes, who led the championship after Croft, maintained that. Thruxton maintained that Croft. Algieri second. Gabe Fairbrother next up from Alfie Garford, Josh Wilby, and Ashley Gregory in 6th place. And Ashley tells me she's going to be racing at a Formula 1 stock car meeting with you.
Yeah, I'm hoping she's not in the same one as me because
she knows how to use the bumper. Does Ashley?
Yeah.
Formula 2 driver.
No, I do. I was with Ashley not long ago up at Blighton, just seeing some friends of mine, and yeah, she's gonna take me out. I think she's gonna stick me in the wall, she said. But good to see we got an onboard camera. We do love an onboard camera, especially in the trophy. It's still damp around this track, you know. I mean, look at the heat haze, but the greens are flying. But I did notice there's little damp patches in the worst places, going down towards the hairpin on the end of the lap. So we'll see. I love the fact that the onboard you can actually see the miles per hour gauge still working. You still got damp patches. Nobody will be trying to look down the inside of the crane of curves.
You say that now.
Yeah, there'll be about 10 of them, won't there? There'll be about
Turn 1, bit of Coopers, you know, cast your mind back to Thruxton in days gone by when we had 30-car grids and people getting stuck in, which is going to be, it is going to be interesting. The drivers have got a lot on their minds at the moment. There was a massive judicial after race 2, which Olivier Algieri came through from 10th on the grid to take the checkered flag, but there were a lot of judicials, surprisingly, really, for Mini. And Murray Richardson ended up taking the win from James Sherrington and Louis Fleet, the think it was Henry Foote in 4th place, but that was literally just before we came into the comms box. So whether there's a further update for that or not, I don't know. But they're all the results are pretty much provisional anyway. I think there was a judicial from Croft, which was handled on Friday, which saw Alex Keens get the win from Algieri for the, was it the 2nd or 3rd race at Croft. But what I'm saying, we'll enjoy what happens in front of us on screen. That's the key.
Yeah, we'll see. Just a little bit of an update. So car 610, Louis Fleet, is apparently on wet rear tyres. So that's an interesting one. I don't think that will work, but I've got to say thanks firstly. There's 2 people I've got to thank for this. One's Gavin, the floor manager of Louise Goodman.
Right.
So I don't know, I didn't know he knew anything about cars, but fair play to him. And also Ria from Mini has just messaged as well. So, but I've got to say that my floor manager from ITV was quicker than you, Ria, and you run the championship.
Ria, incidentally, Ria did ask me to say that the dates for next year are going to be published in the week, so keep your eyes on the Mini socials. And they're also, if you like the look of Minis here at Donington, this is the track they do a taster day at, so you can come along and try the Club Sport, the Coopers, the JCW Sport, and have a go. Several drivers did that last year, and here they are on the grid for real in the Cooper part of the championship. So well done for Mini to opening it up to their drivers. They're working really, really hard with their prospects for next year.
Yeah. Let us see. Yeah, wet rears isn't the way to go unless it drizzles with rain.
We'll see. Stranger things have happened. So we're looking at Monroe Renard down the back of the grid. Monroe had a good second race, made up a lot of places, but it's Olivier Algieri 10th to 1st on the road in race 2 to back up the win that he had yesterday in race number 1. Alongside him, Cam Richardson from the JC Doubles, slightly sluggish from Marinoni Osborne. Good start from 5th for Gabe Fairbrother, who gets away well, but it's Algieri here who wants to go for an on-the-road treble. As I say, the win was taken away in race 2, but it's all about where he finishes as far as he's concerned now. But Cam Richardson slots into P2, and I'm not going to make any comment about cars getting around the corner until they've done lap 3.
Well, we'll see, but side by side down the Craners is proper heart in the mouth stuff, because you've got to try and keep it flat on those cold tyres. It should be okay, because then damp patches have gone really fast into dry, so we're all good. But that front row made a mega start.
They did, yeah. Algieri, I don't think there's any mistake in that the Merrill Motorsport driver was going to do that, and climbing up towards the front of the championship standings here is Alfie Garford again, who's got a big view up in front of him in the Vera Tools car, and there is the battle. So Garford down, he's got Hurd and Ronnie Smith, who had a brilliant race last time out. Said it was like the seas parting in race 2. I'm surprised you knew that story. Is it going to happen again?
Someone...
Reese Hurd on the inside, bodywork flapping away.
Wow, I would like to see that again, because there was a car completely across the bows then of our on-board car and the 2 in front. So I don't know how they got that straight, whoever that was, but fair play. This is looking nice.
It is the race leaders, Algieri and Cameron Richardson. Henry Foote side by side with the man who was on the podium in the amended result, James Sherrington. Dad used to be a racer as well, did James. Runs with the Westbourne team. It's Westbourne up front from the Vera Alliance Racing Academy in P2. Change for 3rd place. Marinoni Osborne and Hurd hard at it. And it's Hurd that goes through now in blue into 3rd place.
Yeah, so how did this happen then? I've definitely seen a car. Oh, that's what it was then.
Gregory.
So Ashley Gregory, and she loses a front bumper. I don't expect anything more from Ashley, to be fair. If that was anyone else, they would have been spinning in the gravel, but she's kept the foot in and held that slide. But yeah, looked like she got a left rear on the wet, and it just slid her a bit, and then people were just knocking her a bit. That was decent stuff, because they could have just all drilled into her, to be fair, at the top of that hill.
Actually had a P2 yesterday, which was a cracking result, matches her best in the championship. The win shouldn't be too far away for Ashley Greger as we look at Luca Marinoni Osborne from Alfie Garford.
Look at this. Is he flat down the Craners? Oh, listen to that. Absolutely flat. He's going to have a look. Whoa, that was great onboard stuff there. You've got to be so brave to get that in there. And again, this is a good run. The tow in these cars is pretty good. Oh, he's driving away, isn't he, Marinoni Osborne? Look on the right-hand side. There's going to be a car alongside us. Oh, this is proper stuff. Gabe Fairbrother with his wing mirror tucked in gets the place.
Yeah, Gabe Fairbrother, one of the top 3 of the championship headed by the Alex Keens car. Algieri 2nd, Fairbrother 3rd, Josh Wilby 4th in the standings as they come into this race, and all of them up at the sharp end. Keens wasn't too good in qualifying yesterday, had a decent result in the reverse grid race. He's down in 8th here. and he could lose some points out to Algieri. Algieri's aim here after, was it something like 4 non-finishes in the first 2 meetings, has clawed his way back up into the championship fight, and 2 more meetings to go after this one. Sadly not with us on the touring car programme, but it is, I think, going to go all the way to Brands Hatch in November.
It's pretty exciting here at Donington at the minute, and yeah, it's just such a difficult place to get underneath people on the brakes. Look at the clouds in the background as well. Proper dark clouds. Hopefully it stays dry, but a little bit of rain would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? But it's all looking a bit tight. That's Ashley Gregory's bumper, is it? I think she'll be getting that back later on. Save herself 200 quid maybe. Don't know. Got to paint it as well, maybe 250 plus the VAT.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how much the spares are on this one. That was the 40 car having a little moment. That's James Sherrington, podium finisher ultimately in the previous race. Alfie Garford wants the driver behind him to get a move on. That's Alex Keens that I think he's gesticulating to.
I thought we were on board with John Clellan then. I'm going for first. Alfie Garland is going for first. Look at that. Little bit of a bump draft on the back of the 81 Marinoni Osborne. Again, he'd be completely flat. Look at them now. 4 of them are in their Keens. In the 82, he's going to try to get underneath a couple. He can't quite get his car position. Gets one done, maybe. That's the overlap on Gabe Fairbrother. And I think he's done it. Yeah, the outside.
Fairbrother got marinated there. Here we got Keens having a go as well, with Henry Foote coming up into the mix in the purple fronted car. So Henry all the way up from Truro down in Cornwall for this meeting, really getting stuck in. And Henry and his dad telling me that he's now got the power in the engine. Remember when he had the onboard earlier on, the onboard camera in the season, he was a little bit down on power, gets into the side of the car alongside, and but what he's saying now, he's got the engine back up to power. I think there was 6 horsepower down. Engine's on song, and he's now mixing it with the top 10 and getting the feel for the rubbing and racing in this.
Well, it was no doubt Henry Foote is one of the top runners in this championship, and it's so disheartening to not have the engine, but he's got it now, so he's having a go. There he is, just on the inside. Oh, he's going to lose a place, is he? That's a great move. That's hard to do that, because to get inside someone at that corner, you've got to make sure you're not all on the wet. But that was Leo Purchase then down the inside.
Yeah, Leo's come up from 15th place, so fair play to him. Really great progress from Purchase. Louis Capozzoli back with the championship. He was I always think he's been around forever, but he's been away for a little while, Louis Capozzoli. He's in the grey car. Great to have him back in the championship, and he's involved with Henry Foote. Looks on the outside as they go through Goddard's. Is he going to get that move done? I think he probably did. Still Algieri out front from Cam Richardson. Heard the other drivers we probably need to look at are Fairbrother, 3rd in the championship, down in 8th at the moment, and Keens, the championship leader, in 7th. 1st to 7th points-wise is 50 to 30, 20 points. The gap for the championship at the moment is 15. Actually, no, it's not. 479 to 453, about 20. So Algieri closing potentially the championship lead, but not quite at the moment enough to grab top spot.
Look at this. This is brilliant. Purchase there on the right-hand side, and Henry Foote. They have been side by side for like nearly half a lap. That's really good racing, that. But now the person who's going to capitalise on this is Sherrington in the 40 around the outside. That should be an easy move, but you can still see a little bit of water coming off some of the tyres just down there as they exit the old hairpin.
So James Sherrington, product of the BARC's Junior Saloon campaign, and his dad Patrick, an ex-Sports 2000 race back in the day, which is good to see. Now Cam Richardson's dropped away. You won't be happy. Algieri is away. This is almost what Algieri did in race 1 yesterday. Started to build a lead. 1st, 2nd and 3rd was quiet yesterday, is probably the polite word for it. The rest of it was a bun fight behind, and that's what we might get here.
Yeah, I'd say that the leaders definitely checked out. This is a difficult one into here, side by side. Well, they didn't bang into each other, and that's good to see, and it's no advantage gained as the by the looks of it. So Sherrington just getting ahead of Purchase there.
Westbourne ahead of Graves Motorsport, if we're keeping little tabs on the teams. Here's a replay. Oh,
that was lucky. That was lucky, because I'll tell you why. That was Sweetland, wasn't it? Simon Sweetland, number 4?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I think. Yep, Simon was ended with 3 wheels on his wagon last time out. We thought it was going to cause a safety car, but it didn't. As we watch Reese Hurd in 3rd position at the moment, could do with maybe someone to work with him and get down the road and sort out Algieri and Richardson.
Tell you what, if I was driving in that car behind him, Ronnie Smith, I would be looking to pass him on the left-hand side. Why do I say that? Have a look at his mirror. Next time he's in shot, you can see Reese Hurd's car. Next time we see it, but Reese Hurd's car's got the mirror bent in, and you want to be all over that side he can't see, so you can just shot him. On board again with Alfie Garford. Look at this down here. It's not even down in gear, Richie. It's 4th gear. Hang on to your kecks, lad. It's proper stuff, that.
Alfie from one of the other leading junior championships, the Fiesta Juniors, and he's having a good race here. And Smith side by side here with Hurd.
Yeah, and it was that wing mirror, wasn't it? He's trying to stay in, but oh, this could work a treat. That looks like he's got the overlap. That is brilliant stuff. That is an exceptional move. Thought about 2 corners before. Brilliant. Now look at this. On board with Alfie Garford. He's going to get down the inside, isn't he? And he has to give Marinoni Osborne a headbutt to try and push him ahead.
Stitch that, let's get up. A little bit of bump drafting between the pair of them just momentarily now as they come down into the chicane. They'll flick to the left, which they do now. Hurd is still there. There is Reese Hurd, who was in 3rd position but drops back a little bit now. Goodness me, Ronnie Smith. I tell you what, Ronnie Smith is getting stronger and stronger through the BT. He'll won a 4th race at this rate, Ronnie Smith.
Yeah, proper stuff. It's so funny. He's not the oldest of lads, Ronnie Smith, and it just makes me laugh having that first name, Ronnie. It's a lovely name, but I always think of Ronnie Pickering. Do you remember him?
No.
You wouldn't do. You're old, aren't you?
Thanks very much for that, young man. I had Gluey on about Blue Peter earlier. I'm surprised he...
What's that?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Front 2 have proper checked out here, haven't they?
Yeah, Algier and Richardson away. Should we have a safety car? That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Don't say that.
Give Ronnie Smith a little bit of a sporting chance, wouldn't it? No, Algieri certainly won't want it. And his dad actually took me to task after the podiums in race 2. Said, "You said this is cheap racing. It isn't." I think what we're alluding to is that it could be more cost-effective than many other championships.
Oh, there's no such thing. That was Gabe Fairbrother getting a little bit of a tag going into the hairpin. Couldn't quite see who it was. I'm not too sure who he was battling with hard there, but yeah. So this was the Reese Hurd battle, and it still is, in that blue car, because it just makes me laugh that when that left-hand wing mirror is just... Look, oh, he's got a bit of a chance if he can get the switch back and try and get underneath. Oh, this is a good shot, isn't it? Look at that. No, oh, he's got an overlap here. He needs to stick in there, and he should get Marinoni Osborne on the way in. Job done, and now our cameraman could stay inside and make up a place as well. That's well read.
Read that well, yeah. Followed him through. Nice stuff there from the Vera Tools car of Alfie Garford. So down the exhibition straight in towards the chicane again. Now we've got Alex Keynes coming up, the green and yellow car. He's the championship leader at the moment, and he's still in the mix. He hasn't quite had the performance over the course of the weekend. Alfie Garford goes over the curbs. Don't mention the limits.
Like John Cleese. Yeah, you got to be careful there, because you have to self-police into that chicane, because you can get properly banged up for track limits there. So yeah, got to be really careful there. But Keynes needs to stay out of the way of any trouble, and you see that he's ducked out because he thought, I'm not going around the outside. Look at that. That's clever driving by Keynes. He's just thought, I'll go one side, but I'll go on the safe side, and now he might get an overlap.
Osborne did a nice little nibble, didn't he, out of the hairpin as well at the Melbourne Loop, just to get inside Garford, but he's on the outside line here, so Garford's hang on to this very well.
Perfect. I'll tell you what Keynes has done there in the 82. He's bump drafted the car ahead of him. Brilliant stuff. Just give him a little bit of a tap and moved him forward. That could be gravel. No, he's got away with it. Oh no, they're side by side. Richie, do you know what this means?
What does it mean, Paul?
It means 4th gear on the limiter. Absolutely flat out down the crane. Oh, he's let him through.
Flat out, son. Alex Keynes, he's got his name on the side of the car, but doesn't have a sponsor. Many of the others, I know, will have varying levels of sponsorship and marketing partners with them, but that guy, the championship leader, still looking for people to get involved on his journey, as indeed, as we always say, the whole field are. But it's very obvious, isn't it, from Alex's car, that he's not really getting any sort of support at the moment, but great opportunity for people to get involved with him. As we look at Ronnie Smith, trying with Reese Hurd to close up on Cam Richardson. What's the gap? Oh, it's seconds away, isn't it now?
Yeah, that is proper checking out up front. But Reese Hurd, look at that. You can see the curbs in his mirror. Like his mirror there on the right-hand side is twisted all the way around. So if that car come towards us, that blue car, we could probably see ourselves in that mirror. But there's the leader, top man.
And fastest lap. You know, we talk about bump drafting and all that, but he's done that on his own. Lap 3 was his fastest lap, 1:54.170, fastest lap of the race, and he's done it on his own.
That is a difficult thing to do. Sometimes you can get fastest lap if you've got a car behind you as well.
Yeah.
Because they'll take the drag off the back of the car. But he's not been close enough, to be fair, Cam Richardson. But this is looking pretty special. So 11 minutes to go, and that black cloud's getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? So Garford on the left, Marinoni Osborne on the right. Nothing wrong with that.
Bit of green, bit of gravel from the 88. Nah.
It was nice, respectful stuff, and if there was tyres there, they would have been a big accident.
Tyres for the Porsches. Apparently, I'm hearing.
Right.
Anyway, separate race, separate issue. As we go back with Smith and Hurd, alias Smith and Hurd up the front here. Let's see what Reese Hurd can do. He's looking pretty racy here as they go down the Craner curves once again. Algieri leading, Richardson in second place. C. Richardson, because there are the two brothers in it, and then Ronnie Smith, the junior champion from Junior Saloons, in third at the moment, but Reese Hurd is putting him under pressure.
Yeah, remind me to send you that on WhatsApp, that Ronnie Pickering thing, because it's quite funny. You'd enjoy it. But these boys are proper going at it. Look at the next one. What are they doing? There's like 2-3 abreast. This is such a good part of the track to learn your race. Learn your racecraft, because look at this now. So if you're behind in this, if you're like the third car behind Keynes there, it's all about setting it up and making sure you take maximum speed into the apex. And Keynes is so switched on. I mean, that's a side draft he's getting now, and now he pulls away from it, so he can't get the draft back. It's brilliant stuff, this. 3 into 1. I'm looking forward to this.
Keynes goes into the chicane, and he's got it. That was well done, wasn't it, by Keynes? I didn't think he was going to come out in front.
No, I think he had to make a decision on just getting it done and try and get rid of these guys. But look at the marauding pack, 4 of him now. Hopefully they can get on the brakes early enough. That's great racing. No big contact, no big damage. Just good, clean racing. Now, when you're in a car like that and you get away with it as both drivers involved, it's just the best feeling ever. Really, really cool.
Henfoot in the mix as well. Great to see him up at the sharp end. He's got Josh Wilby in there as well. All front runners for this championship. Henry drops away just a little bit. He'll get stuck back in the purple fronted car, getting right involved in the mix as third and fourth go across the line. Still in third place, Ronnie Smith coming under pressure from Reese Hurd. Let's see whether Reese can put the pressure on him with 9 minutes to go. They might just, it's probably too late for them to try and close up on the lead pairing. It's only 4 seconds between the race leader, Olivier Algieri, and Cam Richardson in second position. Cam was telling me yesterday how difficult it is remembering that he's in the Cooper when he gets out of the JCW, because he did Coopers last year. Did JCW Sport, multiple race winner in JCW Sport was Cam Richardson, but here is our overall race leader. He's looking to make it a hat-trick on tarmac, I think, as he did at Croft, and of course he won our last Cooper race with BTCC, which was at Thruxton. And Algieri, I was saying that his dad was taking me to task about saying it was cheap racing. I don't think we've ever said it was cheap, but that was a reaction to me saying, are we going to see him in JCWs next year?
Oh, really? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, this is great racing. It's all that you need. You learn so much in this championship, but Keynes is in a bit of trouble here, because you can see the onboard man is just trying to keep in that toe, and it's so difficult to put somebody under pressure that much that they make a mistake. But Hurd is going to wait and wait and wait, and then is he going to jink out? But our onboard man, Alfie Garford, is having a real storm of a race, real good.
He is. Alfie put in some. Got the camera to go. Here comes Hurd down the inside. We were just waiting for that, weren't we?
No. He's not done him.
Yeah, but if he hangs on, he's got the inside line for Goddard's. No, he hasn't. All right, okay, call me a liar.
Thank you, Richard. And that's why they pay me the big bucks. Yeah, I can read these races. What do you want to know about the Mini Challenge Trophy?
Who's going to come third then?
Anyone.
I thought he would have had the momentum there. I was wrong. Keane's trying to close up. Again, we've got two pairs out front, first and second, third and fourth, and a great big angle for fifth, headed by Alex Keanes from Garford, Wilby, Foot, Fairbrother not that far behind, Marinoni, Osborne. When you look at the top 10, they are all capable winners. Sherrington, obviously podium material as well. Leo Purchase has won and led the championship after round. Josh Wilby won't be winning this one. That was the 7th place car. Is that going to be a safety car?
Where is that? Well, it's going to probably be a safety car, because wherever it is, it's going to be dangerous, because you can't have 2 cars going off there. I tell you what, look at these lots. 3 and 4 and 5 abreast, and where is this car off? Are they going to see the yellow flashing lights on their dashboards? Are they going to see the yellow flashing lights?
I don't think they're up to it yet. I don't know when he went off. Well, I don't know where he went off. Maybe if he was, I think he was with this group, so he went off maybe when we were focused on the lead. He is at Redgate, so we're not going to see the yellows for a while. Keane's getting a bit sideways there. A little bit drifty was Keane's, with Garford right behind him. They've broken away from this gaggle now, so we've got 3 pairs, and then this lot.
Look at this. This is going to be carnage going down to the chicane, and Reese Head still, not Reese Head, sorry, Keanes is still just going through our shot there, flat out. And these lot, oh, they're all line astern. That was very nice, wasn't it? That was like when your teacher at school, you say everyone in one line. Again, now. He's done it this time. I think that's done from Reese Heard, yeah. He's slowing it down more and just made Ronnie Smith headbutt him all the way.
See, I kept stum then. That was the right thing to do, wasn't it?
It was the right thing to do, Richard. That's why I could never read out championship results and all that. I can't clue what's going on.
Yeah, nice move. So Heard up into 3rd position. That was important. That was to get on the podium, grab another 2 points in the potential championship as the chasing group goes through again. Is this he did depart.
Oh wow, he did, didn't he? I didn't see the beginning. That looked like, I don't know whether he's got oversteer on the way in and then it's just flicked in the other way. But yeah, that hit the barrier quite hard, but doesn't seem to be. Did he get out of that then, or is he still in that gravel?
Don't know. Josh will be 4th in the championship, to give you the perspective. That's not great for him. It means Ashley Gregory will be. Oh, Gregory's down the bottom as well. When did Ashley Gregory have an issue?
I don't know, but I think when she got half spun at Coppice, she was still up there, but then dropped a bit more. Maybe she did get some damage on the front, but that bumper, that really shouldn't cause any problems.
What I would say is, we're not going to see these cars on ITV for the rest of the year, but after we finished and we get to the end of the year, the truck meeting at Brands Hatch, they're on there. Go and have a look at Brands. It's a super meeting. Bit cold, so stick your thermals on, go along and watch these guys fight it out for the finale.
Have these lot just gone round side by side all race?
I think they pretty much have. It's like Scale Extra, isn't it? They're on
I think, oh no, that is not the move you want to be pulling there. 3 abreast now. How's your luck? Oh, look at that. That's the power of the draft, that is. Look at everyone just drafting past like NASCAR.
It is. Henry Foote on the inside for the first part of the chicane. He's going to lean on the car alongside him. Now coming back is Ronnie Smith. So Heard up into 3rd, but Ronnie Smith in the light blue and white car ready to have a go. The race car consultants, David Elsley's team, preparing that car, and he's trying to get back on the podium. It's Ronnie Smith, but it's Algieri still out front. 4.7 seconds, hasn't pulled out any more of a gap, the race leader. Still got the fastest lap from lap 3, so very comfortable with 3 minutes on the clock. This one pretty well spaced out, and hopefully everyone will take all their cars home with 1 bit.
Hopefully, I'm sure they will. They've been, I don't want to be the commentator's curse, but they have been very well behaved. They've well policed themselves in the track limits area so far, and they've been very respectful to each other, which is great. Back on board with Alfie Garford, and yeah, he's just trying to get into the back of that toe again, isn't he, with Keanes, because Keanes is pulling him along.
He is at the moment. Here's Algieri. Have a look in the background. Let's have a quick look. There is Cam Richardson, who's on for a very good 2nd position at the moment. So Cam running well, and I was just trying to work out whether he's not been this high up in JCW. He's 11th in the championship. Is Cam for the big brothers of this championship, the 24-year-old from Cheshire. I think this is going to be his best finish in the Coopers.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see. Can hold on to it, we'll see. But these guys have had a look at Ronnie Smith again. Wow. This has been brilliant, this. If this finishes like this, these two, Heard and Smith, will just give each other a proper big hug, because when you race like this, hard and fair, it's so cool. I'd be a bit annoyed if someone had bent my wing mirror back like that.
Was that Ronnie or was it somebody else? I think it was someone else earlier on.
Yeah, but I know I get annoyed. I mean, I do. I'm a cyclist, and sometimes I'll do it to people who cut me up on the road. Here we go, look at this. He's going to try and... He's not going to go around the outside, I don't reckon. He'll probably brake early and try and cut underneath, will he?
No, he's got in front.
Let's see what Ronnie Smith does. He's going to try and get underneath. There you go. I don't know if it is going to work. That's why they pay me the big bucks, Richie.
Yeah, he's not passed, though.
All right, mate. Do you want to have a fight live on air?
So who's in the right line now? Come on.
All right. Okay, so Reese Hurd is, but he's going to try and cut underneath him again. Watch this.
And then he'll be on the outside for Redgate.
I don't care what you think. Here we go.
Across the grid lines.
So this time, watch this now. Watch your two cars going through. He's going to try and get underneath him again because look at that wing mirror of Hurd. He can't see him. Oh, he's far enough ahead now that he might know he's going to try and cut underneath. Oh, do you know, he's going to try and cut underneath. And then they're going to be side by side in fourth gear, flat out down the crane of curves. Oh, they've let me down. Let me down, lads.
Right, we reckon 2 laps to go. Race leaders are all the way around. Good battle for third, though, as you said. Really good stuff between these two. All good and clean so far. Here comes Smith again, having a look, gets to the outside. Hurd, although he can't see, so the mirror's not there, he's aware, isn't he?
Do you know what's really lovely from Reese Hurd? He didn't know, he's done it this time. Yeah. He didn't know where he was, but he didn't push him in the gravel.
No, he was aware of him, wasn't he? He knew that the battle was on. And he'll have another guy coming back through Schwantz into McLean's. He's got the inside run. There'll be a little bit more momentum on the outside for Ronnie Smith. The pair of them now climbing uphill as they come up into Coppice side by side again. Hurd's got the inside, still hanging on. The outside is Ronnie Smith. No, tucks it back in.
Tucks it back in. He's going to get the inside again towards the chicane. Look who's coming for them. Keynes could be well involved in this, and also Garford, but like 2 abreast, this is going to be really, really slow in now. This is good. Watch out for Keynes in that green and yellow car. He's going to be right in there for this position.
Yeah, this is your game of chess, isn't it? That they're all playing here. Oh, how close do they get Ronnie Smith? Right, I'll tell you what, he judged. I thought he judged that very well. The in-car footage might say otherwise, but he got so close and just made maybe the lightest of touches on the car in front. He's on the outside now as they come through the Melbourne Loop. But Alex Keynes is in the mix here as well. He's got to cover that off.
He has, but look at our onboard cameraman. He's just in. There he is. Oh, great direction. So Alfie Garford now has got a great view of this. If they stay left, which they're not doing, but this is going to hold them up even more and more. Is this going to bring the other bit of the pack into this? I think they're too far back. This is proper racing. I've really, really enjoyed this today.
We have had some good stuff from the Coopers over the course of this year. I won't tell you what dates they are, but we will have 3 Cooper visits with the BTCC next year. The remaining 7 dates, of course, will go to JCWs. Keep your eyes on the socials to find out which rounds they are at. But, of course, you'll want to see all of them as this quartet carries on. It's the 16-year-old Alfie Garford still putting pressure on the championship leader, Alex Keynes, as they come down through the grainers for the last time.
Keynes won't want any of this in that 82. He won't want any of it. If he loses a place to Garford, I don't think he'd be that bothered. But look at this now. This is where it gets messy. If you're looking through your windscreen and you cannot see what's going on in front, that is a massive worry. There's a lot going on, and if a car goes sideways, it's big trouble. Can Garford get past these 3 in front if someone messes up? Because they might do now.
Here they come then, final part of it, and it's Hurd still in 3rd position. Ronnie Smith having a look round the outside, goes a little bit wide. Keynes thinks about getting involved as well. Garford could hold a few cards here. Up the hill they go for the last time. Algieri away and down the road, 6 seconds clear of Cam Richardson. This is the scrap for 3rd.
This is the scrap for 3rd, and I really don't know who to pick. I've got a feeling Keynes, if he plays his cards right and just backs off a little bit, he might get the run down to the chicane, through the chicane, because they're going to be 2 abreast, Smith and Hurd.
He's going to pick a side here. He's going to have to, or is he? No, not at the moment. They get so close against Smith, right into the rear quarters of the blue car of Reese Hurd. Now, down towards the hairpin for the last time. Meanwhile, exiting that up to the last one for the last time is Algieri, who's made no mistakes as far as I can see in this race, and will make it 3 wins out of 3 on the tarmac. Remember, it was Murray Richardson that took the amended result, but Algieri takes another win on the ITV cameras. That's here at Donington Park. Cam Richardson, a superb 2nd position for the Wera Tools man. We've got another Wera car at the back of this 4, going up the inside. Alfie Garford trying to squeeze his way past the championship leader Keynes, and that's how you called it, Paul. Side by side up to the flag, and we're going to have to defer to TSL, the timing screen, to see who got the better of that. We know Algieri won, we know Richardson was 2nd, Hurd takes 3rd from Smith, Keynes holds off Garford for 5th position.
Absolutely stunning stuff, and it isn't finished yet. You can see all the cars still coming through, but great racing. I've got to say, that was brilliant, respectful racing for me.
Yeah, always good to go out on a high, isn't it? And the Coopers have done that. It's the last corner from Alfie Garford.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest of yes, it was the biggest of lunches. But listen, that was great because there was no big contact. He didn't go on the throttle hard, drive into his door. He touched his door, but he could have really drilled him off the track there. It was brilliant racing from all of them, especially this man. He always messages me on Instagram. He's a lovely lad. I made up for him because he's been super special, the masterclass of all masterclasses.
I'm upset now, he never messages me.
Yeah, well, you don't message me. Great stuff from Algeria.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
well done, Olivier. Superb stuff. Really cracking weekend for him. And do you know what? It sets up two really mega rounds. Such a shame they're not with us. Why can't we have the JCW and the Coopers every round next year?
So good. Well,
yeah,
hopefully someone's listening and can make that happen for us, because they're nothing but entertainment and brilliant. Look at that. Garford has gone across the line in 6th place, shaking his fist, saying, brilliant, I love that. Not because of the position and the result, just because it was an amazing race.
Round 15 of the VERTU Mini Challenge Trophy. The Coopers are complete for the day. Olivier Algieri takes the win with Cam Richardson in 2nd, Reese Hurd 3rd position, Ronnie Smith 4th from Alex Keynes and Alfie Garford, Leo Purchase in 7th, James Sherrington next up from Henry Foote, Luca Marinoni Osborne completing our top 10. 11th goes to Gabe Fairbrother from Paul Manning. Good drive from Paul to come up from the rear of the field. Murray Richardson next from Monroe Renard and Simon Sweetland. Louis Fleet 16th. Ashley Gregory a couple of laps adrift, maybe pit bound at some point, and issues we saw during the race for Josh Wilby and Louis Capozzoli. Well, good stuff. We look forward to reacquainting ourselves here on ITV with these cars later, next year in fact. Here's how the standings are as they go into their penultimate round of the season. Alex Keynes now with a 4-point championship lead over your race winner, Olivier Algieri. Alfie Garford 3rd from Gabe Fairbrother. James Sherrington up to 5th this weekend. Josh Wilby 6th from Ashley Gregory. Leo Purchase 8th ahead of Reese Hurd. And Henry Foote completing the top 10. So we won't see these guys again with us on ITV till next year, but very much looking forward to that. We've had some super racing from them this year. And as you can see, as always, greatly appreciated by the teams, the marshalling team here as well at Donington Park. And I think there'll probably be a sigh of relief at the great standard of racing we had in that one from the championship, so they can take a few weeks off. Can't remember when the next round is, but a few weeks away, I think maybe towards the end of September, so they get a nice long break. It's been ages since we've seen them actually, isn't it? Probably a couple of months or so since we've seen them, as Olivier Algieri pops into Parc Fermé. He did celebrate on the second one. Not quite sure whether he'll be even happy with this one. I guess they'll be mindful of the fact there might be judicials at some point over this, as things ever are. He's happy about that, punches the air with delight. We'll hear from him in a few minutes. Olivier Algieri, he's your race winner. Stay with us, we'll have a chat with him shortly.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, it was nose to tail in the fight for the last podium position, but no one could match Olivier Alguerri's pace to take the checkered flag and the win for Westbourne Motorsport. His 6th win of the season, and that leaves him just 4 points behind the championship leader. And I'm delighted to say that joining me now is Olivier. I mean, it was a great race. It was quite an intense start, that's for sure. But then you didn't really have to look back.
Yeah, when we were sort of sat waiting to go out, obviously the rain came down quite heavily. So seen it drying a little bit, and I went on the green flag laps, and you could see there was damp patches all over the place. So I sort of had to pick some lines out, and then tried to do that on the first couple of laps and got away.
And you're getting closer to the competition, aren't you? Just 4 points between yourself and Alex Keynes now.
Yeah, a really tough start to the year with a lot of bad luck. So I think now that we're starting to get it right, we're starting to pick up the points, get consistent, and yeah, hopefully that championship can come a bit closer.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Well, congratulations. Enjoy the rest before we do it all over again. We'll see you soon. Cameron, come and join us. Congratulations on your 2nd place finish today.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say it was easy because there wasn't really anybody around me, but it's warm and I had to kind of keep my focus locked in and stay on the black stuff to bring it home in P2. So all right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great race for you. It's always nice to stay out of trouble and stay out for that very intense battle for 3rd. I'm sure you were looking in your mirrors thinking, I'm glad I'm not in that.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't see too much of it, but I was looking in my mirrors, kind of using them as a reference. But yeah, the car was mega. Big thank you to the Wera Tools team and Alliance Racing for having me back for the guest round. Yeah, it was absolutely mega.
Thank you very much. Reese Hurd, let's bring you in. Huge congratulations there. It was touch and go though. I mean, it was brilliant, brilliant racing. You had us on the edge of our seats, but I'm sure you're relieved to bring home the final 3rd podium position.
Yeah, well, after this morning with the clutch going, just wanted a good result, and then about halfway through the ABS light came on, so no ABS again, so it was just a straight fight between me and Ronnie. It was after the first lap, the top two had just too far gone, so it was just a hack for 3rd.
How do you reflect on it though? I mean, what a brilliant way to perfect your racecraft.
It was a good weekend, it's good for racecraft, but I'd rather just not be scrapping for 3rd, be scrapping for the lead, but sometimes it's just got to pick up the podiums when they come.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, and huge, huge congratulations. We will...
Sponsors, I'd just like to thank AE Vodka for coming on board for the rest of the year, all my loyal sponsors, Master Mac, V-Club, all the people inside the car that make racing possible.
Absolutely, of course you can. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Right, it is now time to head down to a grid full of Porsches with Louise.
Thank you very much, Nikki. And I'm going to start by having a chat with a driver who started his season in the British Touring Car Championship, Stephen Jelly. Started with One Motorsport, did one race with Unlimited Motorsport, but now is back in a championship and a car and a team that you know very well. I know you tested the car here on Thursday because it's a tricky decision to make to jump back in halfway through the season, despite the fact that you've got experience in these cars, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge because all the guys on the grid obviously most of the way through their season, and I've gone from a front-wheel drive car with the steering wheel on the other side, engine in the front, to the complete polar opposite. So it's tough, but the cars are so good. I'm about there. So I'm happy with the decision. I've got a lot of people from Metclad, one of my sponsors here, New Line, Juice, and so it's my job to get on in a race car and give them something to watch. So here I am.
And the frustration, obviously, in an ideal world, you would have stayed in BTCC, but the thing is, you're racing. That's the key, isn't it?
That's it, that's it. You know, I've got a car. I've just got to do something with it now. I'd have loved to stay in the BTCC, but it didn't happen. So yeah, see what I can do.
I tell you what, these cars are a lot lower down than the touring cars. Right, managed to get up. Thank you, Stephen. Let's go all over and have a word with James Wallace. So the entries for the Porsche Junior driver closed on Wednesday. So James is in his second and final season as the Porsche Junior driver. And James, it's been a pretty good season for you, hasn't it? I mean, you got your first win, you've had podiums as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been a year of learning as well. Unfortunately, this part of the season hasn't quite gone our way, but yeah, definitely looking in reflection, there's been some real highs, and again, Goodwood Festival of Speed's been one of the highlights again this year as well.
That is one of the things that you get to do as the Porsche Junior driver. I was just talking about the fact that the entries have just closed for the next Porsche Junior. What difference has it made to you to be part of that programme and to have the support from Porsche?
Yeah, you know, I think it allows you to kind of develop as a person more than anything as well. Obviously, the driving element's amazing, but the overall package outside of it is what you get to develop, the connections, the people you get to meet, and the events you get to do as well. So it's been a great experience for myself, and I've loved every minute.
I bet it has. What's not to love about being a Porsche Junior driver? Right, time for a final word with the guy who's currently leading the Pro-Am Championship. Ollie, affectionately known as the flat-out farmer. He is actually a farmer down in Somerset, but look at this car. And doing pretty well in Pro-Am at the moment as well. You're in a good old ding-dong battle for the championship lead, aren't you?
Yeah, it's really tight with me and Max Coates at the moment, so hopefully I can outscore him in this race, and yeah, just try and keep building that lead.
You've got a couple of seasons' experience in the championship. How much of a help is that?
It's definitely a help. These cars are quite tricky to drive, so they do take some getting used to. Yeah.
A bit different to the tractor that you drive during the week, I can imagine.
Oh, slightly faster, yeah. Yeah, I prefer driving this.
I'm not surprised at all that you prefer driving this. All right, I will let you get your head down, get ready. We are going to head off for a break. When we come back, these Porsches are going to be taken to the track. Make sure you join us for that.
.30 races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
So you join us in Donington for a day of racing here. Now, some breaking news. Since we had the grid lineup, Chris Smiley did not pass his ride height. So that means he is starting from the back of the grid, which promotes Ash Sutton to P8. Now, P8 was the magic number that was picked out in the reverse grid, which puts him now in pole position. A remarkable turn of events. The luck is changing. Ashley Sutton for Napa Racing is going to be on pole. It is now time to head to our commentators with David Addison and Tim Harvey.
And it's time for our second Carrera Cup GB race of the weekend. Before we do that, Tim, quick thought about that new grid formation. Yeah, Ash Sutton on pole position for the last touring car race, but he's going to have to do it on the hard tyre.
Well, a bit of fortune his way. He'd been praying for rain for the last race, so he didn't have to go on that hard tyre. Tom Ingram proved that the hard tyre is still competitive, but it's not probably a race-winning tyre. But Ash is going to put up a hell of a fight and try and take advantage of that good fortune. And there'll be quite a few other cars on hard tyres as well, but probably some quick ones at the front on medium, sorry.
So, as ever, the reverse grid touring car race, which is coming up after the Porsches, promises to be a real thriller. Now, as far as Carrera Cup GB is concerned then, it's race 2 of the day. The grid is based on the results of the first, but with that semi-reversal of either 4 to 6 places. Andrew Rackstraw was the winner earlier on. He's going to be 4th on the grid. George Gamble, the reigning champion at his home circuit, the Nottingham driver, he is going to be on pole position. This is the grid. George Gamble for pole, 5th in the championship, and he's been a race winner this year. Sid Smith will line up 2nd. He's 3rd in the championship. He has had 1 win. Then you've got Will Martin, the championship leader, 4 times a winner. And Andrew Rackstraw has had 3 wins in the pro category. He is 2nd in the championship. Next up, Will Jenkins. He's now had 2 Pro-Am wins. Pro-Am pole for him, ahead of the Pro-Am championship leader, Oliver White. You heard from him on the grid. He's had 4 class wins. Angus Whiteside is next, 4th in the championship. Then James Wallace, a race winner this year. Stephen Jelly, not scoring points, but into the championship for these final few weekends. He is on row 5 with Seb Hopkins. He was tapped into a spin in race 1, but he was a winner at Knockhill last time out. Then you got Josh Stanton. He's also had a win in the Pro-Am class, and Ollie Jackson alongside has had 2 in Pro-Am. Max Coates is next. He's 2nd in the Pro-Am Championship. 2 wins there, including an outright win, in fact, earlier on in the season. Then you've got Carl Cavers, who won in Am earlier on in the day, his 4th class win. There's Henry Dawes on the back row, and the Am Championship leader, Jonathan Beeson, 7 times a winner in class. He rounds out the grid. He did not finish race 1 because he suffered damage at the first corner. Ollie Jackson got on the grass, skated up the inside, hit the back of Seb Hopkins and turned him around, and also, as he ran across the circuit, took Jonathan Beeson with him. They both ended up going through the gravel, and Jonathan had broken front right suspension, so he was a retirement. But Ollie Jackson, who was rather the catalyst for it all, ended up finishing 4th in class, and with a safety car during the race as well to bunch everybody up. That helped him, brought him back onto the queue of cars, and then he was able to make places the other side of it. So it worked out rather better than it may have done for him. Fans young and old then ready for Porsche racing. They make a great noise, these cars. 510 horsepower, 4-litre engines, and Donington a good circuit for them at 2.5 miles in length. Tim, there's some nice parts of this circuit where they can stretch their legs.
Yeah, that's what the Porsches like. With all that power, they like the fast sweeping tracks. So certainly the first half of this lap is very much a driver's favourite in the Porsches. The second half of the lap, 3 heavy brakes, chicanes now with tyre stacks in there because of multiple infringements of track limits in race 1. But the second half of that, not quite so much fun, and no ABS on these cars or traction control. So quite a lot of time can be made up by good drivers, both on the brakes and on the power out the corners.
Now, if you watched race 1 earlier on in the day, you may have seen the fact that there were a lot of track limit infringements being reviewed post-race. That was the message put out by the clerk of the course, Colin Oakley. Well, one of the decisions, although nobody actually copped any further penalties, was that these tyre stacks are going to be put in to try to prevent people taking as much liberty as they were through the S's. Now, because the circuit has slightly changed, they're being given a second formation lap so they can have another look at where the tyre stacks are, because they're the first time they've been there all weekend. What that therefore means is that the race is going to be reduced by 1 lap. So this is the second of the 2 formation laps, and we're going to have 18 racing laps. So it's unusual, although not unprecedented, for a circuit to be altered like this. That's Oliver White having a bit of a lock-up as he tries to get warmth into the rubber coming to the Hollywood Craner Curves part of the circuit. But as I say, the hope really in all of this, the intention is in all of this, that drivers now with tyre stacks not too close to the edge of the road will just be a little bit more respectful of the track limits. And here we go again with the track limit argument. Tim's not a great fan of tyre stacks, but I suppose these aren't quite as perilously close to the road as they have been in the past.
No, in fact, the positioning of them, the positioning of the first one, the way in is quite tight to what we consider track limits. The one on the outside, which is the one you're more likely to see, is actually very generous. So probably a good thing of Colin Oakley to introduce those. We just saw Ollie White locking up as he's trying to get heat into the tyres and the brakes. Not the best thing on these cars to brake when you're actually turning and the car's unweighted. Need to do it in a straight line when you're trying to get warmth into tyres. But fascinating battle in Pro-Am, because Ollie White now just leads Max Coates by 3 points, but has the advantage of starting further up, well up on the grid. So be interesting to watch that battle during the course of this race.
It will indeed, and the cars now then make their way down towards the S's. So George Gamble on pole position. Now, he's the reigning champion, but he's had a bad season by his high standards. He's only 5th, and even if he were to win every other race, it's very hard to see how he pulls all that back in the championship. This man, Jonathan Beeson, although he didn't finish race 1, he's well clear in the AM contest. He's the championship leader there, but George Gamble needs a win for pride as much as anything after a really tough season.
Yeah, very much so. Just the one win so far, but this reverse grid must give him a good chance of securing another one. Doesn't secure as many points. There are less points for this race because of the partially reverse grid, but he will nevertheless be very keen to make a good start and get away at the front.
So to the grid they come then. George Gamble for pole position. Sid Smith lining up 2nd on the grid. Then you've got Will Martin there 3rd. He is the championship leader, and although there's the race in isolation to keep an eye on, of course, there is also Will Martin versus Andrew Rackstraw. Rackstraw needs to be ahead of Martin for the championship, to be taking points away from him. Jonathan Beeson, as the last driver, slots into place on the grid. That green flag means we are good to go, and so for race 2, round 12 of Carrera Cup GB, the grid is formed. We're ready to go racing then. Pole position, George Gamble. Lights are red, engine notes rise. The lights go out now. Good getaway by Gamble. Good start also by Will Martin. Will Jenkins and Oliver White go toe-to-toe in Pro-Am. Look as they head down towards Redgate. Sid Smith trying to squeeze up on the inside line in the green and white colours to get past Gamble. Rackstraw around the outside of Will Martin, and he runs a little bit wide over the curb. Side by side they go, and Rackstraw, the South African driver, gets his nose in front at Hollywood. Is he going to get the place coming down through the crane? The curves, they're still side by side. Will Martin has the inside line for the old hairpin, and Will Jenkins tries to get up the inside as well. That's bad news for Rackstraw. He's behind his championship rival.
Yeah, and only 4 points between them at the top of the championship at the moment. So that was a key move, but great driving and great respect by both of them to emerge out of Redgate side by side and carry that all the way through Hollywood and down the crane of curves. But so far, good start from George Gamble up front.
So through the right-hander of Copies they come. There's Jonathan Beeson on the back of Carl Cavers, battling for position within the AM category, and now the field accelerates down again towards the S's. So you've got Gamble, Smith, Martin, Rackstraw, the top 4. There you can see the effect the tyre stacks have, just trying to sharpen people up a little bit so they don't round wide, and if you do exceed track limits now, you're going to catch one of those and do damage to the car. Gamble leads down to the Melbourne hairpin, but he's not escaping. No,
Sid Smith looking pretty aggressive. He was looking for an opportunity around the first lap into Redgate, and the same again down into Melbourne and now Goddard's.
Through the left-hander they come, then up towards the start and finish line. So you've got Gamble in the lead, you've got Smith 2nd, bit of dirt kicked up by Will Martin 3rd as they come over the stripe, and Jonathan Beeson and Carl Cavers for penultimate place side by side. Smith to the inside for the lead. George Gamble closes the door just in the nick of time, but Sid Smith here, totally committed, wants another win. He's had one this year. George Gamble just ahead of him. It's Will Martin 3rd, just waiting to see what develops. 18 laps around here, quite a long race.
It's a long race, but start of the race is potentially when you have the best chance to pass before the tyres are fully up to pressure and temperature. Lock up there from Ollie Jackson coming down into the old hairpin, but he manages to recover it. It takes several laps before these top Michelin control tyres are fully up to pressure and temperature. Because it's quite a long race, the minimum pressures are mandated by Michelin in terms of what they start at. But it takes several laps before they get up to full operating pressure and temperature.
And look, Will Martin now has got himself back on to the tail of Sid Smith, and he's even thinking about an attack, just feinting to the inside there, trying to unsettle Smith, who's right on the back of Gamble. So 3 for the lead as they wriggle through the S's this time around. can see the effort that the drivers have to put into these cars, as now Will Martin is on the outside of Smith, and Smith goes to the inside of Gamble. 2 wheels on the grass. This could be nasty. They scrabble round the corner, and Andrew Rackstraw might be the big winner out of all of this. It's still Gamble in the lead, but Martin was delayed by being on the outside line. So Smith, 2 wheels on the grass, was delayed as well. Here comes Rackstraw. He's cleared Martin, but Martin tries to duck up the inside of Smith. He gives a tap in the tail. Rackstraw clears Martin. That's very important for the championship.
Well, I'm not sure how they managed to get round the hairpin altogether, but certainly Rackstraw read that situation very well. Will Jenkins now trying to get advantage on Will Martin, but yeah, Rackstraw up a place on his key championship rival.
To the inside line he goes then. Look now, the cars go to Hollywood. Will Jenkins trying to squeeze up alongside Will Martin, who fights back. Rackstraw wants to clear Smith. He needs as many cars between himself and Will Martin as he can get. So Martin does hang on a fourth then. He retakes the place from Will Jenkins, who is still leading in Pro-Am. He's having a battle with a Pro, but of course the danger is he leaves the door open for Oliver White there behind him to jump up into the lead of Pro-Am. So the leading 3 pros now, all arguing over the outright race lead. It's Jenkins, White for the lead of Pro-Am, and Angus Whiteside currently in 7th place, and the purple car there has done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I thought there was, this is going further bit. Somebody losing a splitter there at the front. Didn't actually see which car that came off from, but I'll keep a close eye now. I think it might be Sid Smith actually, although you wouldn't know it from the pace of the car. Look, he's all over, looking all over the back of George Gamble. I don't know how those two got round the head, but I thought they were going to make contact and both fire off and maybe even take Will Martin with them, but somehow they survived. Martin, oh, that's Angus Whiteside wide on the grass coming out of the Melbourne Loop. Josh Stanton and Max Coates right up behind him.
Yeah, Whiteside's dropping down the order, isn't he? Because he's in the pro class as the leaders go by. And on the grass there is Max Coates coming out of Goddard's. He survives. So up front still, George Gamble leading the way. Sid Smith has now done the fastest lap of the race, and he's in 2nd spot. 3rd, it is Andrew Rackstraw. Small gap back to Will Martin, who is trying to close the gap down against Rackstraw for 3rd place. So Smith sandwiched between the 2 Roslyn Gold by Century Motorsport entries. Down he turns into the old hairpin. And right now, George Gamble holding sway, but he's under huge pressure.
He is indeed, and Will Martin is recovering. He did drop back after that little skirmish, and I had fears that maybe he'd had some damage to the car, but he's regrouped himself and got himself right back onto the tail of Andrew Rackstraw.
Heading uphill then, the leading quartet, and there a little bit of debris, another bit of splitter removed by the marshal as the leaders come for the 4th time out of Coppice then. This is the battle in Pro-Am. Will Jenkins just ahead of Oliver White, and then you've got James Wallace, who's a pro in pink car. Next up, Stephen Jelly behind them, Stephen 8th, and Seb Hopkins behind. Here are the leaders, and Sid Smith absolutely on the limit as the cars dance over the curves.
Bouncing over the curves. These cars not great lovers of curves, I've got to be honest. Around the outside, Will Martin, there's a little bit of contact, bit of hip and shoulder, as our colleague Paul O'Neill would say, but the positions are maintained.
Heading up then towards Goddard's, it's still up front George Gamble, and now again Will Martin tries to work out how he can find a way past that 3rd placed car of Andrew Rackstraw. So the timing line they come once again. So George Gamble leading Sid Smith. That margin is 0.3 of a second, that's all. And Rackstraw covering off the inside line, meaning if Will Martin wants to attack, he's going to have to go the long way round.
Or get a very good cutback and exit. Here we go, side by side down the Craners. Martin will try and carry the speed all the way around the outside. It takes a brave man, and he does it. Good move from Martin.
Nicely done. So Will Martin then up into 3rd place. Bad news for Rackstraw for the championship, because he needs to be ahead of Will Martin, come what may. So he now falls back and is giving away points once more. However, for the race lead, George Gamble versus Sid Smith, those two together. Let's see what Martin can do now that he's been released up into 3rd place. He's got clear real estate ahead of him for a lap or so. Let's see how easily he can bring down that gap. Here is the replay of Will Martin taking 3rd place.
Yeah, Gus gets enough alongside on the run through Hollywood to then claim the position as they come through the Craners and neatly back on line as they enter the old hairpin.
Pro-Am battle absolutely intense as well. You can see there as Sid Smith again tries the inside line, but he knows what happens if you do that. George Gamble closes the door, but he tries the outside, and look how quickly Will Martin has caught up to them. So within about a 1/4 of a lap, he's virtually with them.
Yeah, these 4 are going to be all back together again soon, aren't they? Because Sid Smith is forcing George Gamble into a supremely defensive line around a big part of the circuit.
Here they come over the timing line once more. Gamble leads the way. That now is 5 of the 18 laps completed. The margin to Sid Smith is 0.284 of a second. There is Will Jenkins, and having won at Knock Hill and winning earlier on in the day, he's leading in Pro-Am yet again. He could be on for 3 in a row. All of a sudden they've arrived in a string, these wins. So he heads to Hollywood now with Oliver White behind him in the queue. Will Martin, though, 3rd overall, 3rd in Pro, closing on Smith, and actually Rackstraw not going with them.
No, not at this point anyway. Looks to me like Will Jenkins is the other car that lost its front splitter as well. So maybe he's suffering a little bit there, but not that you'd know it from his track position.
So the cars then now go up through the left-hander at Schwartz Curve, right at McLean's. Henry Dawes under attack from Jonathan Beeson, who's put himself into the lead of the AM race, looking for an 8th victory in class this season. Race leader is still George Gamble, by the way, from Sid Smith. No change up front as Henry Dawes comes up through Coppice. He has got Beeson behind him. That's a Pro-Am versus an AM battle, and Carl Cavers at the back of the queue, winner of AM earlier on in the day. This is the midfield group coming out of the S's, already on the Grand Prix section of the circuit. Gamble, Smith, Martin and Rackstraw for the race lead. Well, it's certainly 3 for the lead, but Rackstraw now, he's still got work to do.
Yeah, interesting, because as you say, the defensive line by George Gamble at the front should have allowed all 3 cars. Is there an opening here for Will Martin? Not quite. Sid Smith's in that very difficult position, isn't he, of attacking but also defending at the same time. But this sort of defensive driving should have allowed not just Sid Smith and Will Martin, but also Rackstraw to be in the group.
Absolutely right. And having lost the place, it's almost like some of the bounce has been taken out of him. He's not been able to regroup, and he's lost time and he's struggling. That's Seb Hopkins up the inside of Stephen Jelly going through Hollywood, and Will Martin's about to have a go. Is he? It's Sid Smith. Not quite. Thought about it, and then at the very last moment decided discretion was the better part of valour, and that might just enable Andrew Rackstraw to close back up, because Smith's on the defensive, and look, Gamble all of a sudden released by about 4 lengths.
Yeah, that's one of the worst places to attempt to pass and not pull it off, because you lose all the momentum then coming up Starkey's on the way up to McLean's, and as you say, that's immediately allowed Rackstraw back onto the back of them and given George Gamble a little bit of a gap.
And then almost everybody else in a line for 5th, aren't they? Jenkins, White, Wallace, Hopkins, Jelly, Whiteside, Stanton, Coates, Jackson, all running together. Down they come towards the S's for the 5th place battle, and also for the lead in Pro-Am. Now, rather depressingly, we're getting driving standards flags for track limit offences. Whether these become penalties, of course, rather depends on the drivers, but it's all being policed very tightly again as Jenkins defends from White. Wallace next in the queue here.
Yeah, Ollie White's having a really good battle here. He'd actually love to get past Will Jenkins, wouldn't he, and get that Pro-Am lead. Stephen Jelly on the inside of Angus Whiteside. Stephen Jelly doesn't score points. He is in the pro class, but he doesn't actually score points.
And he is one of the drivers who's been given a driving standards flag, I think. So there he is, heading down towards Redgate Corner. And now the race leader is being given a driving standards flag as well. And George Gamble, not for the first time this year, could be in hot water with track limits.
No, he's had a few issues, hasn't it? Is that a surprise to us? BTCC driver returns to Carrera Cup and gets track limit rules? I don't know.
Perish the thought. Max Coates there, look, in the yellow and blue colours, looking for a way past Josh Stanton. That's for position in class, so he needs to make this stick. They had a good battle in the first race, except Max got a penalty, but I think he's done the job nicely there, hasn't he? Up the inside into McLean's, and Max Coates does go through.
Nice pass, Max, but he's having to defend again on the round to Coppice, but he's got the job done. Jelly's under a lot of pressure. Angus Whiteside rubbing the back bumper of that 992 Porsche Carrera Cup. Meanwhile, the battle just further ahead. James Wallace in the pink car, the Porsche Junior, trying really hard. He's got and Angus Whiteside straight on.
Goes up the escape road, and now he's going to have to stop and turn around and try to rejoin the race. But how did he get there? We'll try and unravel in a moment whether there was a bit of contact or it was a mistake or a failure. Myriad possibilities as the cars then now come out of the Melbourne hairpin once again, making the climb towards Goddard's. James Wallace on the back of Seb Hopkins, and Hopkins is on the charge.
Yeah, Hopkins got past James Wallace in that little melee. Well, Angus Whiteside's rejoined on the Grand Prix, back on the start of the lap. Maybe he's got a problem because he's going very slowly. And is he going to pull off? No, he's building back up speed. I think he's trying to rejoin where he was.
Yeah, so let's have a look how he did it. He was on the back of Stephen Jelly, going down towards the S's, and he locks up, and he's on the grass. and he goes straight on and gets his foot off the brake, finds the strip of tarmac, threads his way towards the circuit, and then, as you say, waits for the group he was battling with.
Yes, I'm not quite sure how that sits, though, with not completing the full length of the lap, but he has rejoined and rejoined behind Stephen Jelly. I think Stephen Jelly just squeezed him a little bit towards the grass there, so perhaps he's got a little bit of a reason for why he went off. And there he is in the background, back where he was before.
So Angus Whiteside then is not being credited with that lap, as far as I can see. He's shown as being in 16th place a lap down. So, yeah, race control wise, I was just going to ponder the lap time, but he's not been adjudged to have completed that previous lap, understandably, because it was not a full lap of the circuit.
James Wallace back in front of Seb Hopkins again.
And Will Martin all over the back of Sid Smith, but Andrew Rackstraw edging nearer. He's certainly not come storming up onto the back, but he's almost with them again as Smith defends from Martin. Rackstraw closing under braking. We're at halfway now. 9 laps will be completed this time as they come under the gantry. Over the timing line, it's still George Gamble, never escaping and under huge pressure, but he's still in the lead.
No, well, he did have quite a big gap after that failed attempt by Will Martin to get past Sid Smith at the old hairpin. And that was his time, if you like, to Scarpa, but it just shows the others have got a little bit more pace because they've been able to close him back down again. So this race is far from finished at all.
So now the leading quartet bunching up again. We're on lap 10 out of the 18 here at Donington, this being the 12th round of Carrera Cup GB. Stephen Jelly in the silver car round the outside of Whiteside. Max Coates looking to squeeze up the inside as well. Frustrations for Angus Whiteside in as much as he's battling with the car in that class, but the car ahead isn't scoring points, but what it is doing is holding him up and stacking him back into Max Coates. So Whiteside trying to regroup, but in real terms, although he's battling with these drivers, he's a lap adrift.
This was moved by James Wallace, locking up. Oh, right, straight on. That was coming into the chicane. He manages to rejoin in the correct place on the left-hand side on the exit of the chicane, though.
Yeah, that was a Goddard, wasn't it, coming up towards the last corner. So he did the hairpin on the grass, and therefore, although, as you say, he loses places, he's 11th. He's done pretty much the correct lap. As Smith gets up the inside of George Gamble for the race lead. A little bit more rubbing between the two of them. Side by side they come. George Gamble's got the line for the next corner. Smith goes to the outside line. He's going to have to be really brave here, and the road might open up for Will Martin in 3rd place. Look, Gamble's still leading, and now Martin is on the attack. But he's on the wrong line for Redgate. He's on the outside line. Does this throw a lifeline to Rackstraw? Will Martin then tries to get the best line he can for the corner. Smith up the inside for the race lead. Martin sees a chance to get past Gamble as well, and he takes it. Smith leads. Up to 2nd goes Martin. And George Gamble drops down to 3rd place, and now Will Martin is on the attack for the race lead, and he's done it. Fantastic. From 3rd to 1st in 2 corners. Brilliant.
Oh, that was a great piece of driving by Will Martin. I really enjoyed that little scrap. And now Angus Whiteside stopped. That's coming on to the start-finish line. This is going to be a safety car because the car is in a difficult position there. But that was a fabulous bit of driving.
Unless Angus Whiteside has stopped in the chicane, but you're right, the safety car is called for, so they do need to get him off the road. You've got the old chicane, you've got the Goddard's loop, but either way, he has come to a halt somewhere that the race control team does not require him to be. Now, not only has George Gamble lost the lead, he's also been given a 5-second penalty for track limits. So there's been a double whammy here. While we were looking at Angus Whiteside's car, the news broke that George Gamble has got the 5-second penalty for track limits. So he's not only lost the lead, he's down to 3rd, and this was just a brilliant bit of opportunistic driving by Will Martin.
Yeah, it started off with Sid Smith getting the run into the inside of Redgate, a little bit slower off the corner, and a perfect cutback manoeuvre by Will Martin, and through into the lead he got. Well, they've got that car off the road very quickly behind the barriers, so I'm guessing the restart will be fairly soon. Of course, that 5-second penalty for George Gamble is going to be made even worse by the fact that under the safety car, all the cars close up.
Indeed so. So the field going past Angus Whiteside's car, but only now do they need the safety car. So it'd probably just be 1 lap because the car's already out of the way, effectively, although you do have to neutralise the race to allow the marshals to go trackside. Out of Redgate they come. So race order then on corrected times. Will Martin ahead of Sid Smith. Then it's going to be Andrew Rackstraw to 3rd. Now Oliver White is up into 4th. So what's happened to Will Jenkins? He has dropped back, but I don't think we necessarily saw the trade of lead in Pro-Am. That is a very frustrated Angus Whiteside. It'd be interesting to know why the car has ground to a halt, unless there was another issue picked up after his drama. That would be great, really, of course. But, as I say, in Pro-Am, Oliver White into the lead of the class, and he could therefore not only extend his championship lead here, but have a 5th class win of the season. Will Jenkins having been the leader of the class early on.
Yes, been a great, very interesting Porsche Carrera Cup race, hasn't it? Lights are still on at the moment, but I'm sure they'll go off fairly soon to let give the drivers as much time as possible. There's Oliver White in a distinctively liveried car. As you say, he's now listed as leading Pro-Am with Will Jenkins a couple of places behind him.
And between them, Seb Hopkins. So I think there's been a bit of a sort out between all of those. As the lights are out on the safety car, that means we're ready to go back racing this time then, as the cars now make the run through the S's onto the Grand Prix loop. Henry Dawes there currently running in 15th place. Angus Whiteside then a retirement, and we're going to get things back underway. Unlike touring cars, no extra laps added on because the Carrera Cup race has a longer time slot of 30 minutes. No more laps added on, it will just go to the times. Here they come.
It's a different restart procedure to touring cars. They can go whenever Will Martin decides it's time to go. He takes a nice wide line to get a great drive off the corner, and he'll be flat out now.
Over the line, race back on, green flags wave then. So 12 laps are done. We've got 6 to go as they head down now towards Redgate Corner, and it's Martin from Smith and then George Gamble third on the road plus the penalty. So he is going to be tumbling down the order. Smith has spent most of the race in second place trying to get past Gamble. He's still in second place, but he can't think about passing Martin because straight off the gap widens.
Well, he had a big moment there just coming off Redgate. You saw the car twitch as he lit the back end up and had to back out the throttle. That gave a gap as Stephen Jelly locks up going into the old hairpin. That allows Coates, Stanton and is that James Wallace coming through as well?
It is indeed. So Stanton ahead of Wallace. You've got Ollie Jackson in the yellow car looking for a way past Stephen Jelly as well. So the two former touring car racers now together. Interesting that we never actually had George Gamble's number shown as those getting a driving standards flag, but he did get the penalty. Although that said, there was a number 2 shown, and there isn't a number 2 in the race, so it might have been finger trouble. It could have been 2 rather than 1, but that might be something that is looked at post-race as well. However, up front now is Will Martin. Ollie Jackson there goes deep into the S's and drops back a little bit from Stephen Jelly. Smith good on the brakes at Melbourne Hairpin, though. He's brought the gap right down. Yeah,
I love watching Sid Smith race. He's really aggressive and tries everything, wrings the car's neck, which you don't often see in a Carrera Cup car. He's an exciting driver to watch.
That's through nose to tail versus Will Martin. In third place is George Gamble, and there is Jenkins making a mistake, locking up, and that allows Max Coates to go past him. So that's another place lost for Will Jenkins in Pro-Am, having gone so well earlier on in the race, having won earlier on in the day. Now it is unravelling for him, and it means that Jenkins is down to third in Pro-Am as Andrew Rackstraw is being given a driving standards flag now for track limits.
This was the lock-up. He was on the inside, so difficult braking with a bit of lock-on as well, and that resulted in that going wide. This is good news for Max Coates because, remember, he started well back on the grid, but he's now, in terms of class positions, he's right behind Oliver White, his main championship rival. Remember, I said that coming into this race there was only 3 points between them.
That's James Wallace getting at the inside of Josh Stanton and then running wide. He's got the place, but needed a little bit more room on the outside of McLean's corner. Will Jenkins is fighting back as well, but Jenkins, having fallen behind Stanton, is down to 4th in Pro-Am now. I wonder if Jenkins has a problem because he'd lost the lead early on anyway. Then he made that lock-up and has been dropping places. So it makes you wonder whether all is well with Jenkins' car. Certainly he's struggling to regroup right now as Wallace flicks through the S's, with this being lap 14 of the 18. Stephen Jelly in the silver livery on the back of Will Jenkins. That's Pro-Am versus Pro. And coming to the Melbourne hairpin right now, the background, the blue and white car there, Jonathan Beeson still leading the Am class.
Yeah, well up with the Pro-Ams as well. I know if had the safety car, but still going well. Yeah, I did point out that Will Jenkins had lost the front splitter earlier in the race. Of course, that provides downforce, not just through the corners, but on braking as well.
So it's a race that's slightly unravelling for Will Jenkins, sad to say, new to the championship this year, as the drivers then work their way through Redgate. Lap 15, 4 laps to go. Jelly on the back of Jenkins. The two of them tied together as they accelerate now up towards Hollywood. James Wallace going through shot up into 8th at the expense of Josh Stanton, as we'd seen at McLean's a lap ago. Martin to Smith for the lead, 6/10 of a second. The next driving standards flag goes to Will Jenkins. Seb Hopkins, by the way, Knock Hill winner, 6th overall. He's the leading rookie.
Yeah, we did have a black and white flag for Andrew Rackstraw as well, came up. So there's a few people on the limit of what they're allowed. Jelly throws it up the inside of Will Jenkins. He senses his prey is wounded, and Ollie Jackson follows him through. As you say, the 2 BTCC drivers going through.
And also have a look at Jonathan Beeson and Carl Cavers. They are still nose to tail behind as well. James Wallace now being given driving standards flag for track limits. Will Jenkins, we've talked about, also has got one. So the list is growing all the time. And after the flag comes the penalty, but George Gamble's already achieved that. Jelly bouncing his way over the curb, and that's Will Jenkins. So Jenkins dropping back overall, dropping back in Pro-Am. Here are the race leaders, and you've still got then Will Martin just ahead, Sid Smith behind as they turn their way now into the left-hander of Goddard's. Up towards the timing line, Will Martin still looking in control, and look at the way that Gamble's really dropped back after the safety car.
Yeah, and of course he's got that time penalty looming over him anyway, so he's actually not in third. Rackstraw's in third, but he is, I think, holding that group up.
Let's have a look at the AMs coming towards us. Jonathan Beeson versus Carl Cavers. There they are. You've got Pro-Am driver Henry Dawes behind them. In fact, Carl Cavers staying on the tail of Jonathan Beeson. These two have had some good battles all season. Carl, who has had a dabble in GT3 in the British GT Championship in McLaren in the summer, but he's there accelerating downhill now, looking to try to unsettle Jonathan Beeson, who did start behind him on the grid. Yeah, another local man, Carl Cavers from Nottingham. So 3 very local people in this race, and he's one of them. So Jonathan Beeson ending off at the moment with just 0.3 of a second being the margin. So Will Martin leads the way, and it was half a second to Sid Smith at the start of this lap. Sid has done the fastest lap of the race as Oliver Jackson then. Ollie Jackson gets up the inside of Stephen Jelly. That puts him into the lead of the unofficial touring car part of the race. No, not quite, because George Gamble's another ex-touring car driver.
You haven't factored in his 5-second delay yet.
No, that's true. No, that's going to be applied post-race. So we'll see where that does drop in relation to these. I think he will probably stay ahead of them. He should do. But Ollie Jackson then ahead of Stephen Jelly. Good little fight between these two. Interesting that Ollie always wants to race in Pro-Am.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I always thought Ollie should really be a pro category driver as a former BTCC race winner, but that's how he's categorised. But in fairness, it's not like he's walking away with the Pro-Am division at the moment. That's still being led by Ollie White and Max Coates in second. Hasn't made any further progress, though. And Andrew Rackstraw is not making any further progress, is he? He's a little bit stuck behind his teammate George Gamble. OK, he's going to inherit the place on corrected time, but were he to be ahead on the road, he might be able to get up onto the back of Sid Smith and attack. So with only 2 laps to go, Andrew Rackstraw here, having gone well early on in the day to win race 1, struggling by comparison in race 2, and the championship pendulum swings very much back in favour of Will Martin. Yeah, well, Andrew Rackstraw's flashing his lights at his teammate. He's going to gain the place anyway. Now, is that I thought Gamble was moving over, but he's still being extremely defensive. But he isn't going to get that 3rd place. That is going to go to Rackstraw, but there's not enough time left, even if Rackstraw gets past Gamble, to really attack Martin and Smith. And in fact, the gap at the front between Martin and Smith, with a lap and a bit to go, is just under a second at 0.8. But Smith has the fastest lap of the race that was set a long time ago, back on lap 3. And so there's going to be one more lap to run at the end of this. And in fairness to Sid Smith, he has never given up, has he? He's constantly fought. You said he's an aggressive driver, an exciting driver, and he's certainly underlined this over the course of the race. The gap the top 2 have pulled is a sizable one, and that's after a safety car. It is. I mean, Will Martin has probably had the pace this weekend. He was quickest in Thursday testing. He was on pole by 2.5 tenths, so he probably has had the outright pace. But converting that into race wins, he didn't manage to do it in race 1. Andrew Rackstraw beat him to it, and that was for the big points. But he's managed to come from a position further back on the grid, from 3rd on the grid, to win this race. So the race leaders then are on the last lap. The margin between Will Martin and Sid Smith, 0.8 of a second. Will Martin then here is looking for a 5th win of the season and to extend the championship lead going into the final races, 2 of which are at Silverstone, 2 of which are on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch. Will was one of the drivers in that 4-way shootout for last year's championship. It all unravelled at Brands in the wet at the end of the season, and it was George Gamble who came through as champion. George, though, has had a tough season, and again, he's a bit cork in bottle here, with now 3 of them stacked up behind him, one of which is his teammate Andrew Rackstraw. Yes, pace, and it's enabled Oliver White and Seb Hopkins to catch the two Century Motorsport cars up, but no change at the front. It's going to be a win for Will Martin after a fine drive for him and the Eden Motorsport team. And he's just got to bring it home now round the final corner.
And it's going to be a 5th win of the season, therefore, for Will Martin. He's being chased by Sid Smith. George Gamble is hanging on just a third on the road, but then the 5-second penalty is going to drop him way down the order. Coming now into the left-hander of Goddard's up towards the timing line. Checker flag at the ready. Win number 5 for Will Martin. Sid Smith takes second. Third across the line is going to be George Gamble, but Andrew Rackstraw will take the place. Then you've got Oliver White up to 4th, Hopkins for 5th, then it's Coates, Wallace and Gamble is going to be 8th ahead of Stanton, and Ollie Jackson to round out the top 10. And the troubled Will Jenkins there, look, just hanging on to position ahead of Henry Dawes, so he gets to the end, but clearly a tough race with an ailing car for Will Jenkins.
Yeah, but a fine race, a really enjoyable Porsche Carrera Cup race. Will Martin just picking up a bit of tyre debris on his hot tyres to make sure the car is over the weight and over the ride height checks when he gets back to technical, but he'll be very pleased with his weekend.
I think Andrew Rackstraw, in fairness, had actually got ahead of George Gamble on the last lap, looking at the times, but even so, he was going to inherit 3rd place anyway. So Will Martin secures a little bit more of a gap within the championship. He's had a good season now, 5 wins, but he's also picked up 8 penalty points for incidents, and were it not for those, he'd be even further ahead in the championship. Round 12 of Carrera Cup GB, won by Will Martin. Sid Smith is runner-up, and Andrew Rackstraw 3rd. 4th to win Pro-Am, Ollie White. It's Seb Hopkins 5th, and Max Coates in 6th overall. James Wallace 7th. A penalised George Gamble takes 8th ahead of Josh Stanton, and Ollie Jackson in 10th. Stephen Jelly 11th ahead of Jonathan Beeson. Then you've got Will Jenkins with some damage dropping to 13th ahead of Henry Dawes and Carl Cavers, with Angus Whiteside a retirement mid-race. So a good result for Will Martin, not so good for Andrew Rackstraw, and it means that Will is 8 ahead in the championship now over Andrew. Will Martin, the championship leader, with 4 races to go. Andrew Rackstraw 2nd ahead of Sid Smith and then George Gamble. Angus Whiteside and James Wallace round out the top 6 in Pro. In Pro-Am, it's Ollie White 5 points clear now of Max Coates, Ollie Jackson 3rd, and Jonathan Beeson has stretched the margin a little bit more to 12 points over Carl Cavers in the Am contest. So great drive by Will Martin, and that move that he pulled to get the lead was inspired. So a deserving race winner. Sid Smith tried everything he could, first to get past George Gamble for the lead, then to get past Will Martin for the lead. He achieved neither, sadly, but he never gave up all the way through the race. A Pro-Am win for Ollie White, an Am win yet again for Jonathan Beeson, and the next stop is going to be the Silverstone National Circuit on the 20th, 21st of September weekend. Will Martin then arrives into the Parc Ferme area, and he'll be a very happy man indeed as he clambers out of the car. Will Martin's 5th win of the season, and we'll hear from him after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, after 18 laps of high-pressure racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup, it was Will Martin for Eden Motorsport who took the spoils for round 12. A perfect way to end a weekend of solid racing, his 5th win of the season. And I'm delighted to say that he is with me now. Congratulations. First of all, we have to talk about that move. Up the inside from 3rd to 1st. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did something similar at the start of the year or last year, and I saw George was defending so heavily, and I thought there's got to be an opportunity for me here somewhere, and yeah, we made the most of it. But at the start of the race, I dropped back a little bit, and it was a bit bustly between everyone. So I thought, oh, I don't know where it's going to end up. But no, I'm just super proud of where we've got.
So it was worth it then?
100%. And the people who make it worth it are all my partners, the team, my engineer, my mechanic. They just do a fantastic job every time. And to all my sponsors, thank you so much. You know, it means the world to me.
Well, huge congratulations. Absolutely brilliant moment. We loved watching it. Well done. Enjoy some celebrations, I'm sure. Right, let's get Sid involved. Another great race for you. I mean, it was a tough one, though. Plenty of defending, plenty of attacking.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, I think when the lights went out, it was just straight to attack mode. I couldn't quite find a way past it. It was close, and it was just Gamble always trying to cover it off, and I just went for, I thought this is it. I went for the move and got it done. I mean, and Will chucked his nose in. So, but honestly, it's not often like that. You have such a great battle the whole race, and I was pushing like everything, all I had the whole race. So it was good fun, but it would have been nice to get that win. It really would have been, but yeah, it was good fun.
A little bit bittersweet, but it is great to see you smiling. You clearly did enjoy that race from lights to flag.
Yeah, I hope to just have more of this going forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Huge congratulations there. And let's get Andrew Rackstraw in as well. Huge congratulations to you on finishing P3. How do you reflect on that?
Thank you. It's great to be on the podium. Points are points. I don't think that race was the greatest. With your championship rival winning and you third, you obviously want to beat them. So we'll look at the drawing board, see what went wrong, and then come back strong again at Silverstone and do it all again.
I mean, you know, once you do have time to digest it, where do you think the time could have been made up? What do you think went wrong?
It's so tricky. I think the track is always changing, and I think everyone at Century has given me an amazing car, but there were a few maybe driving areas and maybe a bit in setup, and I think you have to have such a perfect package in such a competitive series.
I mean, only 8 points behind the leader, so, you know, still very close at the top.
Yeah, very close. Anything can happen. Still 2 rounds. We know in motor racing you keep trying your hardest until the final race, so that's what we'll do and try close that gap.
Great stuff. Well, Andrew, congratulations. We will see you back, I'm sure, fighting for more podium finishes. Right, it is almost time for our 3rd and final race. Round 24 of the British Touring Car Championship is coming up shortly. It's the final showdown in Donington. You'd be mad to miss it. See you after the break.
races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
The sun is shining at Donington. Lights out, good getaway made then by Smiley from third on the grid. Demon start as you would expect from Darren to Leon, but it's going to be Tom Chilton just ahead on the run down towards Redgate. Rowbottom gets up the inside of Smiley down to the Melbourne hairpin. There's the gap to the inside line. Sutton goes through, nicely done. Tom Chilton comes through just ahead of Tom Ingram. He does take the win. The gap at the flag, 6/10 of a second. Tom Chilton wins from Tom Ingram. The lights are out now, and away they go with a good getaway by Sutton, easily able to jump up alongside Rowbottom on the way down towards Redgate. Contact behind Sutton, got turned round, that was Rowbottom, I think, that clipped the back of him, and Sutton all of a sudden gets embroiled with Chilton. He's going to be able to clear him. Dan Cam leads. This is over at McLean's, the heavens have opened, and off the road goes Jake Hill, off the road has gone Camish, off the road has gone to Leon. Dan Camish comes through to take the race win then behind the safety car.
So we are really just minutes away from the third and final touring car race this weekend, and this is how the grid is going to line up. It's Ashley Sutton who takes pole position, Aaron Taylor-Smith alongside him, Josh Cook in third, Darren Leon in fourth, but the all-important team protagonist, championship protagonist, Tom Ingram is down there in fifth. Jade, let's talk about that moment. Ash Sutton has been talking about the fact that he needed his luck to change. Now, the fact that Chris Smiley was excluded from this and is starting from the back of the grid because he failed the right height, then Ash Sutton gets promoted to pole in the reverse grid. What a result for him.
Exactly, so basically it was meant to be Aaron Taylor-Smith on pole, but because Chris Smiley failed right height, that means you get straight to the back, disqualified from the race. You can see it here. It's the same situation as the Mikey Doble in qualifying where the roller doesn't fit underneath. That then promoted Ash to pole, Aaron second, Josh third. So it brings Ash back into play again.
I mean, it's a huge twist in the tail, isn't it? Because this is the moment where Ash really needs it. You know, this weekend was the moment he's got to capitalise it. He needs to stay within Tom Ingram and the point situation, and this is suddenly his opportunity to capitalise on it all.
Yeah, and I mean, the fans at home are probably thinking, well, of course he failed right height and Ash is on pole, but you can't fake something like that. The roller either fits under the car or it doesn't, and it didn't, and that means Ash is on pole. So he needs to use this situation to his advantage. You'll see probably the best version of Ash in this race.
Yeah, and then if we look at the Jack Sears Trophy, so we've got Darren de Leon, he's going to be starting from fourth, leading the Jack Sears Trophy at the moment, so a real opportunity for him.
Yeah, he seems to be having a really good day. He knew that he was being caught by his teammate Charles Rainford in the Jack Sears Trophy, so he seems to have pushed really hard today, scored a lot of points, but also tyres are going to come into play as well. We've got the first two, I think, on the harder compound, Josh being the first on the softer compound. So again, classic race 3, it's all a bit of a mix-up, it's going to be entertaining, and yeah, can't really wait.
Always. It might be a bit of a tough one for Charles Rainford though, because he's starting back in P17.
Yes, obviously there's that natural joke of him pirouetting like he used to back in the day. a bit of unluckiness, essentially. I mean, it was a driver error in terms of, you know, maybe picked up the power, but that contact with Aaron just meant it just, like Tim said on the commentary, just tucked the nose in, and it just meant he had a spin, which he then dropped to the back. A real shame because he was going strong again, but obviously with him in the battle with Darrell, every point counts.
Now, I don't know if I'm imagining it, possibly. I'm sure I just felt a couple of drops of rain. It was very, very light, I'm not going to lie. But there are a few clouds over there in the distance. You know, looking into your crystal ball, are we going to have a completely wet race?
It's good. When I was stood in race
dry
2,
race.
yeah,
I was likely to be a dry race, unlikely to be a completely wet race.
I was stood in the garage and it was dry where we were, and then we cut to that clip and it was soaking wet. Because of the nature of this circuit being quite spread out, it can rain in one area and not the other. So it doesn't look like rain at the moment, but it came from nowhere last time. So
exactly.
I found it super exciting. So
It was
fingers
brilliant.
crossed.
Yeah, I know. They've got to keep their eye on the ball, that is for sure. And then another opportunity, Josh Cook, obviously back with Toyota, starting from P3, another opportunity to capitalise on some points.
Yeah, he's had a tricky day in terms of the car itself. There's still a few little teething issues with the car, but because of the nature of the races we've had, he's managed to pick up some positions, and now he starts obviously on that third place on the grid, on the better tyre as well.
Yeah.
So everything's kind of pointing in his direction, but as long as those gremlin that he's had throughout the day aren't still with him.
And where do you think Tom Ingram's head is going to be at? You know, starting from P5, he's still got a nice little cushion between him and Ash Sutton, but he's looking ahead, and Ash is on pole.
Yeah, exactly. But it's race 3, and that always mixes things up a little bit. So I think Tom now will obviously always want to go forward and score as many points as possible. However, because of the nature of how today's gone and how easy it can be taken away from you, I think starting 5th, he's going to settle in lap 1 and see how it plays out.
Lovely stuff. Well, not long before we do find out how it plays out. If you do want to relive any of the incredible action that we've seen over the course of this weekend at Donington in our BTCC highlights show, it's on at Friday, 6:30 p.m. here on ITV4. And also, if you do want a bit more extra exclusive content, do check out our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ITV Sport. Right, now it is time for the final time. Let's go to the grid with Paul O'Neill and Louise Goodman.
Thank you, Nikki. Well, if Ash Sutton, I think, was a bit unlucky in race 2, that luck certainly changed at the end of the race when he was pulled for the not pulled for the pole position, but we all know what happened. Let's dive in with the question. Your luck changed, basically, didn't it?
Kinda. I mean, I'd much rather be on a medium tyre right now. So, obviously, I think Aaron and I can't remember who's behind us. There's 2 of us or 3 of us up the front that are on a hard tyre, and then we got Josh. Darrell's a hard tyre. Yeah, we've got another 3 behind us that are on the medium. So, yeah, it's not ideal because Tom's one of those medium drivers. So, I will make this the widest forward focus possible.
I don't doubt that for a second. I mean, talking of Tom, he had a reasonable pace on the harder tyre in the earlier race. Obviously a very different car. Have you got any idea from Dan's race 2, Dan Robo's race 2, what kind of pace you can expect on the harder tyre?
We haven't, if I'm honest. Dan didn't get a clean run, obviously, in race 2 because of what went on at turn 1. So yeah, we're kind of in the unknown a little bit with it. We're hoping we can get out in front, get the clean air, make the most of that, and try and get a gap. But it never is that easy, is it? It's race 3. It's a typical touring car race.
We like typical touring car races, so I'll take that. Right, let's go over and have a word with Aaron Taylor-Smith, who's been having a pretty good day. He started just outside the top 10. Where was he? Qualified P14 on the grid, but ended up P10 at the end of race 1. And had a little ding dong. I didn't ask Ash about it, but had a little ding dong with Ash in race 2. So I'll ask you about it instead, Aaron. A little bit of frustration that in race 2.
Frustration's the wrong word. Like, it was good crack. Like, don't get me wrong, I was ploughed through the gravel at the old hairpin, probably not thinking it was good crack. But Ash came down to speak to us afterwards and apologised. These things happen. Like, it's touring cars. That's why people love this. It was a rough move, but like, it is what it is. And I feel like now that's behind us, I can go get stuck in this race. So it is what it is. I'm pretty happy with how it went anyway.
So I was just talking to Ash about the fact that he's on the harder tyre. He's not overconfident on it. How are you feeling? Because you've got the hard tyres on as well.
Oh, I'm massively confident. He needs to get his head in check. Like, to be fair, yesterday we ran these, went slightly faster than what I've done so far on the medium. We set fastest lap at race 2, which probably bodes well. So for me, doesn't matter what tyre you're on, you still have to get by me. So I'm going to go for this and see what we can do.
How are you managing to go faster on the harder tyre, which most people would tell you is 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second slower than the medium?
I would like to say an obscene amount of talent, but maybe it's just that I don't have any intelligence and I just drive to whatever I have. So no talent, just pure ignorance to my own ability, and then hang on for dear life.
You do yourself down. Right, let's go over to Paul now. Who have you got down there, Paul?
Yes, thanks, Lou. Just doing a quick cross on Dan Rowbottom's car. You've been very fast around Donington, and this has not been the best day, is it?
No, it hasn't. You know, P3 in race 1 was a solid start, but we knew race 2 would be a struggle on the hard tyre. It is what it is, and then unfortunately, with all that little bit of rain at the start of the restart, I locked up going into turn 1 and obviously clattered into Ash, which, you know, it was a mistake, but it is what it is. We did our best to fight back, but hard tyre, damp conditions, not a lot of boost. It was doomed, really. We didn't need that.
Yeah. How's Ash taking it?
And I've apologised. I think he's okay, but in all honesty, I can only apologise. You know, it wasn't deliberate. There was no malice in it. I just, you know, I made a mistake, and if he's not all right with it, then that's not my problem, you know. So I've apologised. I'm sure he'll be fine. We've been friends for a long time, so it'd be a shame if that breaks us up.
Yeah. I think maybe you're going down on the air jacks. But last question I was going to ask you. You've got the medium tyre on. You've got 8 hard runners in front of you. Loads of boost. Ridgeway, your engineer, was just telling me you're in with a good shout here, aren't you?
Yeah, I feel racy. I mean, if we can get to Tom before he disappears into the distance, we'll have a good race with him, I think. You know, we've just got to get through as quick as we can. Yeah, we're feeling up for it. So let's see if we can put some of that speed to good use.
Are you getting any update on a rain radar, mate?
The one I looked at on my phone says there's no rain, so we'll go with that one.
And you'll be golden.
I'll be golden.
Top man, listen, have a good one, mate. Good luck. Lou, back to you.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on Josh Cook's car. Well, yeah, I was going to say the bonnet's just gone down, but it's just gone up again. So I had a quick word with, I was going to say with the team, but actually with our insider, with Jade, who's got her head in there, finding out what's going on. Apparently they're making changes, just information they found in race 2. They want to make changes on the car for race 3, but quite unusual for it to be happening on the grid this late. But anyway, that's the word. So let's go and see what the word is with Mr. Ingram. Let's talk race 2 first of all. I mean, that was some lap when the Heavens Open, wasn't it?
It wasn't that fun, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. It was, and there was no real warning to it either. Obviously, I said there was no real warning to it. We knew there was a threat of rain. That was fairly obvious to see. I think anyone could, you know, everybody could see that. But how quickly it dropped was, I've never seen that before. It was like you were, I mean, we came out the old hairpin, there was no rain on the screen, there was nothing to sort of signify that there was terror ahead, if you were to call it that. So we've gone through Stuckies, through Schwantz, and then all of a sudden, honestly, it was like driving into just a wall of water. I've never seen anything like it, and you don't have any time to react. So we did what we could to try and gather it up. But you're fairly limited in terms of what you can really do. So very lucky to have got through it. It's a shame because we were in a really, really good spot. We were running 3rd on the hard tyre, which is amazing. So we were doing well. But that said, a good, you know, still good to get some decent points out of it, considering what could have happened and considering the hard tyre as well.
We've obviously had a few changes on the grid. Chris Smiley put to the back of the grid for failing the ride height, which has put Ash, your chief rival in the championship, up front. He's on the harder tyre. I know, because I've just had a word with him, he's got his eyes facing Wera because he thinks on this soft tyre you're going to be coming through pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, with the deficit isn't quite as great as it has been at other rounds because we're on a hard tyre to a medium tyre, where at some places we've been a hard to a soft tyre. Some of the races like that, you could say that there was too much. Around here, you know, the pace that I had on the hard tyre then, the car felt really good on it, if I'm honest. So I don't think it's as, you know, I think Ash is probably playing up a little bit there. You know, I think you know, those guys will be able to have worked the hard tyre out as much as we have as well. So there's bits that we'll obviously have the advantage on. Ash obviously will have obviously slightly more TTB as well. So yeah, he's probably playing up a little bit, but it's not quite as plain sailing.
Who would have thought racing drivers playing mind games? Would never have known, would you? Right, well, is this medium tyre going to give Tom a massive advantage, or is Ash going to be able to keep the pace on that hard? We'll find out after this break.
30 races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
So the grid is set for the third and final British Touring Car race this weekend. All eyes will be on the start. We've got championship contenders Ash Sutton on pole position with his rival Tom Ingram in 5th. And this is British Touring Cars, so we can expect the unexpected. For the final time this weekend, let's go to our commentary duo of David Addison and Tim Harvey.
So grid is formed and there's a lot to look forward to in this, Tim.
There certainly is. It should be a real barnstormer because Ash Sutton's going to do everything he can. He's got the maximum turbo boost to use this race, but he's on that hard type. He's going to do everything to try and finish in front of Ingram, but it's going to be a hard task.
We've got people out of position. We've got this change for many of them now having to go on to the hard tyre. We've got Chris Smiley coming up from the back of the grid. We've got a championship to think about as well. There's an awful lot to stay on top of. Oh yeah, and it's race 3, so you've got the reverse grid dramas anyway. This is going to be good. 14 laps, all being well, are ahead of us, and the field then released onto this formation lap. Drivers weaving around now to try to get a little bit of warmth into the tyres, ready to slot back onto the grid and then get racing underway. Let's have a quick word, if we can, with Sam Osborne, who is going to start 13th on the grid. And Sam, that was not a bad recovery after being in the gravelling race too, was it?
Yeah, I've definitely had worse recoveries.
What about the chances then in this? It's going to be a very busy race, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be a good one. I mean, we've got the better tyre on. A lot of people chose to run the better tyre earlier. So yeah, we should have the advantage on a good chunk of them.
And what we have seen this year, especially at Knockhill last time out, was how much more feisty a driver you are. You had a really good Knockhill, got stuck into lots of battles.
Yeah, it should be good. We've had a lot better car underneath us. The setup was a lot better suited to me, which me and the team have been working really hard on, and especially with Rory, it's been a really good couple of rounds.
Excellent. Let's have more of the same. Good luck, Sam.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
And the Rory that he talks about is Rory Butcher, who has been his driver coach, and of course a winner here on the Grand Prix circuit for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK a couple of seasons back. So Ash Sutton is going to start this race then from pole position, and Tom Ingram is going to have a little bit of work to do from 5th to get up to his championship rival. There are some spots of rain in the air, we understand, but as yet they've not really amounted to anything. The grid for the final race of the day. Ash Sutton on pole on the hard tyre. Aaron Taylor-Smith with him at the front on the hard tyre. 8 laps of boost each. Josh Cook starts 3rd. He's the best placed of those on the slightly quicker medium, and he's got 7 laps of boost. You've got Darryl De Leon on the hard tyre. He's got 6 laps of boost available ahead of Tom Ingram. He's on the medium tyre, 5 laps. Gordon Shedden has got 3 laps worth of boost. He's on medium rubber as well. Adam Morgan is 7th on the grid. Hard tyre, only 2 laps, and Dan Camish, the race 2 winner, 1 lap of boost and the hard tyre. This is going to be tough, that's for sure. There's Jake Hill next. He's got the hard tyre. Dan Lloyd is ahead of Aidan Moffat. Dan Rowbottom is going to start from 12th on the grid. Sam Osborne, we were just talking to, he's 13th ahead of Mikey Doble on the hard tyre. Tom Chilton, the race 1 winner, seems a long time ago now that, he's 15th ahead of Dexter Patterson on the hard tyre. You've got Charles Rainford next ahead of Nick Halstead, who's also on the hard tyre, and he got done for speeding in the pit lane in race 2. 19th on the grid, Max Buxton ahead of Nicholas Hamilton, Senna Proctor on the hard tyre, and Chris Smiley then at the back on the hard tyre, and with the 4 laps of boost available that he would have had he not been excluded. You take the boost as you cross the line, so there's no benefit, if you like, to being penalised. So he was in 4th place over the line, and that is therefore the amount of boost that he will carry, irrespective of being excluded. So it's going to be tough on that hard tyre to come through from the back. However, it's race 3. Anything can happen. And the next event isn't until the 20th, 21st weekend of September. So lots of repair time.
Oh, don't say that. But it is race 3, and a couple of tyre compounds in this. It could well kick off, couldn't it?
Indeed so. Right, everybody's slotting into place on the grid. For Chris Smiley, he's way, way back, but at least he'll be on the straight rather than halfway around Goddard's. Everybody then in position pretty much. As soon as the officials are happy, Ian Watson, the clerk of the course for the championship, will give the instruction to commence the start procedure, and Ash Sutton then in the Napa Racing UK, but Valvoline liveried Ford on pole position. The Toyotas next of Aaron Taylor-Smith and Josh Cook behind. Josh switching to Toyota Gazoo Racing UK for the rest of the season, and 3rd on the grid. Tom Ingram starts 5th. We're ready to go racing. Lights are red. Lights are out, round 24 he's going. A good getaway by Ash Sutton. Good start also by Daryl De Leon as the cars accelerate down towards Redgate for the first time. Josh Cook trying to get up the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. Remember, Cook on the quicker tyre, and he does brake as late as he can, and Josh Cook will go 2nd on the inside line. It is Ash Sutton ahead, though, for the race lead, and squeezing his way up into 2nd place goes Cook. 3rd, it is going to be Taylor-Smith, and Ingram is already up to 4th at the expense of Daryl De Leon.
Well, Josh Cook was rolling before the lights went out. I don't know if the officials picked it up, but he was definitely moving, and that's helped him get up to 2nd place.
So the cars go up through Schwantz Curve, but we might well have the start under investigation in a moment. We'll see as Ingram is trying to find a way now past Aaron Taylor-Smith. So Cookie up to 2nd, but that might be under investigation. We'll see. Sutton is leading the way, and he's getting a bit of a gap already. Ingram being held up slightly by the Toyotas that, of course, want the best result they can possibly get. They're not in the championship hunt. They just want points. They want good results. Ingram's on the attack, though, now up against Taylor-Smith as they come on to start his straight, and this is the run all the way down to the S's. Ingram to the outside line, and he's got the job done. That's on pure pace, and he's gone by, and the start is under investigation for Josh Cook. A false start is being looked at.
Yeah, unfortunate, because he didn't need to do that. He's got the soft tyre on the medium tyre, the softer of the 2 compounds available. Didn't need to do that. May have had a clutch problem, I don't know. We heard the bonnet was up on the start line, but looks like it's going to catch him out, but it's no stopping Ingram. Look, he is absolutely charging, but hats off to Ash Sutton. That's a good first lap on the hard tyre. Ingram cuts to the inside.
And Cook tries to defend, but Ingram has got the pace. He got the run off the corner, then they go toe-to-toe, but Josh Cook on the inside line trying to defend for all he's worth. Locks up, brakes so late, the car squirms, and Ingram's going to get up the inside line. He's all up the curb, 2 wheels on the dirt even, but Ingram's going to go by, and Taylor-Smith tries to buy into this as well, and he's up the inside of Cook. They almost bang mirrors. Aaron Taylor-Smith goes through, up into 3rd place. Here comes Cook back on the inside. He's got his nose in front, but Taylor-Smith will have the line for the corner. ATS goes 3rd. Great racing.
Well, just a little bit too much rear brake bias on Josh Cook's car, so when he braked incredibly late for the Redgate corner, it just locked the rear up and twitched him a little bit. That was all the gap that Ingram needed to cut back on the inside. But Aaron Taylor-Smith, remember, he's on the hard tyre, fighting his teammate really hard.
And also you saw Chris Smiley making progress then. He, from the back of the grid, is getting himself up the order. The 2 Toyotas are still squabbling, look, as they come side by side here. So Aaron Taylor-Smith versus Josh Cook making the run again for 3rd place. Down to the S's. Cook is just ahead. Taylor-Smith brakes late. Are they going to get side by side with the corner? They do, amazingly enough. So Josh Cook gets mugged. Back up a place into 3rd goes Taylor-Smith. That's Daryl De Leon now looking for a way by. And just to add to the Toyota battle, Gordon Shedden's next in the queue.
God, all 3 Toyotas running very close together there. De Leon doesn't manage to get through, but Taylor-Smith does.
He does so as Jake Hill is next up. He's got Dan Rowbottom behind him. Rowbottom having got himself ahead of Dan Lloyd on that lap. Replay of the start. Watch Cook third on the grid.
Difficult to see from that angle, but from where I could see it, the sideways look, he was definitely moving.
So it's being looked at by race control. Tom Ingram, fastest lap of the race. There are Hill and Rowbottom together as they head towards Hollywood. That's the battle for 7th place. The order is Sutton, Ingram, Taylor Smith, Cook, De Leon, Shed in the top 6, Hill, Rowbottom, Morgan, Lloyd, who is leading the independents to round out the top 10. Smiley from the back is up to 17th. Doble, after his travails yesterday, up to 16th.
Oh, and guess what? Ingram has caught up to the back of Ash Sutton with a new lap record of 1:33.62, and battle is well and truly on now.
Battle is on for the race lead. Battle is on for the championship. The two drivers fighting for the crown are fighting for the race win here as well. And Tom Ingram is ready to make his move. Sutton's going to try to defend. He said it was going to become the widest forward focus possible, and it's wide enough to just hang on to the advantage into the S's. But here comes Ingram looking for the inside line. That is suddenly blocked by Sutton, who jinks across the road. To the outside line goes Ingram. Wide into the hairpin. He doesn't need to get the undercut coming out. He's already ahead on the outside, but then he gets run up wide. Sutton goes back through. They clatter each other. But Sutton is going to lead on the run up towards Goddard. And there, Ash Sutton proving he's going to be no pushover in this. Ingram then, right on his tail.
Oh, this is battle well and truly engaged. Don't forget, you have to give a car room on the outside of a corner. That was marginal between Sutton and Ingram, but they know how to play the rules. Watch for a dive up the inside. Not coming on this lap, despite Ingram having better traction, better braking ability on the medium tyre.
Behind them third is Taylor Smith and Cook fourth, De Leon fifth, Shedden sixth as they came across the line. And now the two race leaders still together as they drop down the hill. Ash Sutton leaving nothing on the table. Tom Ingram waiting for the moment to strike. It wasn't at Redgate, it wasn't at the old hairpin. It could come at McLean's, and that's not this corner, but it's the next right-hander. Here comes Ingram. The move is just about started, but again Sutton covers off the inside line, so Ingram has got to think about doing it at Coppice if he can do it anywhere on this lap. Sutton, oh so defensive, straight away to the middle of the road. Ingram to the outside.
And then he'll cut back again, hoping that Sutton runs wide, but Sutton doesn't. Now he'll hug the left-hand side of the track all the way down to the chicane. This is going to be a big ask, isn't it, for Sutton to maintain this for the rest of the race. And he hasn't got any help from another fast car behind, which could hinder. Oh, a great cutback there from Ingram. He's got a little bit of an overlap. Now we'll have the inside as they come up to the hairpin. Is he going to pull it off this time? He is.
Race leader, Tom Ingram, as they come out of the hairpin, but Sutton straight away is on the attack. He's back up alongside, but that's only going to give him the outside line for Goddard, so Ingram should get the deal done into the corner. Sutton's going to try to stand his ground on the outside and make a move at Redgate, but there's no way he can do that. So Tom Ingram does lead at the end of the lap, but Sutton is still fighting. Great racing between the two, and Sutton's back ahead in a straight line. Now he needs to dive across and cover off the line for the corner. He moves across on Ingram. There's just about room for the Hyundai on the inside. Ingram elbows out up the inside line. He's back into the lead, but Sutton is not giving up. Fantastic stuff. He's down to second place. Ingram leads down through the Craner curves, but do not rule out Ash Sutton having an inspired dive to try to get himself back into the lead before Ingram starts to build a gap.
Well, he had probably only had that chance then into the old hairpin, because I think by the end of that Ingram will be gone. But unless the extra boost that Sutton has got is enough to stay on his tail. Remember, he's got 8 laps. Ingram only had 5.
So they head towards Coppice then, and it remains Ingram ahead. Sutton in second place, Taylor Smith third, ahead of Josh Cook, Daryl De Leon, and Dan Rowbottom now up into 6th. There's still no more news about the investigation into Josh Cook's start, by the way. So for now, he remains in 4th place, as you see in the background. Chilton, number 3, getting himself ahead of Jake Hill here, and that's a change for 8th place. Chilton, remember, started 15th, so he's had good progress thus far. Getting driving standards flags now for Moffat, for Aaron Taylor-Smith, for Nick Halstead, and there you can see Dan Rowbottom squeezing up past Daryl De Leon. So Rowbottom is 5th. He's heading towards the zone where he might be able to help Sutton, but it might be too late because Ingram's already gone, isn't he? And he's starting to build that gap. Sutton was just ahead when they crossed the line last time by 9 thousandths of a second. Ingram leads at the end of the 5th lap by half a second.
Yeah, without a safety car, I can't see Rowbottom getting up there to help his teammate, who is gamely hanging on to the back of Ingram, who's up 4 places now from his 5th place start.
Race 2 winner, by the way, Dan Camish in 15th spot, as we get a replay of what happened to give Ingram that race lead.
Yeah, Sutton tried to cut back, but of course that put him on the outside, then coming up to Goddard's. If he could have gone all the way around the outside, which he was trying to do there, turning in, but he just doesn't have enough grip, and the extra speed that Ingram has means he comes out the corner in front, crucially on the right-hand side for the next corner at Redgate, and he's now starting to stretch that lead.
He is indeed, as Rowbottom is closing onto the back now of Josh Cook, and there's a battle there, look, between Gordon Shedden and Tom Chilton. Gordon Shedden is making the run out of Coppice, but Tom Chilton with the pace goes ahead, and Jake Hill is going to be next in the queue. Sam Osborne, by the way, is up into 10th spot, so he's made some good progress in this race as well. This is lap 6 out of 14. Shedden sideways, having to fend off Hill now, bearing in mind Chilton has mugged him for 7th. And that's Rowbottom about to make a move, look, coming down the inside of Josh Cook, and he gets the job done, heading into the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah, nice clean pass, and Josh didn't fight that one too hard, so there was no contact made.
Goddard's they come. Next target for Rowbottom is Aaron Taylor-Smith, having a good run in that 3rd place. Up towards the line they come. So Ingram getting away now from Sutton, and the gap is up to 1.2 seconds, more than doubled. Now this is what happened for 4th place. Looking back here from Taylor-Smith's car, that's Rowbottom on the inside.
Yeah, getting cleanly through, and of course Ingram has that fastest lap, the extra point that goes with that, and he's leading the race for the extra points as well.
Race leaders then plunge downhill. This is Jake Hill's view as he tries to squeeze past Gordon Shedden. Side by side they run. Shedden skims the curb. Sam Osborne is right there behind them, but Jake Hill makes the move stick. He's 8th at the old hairpin. Shedden's dropping back now.
He is, and Sam Osborne right behind, trying to take advantage of a slow exit by Shedden from the old hairpin, but can't quite get close enough as they approach McLean's. Here we are on board with Osborne. Shedden just in front. Osborne having a strong race in 10th place.
He's not done yet, has he? As now Rowbottom is about to go for the podium and get up past Taylor-Smith. Remember that Aaron is on the hard tyre. Dan Rowbottom is on the softer medium tyre. Nose to tail they run, but do not expect Aaron Taylor-Smith to make this an easy fight. Through the S's they come. Rowbottom with a big bite of curve. Catapults up the inside, heading down to the Melbourne hairpin. This for 3rd place, and he's going to break as late as he can. He's going to get the job done. The next intrigue in all of this is going to be whether he's allowed to pass Sutton.
Yeah, well, that was his trademark pass there, so use a little bit of extra inside curb, if you like, on the chicane to slingshot him out on the run down to the Melbourne loop, and it works out very well for him. But you're right, he's going to probably catch up with Sutton, and then I think he's going to have to sit behind him and give keep Sutton's rear protected, because I don't see Rowbottom particularly going after Ingram for the win, and Sutton desperately needs all the points he can get.
Right, so let's see how the team situation pans out then. These are the gaps, as you can see. Ingram coming into the old hairpin. He's 1.6 seconds ahead of Ash Sutton, who is the best placed, of course, on that harder tyre. Rowbottom is 3rd, then it's Taylor-Smith. Cook Chilton is a man on the mission as well, isn't he? Because having started 15th, Tom Chilton's up to 6th place, going great guns.
Yeah, really good shout. Dan Camish, the race 2 leader, obviously on the hard tyre for this one, is down in 15th place. He really doesn't appear to like the hard tyre very much, does he?
And Sam Osborne here is closing on Gordon Shedden. Now, Shedden's on the medium tyre, don't forget. He used the hard at the start of the day and got that out of the way, but Gordon's dropping back in the pack now, so I just wonder whether all is well with that car. We know he's quick, but Shedden falling away. He's about to lose out potentially to Sam Osborne. You're riding with the Nottinghamshire driver then, as he gets a good run against Shedden down towards the S's. Not able to make the move there, but he certainly looks quick, does Sam Osborne.
Yeah, he needs to try that Rowbottom move of cutting that right-hand curve generously to take advantage of the extra speed.
But I think he's just lost a place. Dan Lloyd, in fact, getting on the inside of Osborne. Let's check. Yeah, he's gone through. Well, not quite gone through. He had a look, but Sam Osborne certainly under attack from Dan Lloyd. And there you've got Tom Chilton now, who's ahead of Josh Cook. So that puts Chilton up into 5th place. Mega drive this by Tom Chilton.
This is a fabulous drive by the race 1 winner. He's thoroughly enjoying Donington Park, isn't he?
Is he ever? Comes over the line. Next target for Tom C is Aaron Taylor-Smith. Just wonder whether after that he might be able to go after the Napa Racing UK Ford of Dan Rowbottom. There is Tom Chilton for Team VERTU, heading down through the Craner curves once more in the sunshine, and Ingram fights the car out of the old hairpin. Sutton behind, the gap down a little bit last time because quicker by 0.6 of a second, Ash Sutton.
Well, Ingram flung the car, didn't he, into the old hairpin. Big old slide there. Wondering if he got some dirt on his tyres, but you're right, the gap has closed down, and in fact the quickest of the three is Rowbottom. He's catching both up.
Indeed so. There he is in that third place. So Ingram, Sutton, Rowbottom. Then a bit of a gap back to the battle between Taylor Smith, Chilton, Cook, De Leon, Hill and Shed to round out the top 9. It's Sam Osborne in 10th. This is that moment, that slide. He clips the curb, look, does Tom Ingram, and then has to fight the car through the old hairpin. Beautifully controlled. The car control of these top drivers is fantastic to watch. That's not easy to do in a front-wheel drive car, believe me. Right, there's Sutton. Rowbottom is closing up all the while. We have still got 5 laps to go at the end of this. There you can see Daryl De Leon getting up the inside of Josh Cook. Now, Cook started third on the grid, and he's on the medium tyre, but he's losing places, and we've lost Nick Halstead up against the barriers, and that looks like it's mechanical, doesn't it, with all the smoke coming out of the front of the car? It does indeed. I hope that doesn't develop into a fire, a serious fire, because otherwise it could be covered with a yellow flag. But if not, it's going to produce a safety car, is it? Yeah. I have to say, Chilton's drive is absolutely fantastic. Yes, he's got maximum boost. Yes, he's got the medium tyre on, but he really is. Oh, there's oil down there. That's oil on the track. That will be from, or water. Yeah, that will be from Halstead's car. Safety car deployed. So the yellow flag's waved. The safety car is going to be called for. Nick Halstead pulled off up at the top of the Craner curves, just coming out of Hollywood. So the car is off the racetrack, but the safety car called partly to move it, and maybe the clerk of the course, Ian Watson, just wants to make sure that that liquid, if it does need treating, it can be done so. Give the yellow flag a shake. Let's have a look in replay. Look at the top of the hill here. Nick Halstead with a big cloud of smoke and spins on his own liquid. And the car goes off the road. The barrier awaits. Bang. I'm pretty sure that's oil, David, from the colour of it and the way it went. I'm pretty sure that's oil. Fortunately, he only makes very light contact with the tyres. Unfortunately, if it is oil, it's in a very restricted part. It hasn't been all the way down the Craners and the old hairpin. So, sad retirement. But the state of the track is also a concern for Ian Watson. Thumbs up from the medical crew, just that he's all right. On board here with Jake Hill. That's Daryl De Leon up the road, looking to try to make a move against Josh Cook. And he makes the move at the Melbourne hairpin, and that puts Daryl De Leon 6th and Josh Cook 7th. Well, this is bad news, this safety car for Ash Sutton, isn't it, really? Because it closes a lot of potentially faster cars up behind him. He doesn't have that gap. Yes, he's got Rowbottom behind him, but there's going to be a lot of fast cars right there, including Tom Chilton. We understand it's the continuation of the weekend gremlins for Josh Cook. That's the euphemism offered up to explain why Josh Cook's falling down the order down to 9th place. So it's been, as you've heard Josh say, a late deal to put him in the car, and just a few gremlins to be ironed out for Silverstone. So there is the oil that Tim had identified, and potentially that's going to need treating before we can get things back on the way. The car's going to be moved out of harm's way. Nick Halstead will be taken to the pit lane. And Tom Ingram, Ash Sutton, the top 2. Dan Rowbottom then in 3rd place. Rowbottom could either be a thorn in Sutton's side or his protector, depending on how Dan feels. Yeah, let's see. That'll be an interesting Napa Racing UK decision to make. I think if that had been coolant, it would already have been showing signs of drying out as well now with the sun on the track. But it's easy to see, and the drivers can easily avoid it. There's plenty of other lines you can take round Hollywood to avoid that. There's the race leader, Tom Ingram, and he's exactly where he wants to be, not only in the lead of the race, but ahead of Ash Sutton, and therefore taking points away from his championship rivals. So the Donington safety marshal going back to post. The car of Nick Halstead needs to be moved. So that, I think, is the reason for the delay rather than the oil on the track. That's an earlier drama for Nick Halstead. That was coming into the S's, so it's been a busy race for him. Wonder if he got some stones underneath the belts or something. Maybe. Or
overheated the engine. That was locking the rears up. Same issue we saw slightly earlier on from, I think it was Josh Cook, wasn't it? When you have too much brake bias to the rear, especially if you brake over a crest in the road like that, there's very little weight on the rear. So you have to get the brake bias, the pressure difference between front and rear, absolutely right. A front-wheel drive car does 80% of the braking on the front anyway, but a fraction too much on the rear and you can lock it up. Everybody still weaving to keep their tyres warm. But of course, with the new restart program or restart rules and an acceleration zone out of the last corner, everybody will be in a very neat line of crocodile line when they do come back to the start line.
Let's see if I can drop in and have a word with Sam Osborne just quickly. Well, we've got the safety car out for another couple of laps. Sam, good race so far. You've been busy up to 10th. Good effort.
Yeah, we've been really busy. We've picked a few people off. Although I think I've only got about one lap of hybrid boost left. So it's going to be a tough end to the race. I'm going to... Sorry?
You're going to have to make the car wide, aren't you, I guess?
Yeah, it's going to need to make a wide car, and I'm looking forward to a can of Coke when I get back.
Right, we'll leave you to it. Good luck, Sam.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
So yeah. Sam's also got the team trying to talk to him at the same time. We'll leave you to it.
Yeah, didn't know who to speak to.
No, quite. There's Nick Halstead's car being moved. You can see the witness marks where he slithered off the racetrack, and thankfully not too much damage to the car, even though the engine is probably now far from okay. So all of this is just going to add another lap or two, up to a maximum of 3 onto the race duration, and Tom Ingram will lead the cars through at the end of the lap.
Yeah, the Caterpillar recovery unit lifting the car and moving it off the circuit. Meanwhile, everybody drives round at slow speed, feeling like they're just wobbling about, really. The oil has been treated with a bit of dust, so at least everyone can see where it is, and we'll be resuming racing.
So then Nick Halstead's car off the circuit. Adam Morgan then.
Does he ever blink? He always, his eyes always, oh, he did then.
Just
his
one
eyes
blink.
are always so wide open.
Absolutely, yes.
Even under safety car. I'd love to know what his heart rate is. We'll have to put a monitor on him.
Adam right now is in 14th place, and he's in the pit lane, isn't he? Looking at the background, has Adam got a problem? He must have. He's in the pit lane, so after second place earlier on in the day, Adam Morgan down the pit road, and it's not because he couldn't drive through anything, so there's a problem, sadly, for Adam Morgan at the end of the day, and this rather looks like it's going to be game over, like fears.
Yeah, there was no hurried action from the team, was there? Oh, they're looking under the rear as if something's been damaged, or he's obviously getting a bad feeling in the car about something at the rear. Shame.
So, yeah, absolutely, because Adam's had good pace. Not a winner this year, but oh so close. The team working away. Right, we're going to be up to 17 laps as the maximum then for this race. The safety car, its second appearance of the day for touring cars, still out there, but it might be in at the end of this lap. Tom Ingram, of course, race leader. So if he stays where he is, there are the winning points. Ka-ching. He has got the fastest lap of the race. Ka-ching. He's got lap leader points, as you were. So it's all panning out really nicely, this. And, of course, he's ahead of Ash Sutton.
And, of course, the whole crocodile has closed up behind Ash to make it even harder for him to maintain that second place. A lot of this will depend on what Rowbottom does.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say
he's key. And I think he owes Sutton a favour now, doesn't he, after race 2. So probably he's going to be a very good boy, is what I suspect.
Probably. Suspects. Those words are doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
I don't think anybody predicts much of what Dan Rowbottom's going to do they?
Least of all Dan Rowbottom, you mean, yes. So the safety car is in this time. Everybody bunches up. Ash might have another go, of course, to try and take the lead off Tom Ingram, but the fascination is going to be to see what Robo does, either on the attack or in support of his teammate. He, of course, needs to stay ahead of Camish to try and take third in the championship. He also wants to maintain a podium finish in this race. He wants to be ahead of Taylor Smith et al. And we're about to go racing then as the green flag flies. Down towards Redgate they go, heading in towards the braking zone for the corner. Ingram gets away. Rowbottom has a look to the inside of Ash Sutton, but he also has to cover off any move by Taylor Smith. So we're up to 17 laps. We've got 4 to go. We're back racing.
Yeah, I think that was a defensive move rather than an attacking move by Rowbottom.
And as they come down the hill, he's not exactly attacking Sutton there, is he? He is just dropping back, it seems, by a length or two and defending that third place, making sure nobody else wriggles past him and goes after Ash Sutton second in the championship battle. BMWs 1 and 2 together. Jake Hill, number 1, gets past Darrell De Leon in number 2, and the reigning champion goes by at McLean's then.
And Chiltern having a big, strong look at the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith's car. Does get through there, chops across the inside. Can he get an overlap before they get on the straight? No, he can't. So next chance is at the S's, but Chiltern's very much the man on a mission.
And there are lots of people on their final warning for track limits, incidentally. We'll worry about those in a moment as you look back then from Aaron Taylor-Smith's Toyota. Tom Chiltern right up behind him. A sideways Darrell De Leon makes a mistake, and Gordon Shedden's up alongside the BMW, and he's past the BMW. This is Chiltern to the outside line. Taylor-Smith on the inside. Look at Sutton closing up on Ingram under braking. All action everywhere you look on the Grand Prix loop, and now look back from Taylor-Smith's Toyota. Chiltern right up behind him. So for the lead, it's Ingram. Second is Sutton, and Rowbottom is playing the team game, look in third place.
Yeah, and because of the antics of, I say the antics, but the threatening of Aaron Taylor-Smith, it gives Rowbottom a nice little gap behind him because Taylor-Smith is busy defending from Chiltern, Hill and Shedden.
Leading independent at the moment, Dan Lloyd for Restart Racing 10th. Teammate Chris Smiley up to 15th as they all descend once more on Redgate. Then goes Dan Camish, the race 2 winner. He's in 13th place overall, but on that harder tyre, remember, that's going to compromise the pace, although Ash Sutton is on that harder tyre. He's second on the hard tyre, Taylor-Smith 4th, hard tyre Hill 6th, hard tyre De Leon 9th, although in fairness, he's just dropped back.
One of the restart Hyundai's going very slowly down the Craners. Not sure which one that was. Might have been a puncture, but just look, the car didn't look quite right to me the way it was sitting.
Here they come towards Coppice once more. Sutton dropping back from Ingram once again. And now look, although Chiltern's had good pace, he's under attack from Jake Hill, who gets the run on the inside coming through Coppice. And through he goes. He made that look easy.
That was a lovely move. He got Chiltern to defend between McLean's and Coppice and then cut back inside him.
Now they come towards the S's once more, looking back then at the Tom Chiltern Hyundai for Team VERTU. And for the race lead, Sutton is certainly not giving up because he's closing in. He has another rather cheeky look to the inside, trying to unsettle Tom Ingram. But this is archetypal Ash Sutton. Never, never, never give up. Give him half an opportunity and he will take it. Morgan, by the way, has rejoined the race.
Well, I would say that if you were Tom Ingram, then Ash Sutton is uncomfortably close, isn't he? Because a lunge or a mistake, and it could be contact, but he's desperate to try and hang on. Is Ash Sutton on the hard tyre, remember?
Side by side there, look, Hill on the inside, Chiltern on the outside. Neither of them have managed to find a way past Taylor-Smith. They're involved in a big battle for 5th, and they've got Gordon Shedden 7th. Now, Shedden's rebuilding his race a bit. He dropped back further than that early on, and now he's regrouped and he's gained places again, or regained places.
Yeah, because he's on the medium tyre. There's a few hard tyres in front of him. Sutton, Taylor-Smith and Hill all on the hard tyre.
Other people moving up the order. Dan Lloyd is now 8th as the leading independent. Dan Camish has gained ground. He's up to 12th. And, Chris Smiley has just come into the pit lane. So, having gone well early on in the day, Smiley sadly pits and is retirement. Looking back from Jake Hill, he's still running 5th.
Yeah, Smiley, we had the left front puncture. That was the car, it was a restart car I saw going slowly down the Craners last time round. He's now made it back to the pits.
There, the BMW battle between Darrell De Leon and Charles Rainford. 10th, that is 4. De Leon on the hard tyre, Rainford on the medium, so in theory he should be able to go by. Now, Aaron Taylor-Smith still resolutely hanging on to 4th place. Not much has come past him in this race, so Jake Hill's going to have to work very, very, very hard in order to do it. He tries the outside of the Melbourne hairpin, he wants the undercut coming off the corner, but Aaron Taylor-Smith knows exactly what Jake's going to try and just has the traction off the corner to stay ahead.
Well, of course, that's the this is the strong point for the BMW, the slow corner exit, the traction of the car, and the fact he's got medium tyre rather than the hard tyre should help him as well.
Over the timing line they come. We're on the last lap then of our final race at Donington. They head now down into Redgate Corner, and you've got Ingram the leader by 7/10 from Sutton. Then it's Rowbottom 3rd, and this is the battle for 4th, where Taylor-Smith, Hill, Chiltern, Shedden is the order.
And Ingram's got a little bit of a gap then on this last lap. Hopefully that'll keep him going until we get to the braking areas of chicane Goddard's, Melbourne and Goddard's, because that's where he's been under approach. But Hill's not finished with Aaron Taylor-Smith yet.
And Chilton is behind, ready to pick up any pieces. Fastest lap of the race, remember still. The point goes to Tom Ingram and Jake Hill and Dan Lloyd on their final warning for track limits. And you're on board with Hill, and he's in a big fight with Taylor-Smith. About a third of a lap to go as they come through Coppice. Jake's thinking about the inside line. Taylor-Smith knows what he's thinking, and he covers that off as Ingram heads down the Starkey Straight run towards the S's and then onto the Grand Prix loop for the last time. Behind Hill, it's Chilton. Behind Chilton is Shedden. So this battle pack is for fourth, and Taylor-Smith is just ahead as they come through the S's. And again, Jake Hill is on the attack. He's attacking and defending because Chilton's right there behind him. Down they come towards the hairpin. Taylor-Smith on the inside line. Chilton trying to unsettle Jake Hill to no avail. Here are the leaders though, and Tom Ingram is on target to extend the championship lead yet further, to take a 5th win of the year, a 38th career win. And Tom Ingram wins race 3 at Donington. He rounds out the day in style. Ash Sutton second, Dan Rowbottom third, and the battle for 4th is just going to go the way of Aaron Taylor-Smith ahead of Jake Hill, then Tom Chilton, Gordon Shedden 7th, Dan Lloyd 8th, and to win the independents it's Darrell DeLeon 9th, and then 10th it's Charles Rainford. Great racing all the way through, and a really important result for Tom Ingram. He's had a great day as far as the championship's concerned.
Yeah, and a flash of the lights from both of them. Tom Ingram to sort of acknowledge the crowd support, and I think the same from Ash Sutton. He's probably acknowledging a good, fine race with his big rival, Tom Ingram. A
very emotional Sandra Humphries you saw there in the Team VERTU garage with Laura Drysdale, Tom's girlfriend. A very happy team on the pit wall, but Team VERTU know now, as you get to the final 2 events of the season, how close they are coming to a championship, a 2nd title perhaps for Tom Ingram, and this has been a hugely important day. You can see how happy he is. Tom's traditional word of pointsy has been well used today because he's scored points, but they've been big points, race-winning points, very important indeed.
And Aaron Taylor-Smith, very happy with his drive as well. He's promised us he'd make it entertaining, and he certainly did.
And that's his best result of the season as well. And he did that with the Toka engine as well. So there's lots for Speedworks to think about before Silverstone, which is a venue on that national circuit layout that always gives good racing, nice and wide, and a short lap as well. But Tom Ingram then the race winner in the end, only 0.8 of a second from Ash Sutton, and Dan Rowbottom making amends, if you like, for the contact in race 2 by sitting behind Ash Sutton. Round 24 of the championship falls to Tom Ingram, ahead of Ash Sutton and Dan Rowbottom 3rd. 4th, Aaron Taylor-Smith, just ahead of Jake Hill, and then Tom Chilton 6th, with Gordon Shedden taking 7th ahead of Dan Lloyd, Darrell DeLeon, and Charles Rainford rounding out the top 10. 11th, Josh Cook, and the race 2 winner, Dan Camish, just behind him. Aidan Moffat, 13th, from Sam Osborne, who dropped away towards the end. Senna Proctor from the back of the grid to take the last point. Dexter Patterson was 16th and was therefore 2nd in the independents ahead of Mikey Doble. Max Buxton, 18th, ahead of Nick Hamilton. Adam Morgan pitted, but rejoined for 20th. Chris Smiley, likewise, for 21st. And the one we lost was Nick Halstead. So what does all of that do to the championship? It makes good reading for Tom Ingram. 32 points ahead now from Ash Sutton. Dan Camish stretching his margin a little during the course of the day over Dan Rowbottom. Jake Hill still there in 5th ahead of Tom Chilton. Adam Morgan 7th. Charles Rainford ahead of his teammate Darrell DeLeon at WSR. And Senna Proctor rounds out the top 10. So a very happy Tom Ingram is slowly making his way round to the pit lane, and win number 5 of the season, increased advantage in the championship, and the Hyundais, perhaps in the second part of the season, have looked stronger than the Fords, even though at the start of the year Ash was doing more of the winning. He had 5, remember, early on in the season, but right now the drivers are acknowledging at Napa Racing that those Hyundais are very quick indeed, and put Tom Ingram behind the wheel of one, and you can see just how quick it is. Championship leader coming into the day, championship leader by that increased margin by the end of it. So now the car goes through the technical checks, the roller goes underneath to make sure the ride height is as the regulations dictate. Then the car will be checked for the weight and then released down into Parc Fermé. The Toka technical team overseeing operations. Those that aren't required head down the pit road. headed by Aaron Taylor-Smith. Good fourth place for Aaron, that his best of the year, and it's been a tough season for him. Always had lots of pace, but the results haven't really backed that up. But it's been good to see him going so well today. There is Tom Ingram then, comes off the flat patch. He'll head to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from the championship leader, Tom Ingram, right after the break.
.30 races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
So it was Ash Sutton who lined up on pole position, but Tom Ingram was immediately on the pace and wasted little time in seizing the lead, setting a new lap record in the process. Drama unfolded when Nick Halstead spun on his own oil, bringing out the safety car. But once racing resumed, Ingram controlled the field and after 17 laps secured his 5th victory of the season, along with the fastest lap. So let's take a look at how the standings look after a weekend of racing. So it is Ingram who increases his lead ahead of Ash Sutton. Ingram on 377 points compared to Sutton's 345. Camish in 3rd, Rowbottom in 4th, and Rainford closes out the top 8.
Thank you, Nikki. Tom, 5th win of the season, but more importantly, a few more points gained on Ash at the end of what's been a really good day, hasn't it?
It's been a stonker of a day, it really, really has. As I said earlier on, as Team VERTU, we've had an absolute cracker, we really, really have. So, yeah, amazing, really, really good. And a good little race. It's really funny, Ash and I have said this over the years, that we're always close in points, but it's very rare that we actually get a race on that. And obviously Ash was on the hard tyre and myself on the medium, so we knew we had a little bit more performance in that regard. But as ever with this man, he's never going to make anyone's life easy. And even when you get ahead, you're still watching him, going, "How are you doing it, man? What? Go away! You're on a hard tyre. You're not supposed to be here." But a cracking result for us. We really, really needed a good result. Really needed a good result this weekend to sort of get ourselves really in the hunt. And it feels like after that we're definitely there.
It's beautiful watching the two of you racing because there is such mutual respect. But boy, he doesn't give you any quarter, does he?
No, of course. But as we always seem to say, Ash and I have raced hard over the years. We've fell out a lot over the years. I wouldn't say we've ever kissed and made up, but we've certainly fell out a few times over the years. But there's a lot of mutual respect. I think both of us know how hard each other will race. And we both know that if I leave a gap, this man is going to be up my inside. and vice versa. If he leaves a gap, I'm going to sling one up the inside as well. And the nice thing is when you're racing against people like this, you can actually have you can lean on each other and have a bit of door. And I know he's probably, I think you'd said in an interview before, he's not going to stick me in the fence, and I'm going to try my best not to stick him in the fence at the same time.
That could come back to haunt you one day. But I mean, Ash, I've got to say about those hard tyres being absolute rubbish and you're going to go backwards.
Well, they are.
Paraphrasing, but
I'll clarify, they're rubbish. Yeah, we hung on in there for as long as we could. I mean, I said to you before off camera, didn't I, Louise? It's probably Tom's race to win that one. So I just made it as hard as I possibly could. There was a small bit of contact out of one of the hairpins. I thought I was clear. I wasn't. But to be fair, from that point onwards, the moment he got his nose up the inside, I made sure it was fair from that point. So, yeah, I gave it the best shot I could. I thought I hung in there. It would have been great to be racing him on the same tyre and see if we could have hung on a bit longer. But, yeah, it's just a nice way to round off a bit of a crap day. But.
Yeah, well, a final word from your teammate. I hope you two have kissed and made up now after the frustrations in race 2. I mean, good result for you there, from where you started to finish on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, it was great. We had really good pace in the car. The car's been phenomenal all weekend. They've done such a great job with it. Obviously, we had our mishap at race 2. I think he'll get over it. And if he doesn't, it's Christmas soon, so we'll have a 6-month break. You know, we'll be fine. Yeah, it is what it is, you know. And as soon as the safety car lights went out, I thought, well, if I back everyone else up, protect him, maybe that will go some way of saying sorry.
You do what you can. You do what you can. And well done. Great result for you today at those two podium finishes. Right, over to Nikki.
Lovely stuff. Thank you so much, Lou. I mean, what a story of the weekend once again. I feel like we had this same conversation 2 weeks ago in Knock Hill talking about Tom Ingram. But he does it again, you know, starting from P5. It was outstanding. The pace we saw within the first couple of laps, he'd already set the lap record again.
Well, he was always going to have the pace, wasn't he? It was just how the fight was going to go. And, I mean, he forced his way through to the front, got through on Ash, who put up a fabulous fight on the hard tyre. These are the, you know, I dare to say it, these two are the class of the field, and we're witnessing two fantastic exponents of touring car racing. Hard but fair, and the battle went right down to it, and it'll carry on at Silverstone and, of course, when we get to the final at Brands.
Oh, the battle will indeed continue. I mean, Jade, we started this weekend, Jade, and there was 17 points between the two of them. That's now been extended to 32 points. So, you know, Ash has got a lot of work to do coming into the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, a lot of work. This is definitely now Tom's to lose, and the way that he performed today and the car performed, I don't see him not doing it unless something drastic happens. You know, Ash was driving his socks off. I know there was a difference in tyre, but equally they just don't have the same machinery underneath them. And on top of that, Tom's in such a comfortable, confident driving position that, you know, he just picks off the cars when he needs to and sits back when he needs to. But yeah, it's Tom's to lose.
I mean, Paul, do you think this is a championship-defining weekend? You know, this is the moment where potentially the title could have slipped away.
I honestly think so, yeah, definitely. I think in Tom's heart of heart, as Tim Harvey next to me shaking his head, no, I do,
it's
honestly.
Never over till it's over.
No, I do. I mean, British Touring Cars is amazing, and, you know, you never, ever, ever know. But listen, we've got Silverstone next. He's in a flying machine. It's you know, it's not a hatchback, it's a saloon. It's quick in the straight line. They have done an exceptional job, absolutely exceptional. The man, I'll tell you this, Tom Ingram will be the champion, full stop.
Oh, boom. Whoa, okay, breaking news. He's gone on record. You heard it here first. There we go. Let's find out in a couple of weeks whether he's right. Let's also talk about Dan Rowbottom. I mean, a phenomenal weekend for him. He started down in P12, back on the podium again for another third-place finish.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to attack the back of Ash Sutton, was it, in race 3 after what happened in race 2. He'll say, oh, Ash, you know, I've defended the back of you now. We're quits on the problem in race 2. But, yeah, he's been on fire, you know, this season. Driving really well, Dan. That little mistake, I totally forgive him in race 2. It was just a momentary lapse on the slippery surface, but he's made up for it in race 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Jade, Aaron Taylor-Smith. Okay, so he did drop back, but it was a personal best for him in today's race.
Yeah, and obviously on the harder compound tyre as well. He, as we said at the start of the race, the deficit with these sets of tyres is slightly less than when we see soft and hard, but fair play to him. He got a good start, he got stuck in, and he just, you know, with the safety car, he'll instantly think, oh no, maybe I'm going to drop back. But we know Aaron, he's one of the most stubborn, determined drivers on the grid there, and he wasn't going to give it up lightly. And yeah, fair play to him, a solid result for him.
Indeed, and it's just a couple of weeks, 3 weeks till we go racing again at Silverstone. You know, ultimately the home of British motorsport, isn't it? But what can we expect there, Paul? Slightly tighter track always provides plenty of action.
Yeah, great track, you know, great for the spectators. Tight and twisty, sector 3 at the very end. Yeah, like I say, the saloon cars are going to be up there. If you've got loads of boost and a strong engine, then you're going to be on a winner. Be interesting to see actually how the Toyotas go. And with a bit of boost, they might be up there as well. I'm really interested to see what goes on with it.
Indeed. Well, there is lots more coming up here on ITV next Saturday.